There we go. Hello and welcome, towel friends. It is just past 7:30 a.m. on May 12th, 2025. Little Towel has somewhat regained his voice after a very intense week of the Karen Reed trial. 7:30 a.m. Oh, look at that. On May 12th, 2025. Little Towel has some... We even know the audio sounds good. So great to see you all, towel friends. I read all of your comments in the lead up to the stream starting, and just know that they touch Little Towel's heart. I don't think I have two hearts. Towels only have one heart. But I read every one of them, and they all mean so much to me. So God bless you, towel friends. And I think we should be live, as I mentioned, on the YouTube, and as I see now, we are. Towel friends, we have a lot to catch up on, but we have extra time together this morning, if you are unaware. Today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial might not start until 10, but we have to be on monitoring duty starting around 9, because Judge Cannoni said if there's anything that comes up as to the lawyers needing to Judge Cannoni's attention, it could happen anytime after 9. Now, a few things going on. We are going to get caught up on what was a very boring 8 hours of cross from Alan Jackson. And the best, you might say, Towel, do we really have to start the day getting caught up? Yes, because some towel friends may have missed Friday. And so therefore, we are going to watch Friday's recap. Now, after the recap, I promise you, I have a very funny clip of Towel yelling about Alan Jackson being a bloviator for 10 minutes. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we must watch the recap. Why do we have to watch the recap? Because there's also an explosive series of developments this week that could come down related to Ring videos that Karen might have deleted. But before we do that, let's watch our recap, folks, of day 13. Let's let Towel continue to rest his voice. You can hear my voice is there, but it's struggling. And then we're also going to talk, this stream is dedicated in honor of my father, Frederick Ellis. And I guess that's actually the way to start. Before we even do our recap, I will read you the post that I made this morning in honor of my father. And it says this, towel friends. Dear friends, my father, Frederick Ellis, passed away overnight from cancer. He was surrounded by family and in his own bed, as he wanted. My dad was a good man who helped me become the person I am today. I will dedicate today's broadcast in his honor, and we will take some time to talk about his life of service to the Commonwealth and to his family. And yes, I'll finally tell the story about that Prince Street Garage Task Force from the 1980s. Well, I guess we can break in the middle of me reading this, ladies and gentlemen, and I will tell you about the Prince Street Garage from the 1980s. My father did a number of very interesting things in his life. He was the first person in his family, I think, to go to college. He went from Hampshire College, which does not give grades, to Harvard Law School. So he was a very impressive man, definitely inspired towel. He went out of law school into the Middlesex DA's office in the 1980s under Scott Harshbarger. It's actually where he met my mom, I think. I know for a fact. And my father spent some time there. And this is something I alluded to before but never really talked about. I can talk about it now. He was definitely on some kind of interagency task force monitoring it was definitely in the orbit of the Whitey case, but I'm pretty sure it was actually the Angiulos. And my dad only talked about this once in his entire life. So, and I never talked about it when he was alive. So, but my father, while he was an ADA, one time, because I was really interested in Black Mass when I was younger, and Dick Layer, one of the guys who wrote Black Mass about the Whitey Bulger situation with the FBI, actually lived in Belmont. And so, thank you, Murder by Maestro. I appreciate all of the towel sentiments. But yes, so my father knew from I was like 10 years old reading Black Mass, and he never really told me anything when I was a kid. But eventually, as I got older, one time, and this man would talk about a lot, but would never talk about stuff like this. One time he talked about how he was in an apartment overlooking a garage, which I have reason to believe was the Prince Street garage in the North End in the 80s, where the Angelos or whatever were operating out of. And my father was definitely on that task force and was for sure part of the surveillance operation, probably from the tips that John Conley was feeding from Whitey Bulger to take down the Angelos, because it was a divide and conquer thing with Whitey. But yes, he definitely ran wiretaps, and then my father moved out of the DA's office, and he went to open a private firm. He did corporate class actions. He would find companies that did malfeasance, like Dow Corning was a breast implant manufacturer that knew their implants could leak, dating back to the 60s. He would unearth the documents and then use antitrust laws or other civil suits to hold these companies accountable on behalf of class action plaintiffs. And he did that. He also did some private civil litigation on behalf of the Eapen family, the Shaken Baby case you may remember from the 90s, the au pair who served some jail time for shaking Matthew Eapen to death. And then there was a civil case. My father represented the family in the civil case. He also represented this guy who got crushed by a crate of blueberries at Star Market or something. That was a very interesting case. And yeah, anyway, he would mostly he did corporate class action, though, which is to say he would represent classes of plaintiffs hurt by large companies who would otherwise be unable to hold people accountable, but for this class action mechanism. Unfortunately, my dad was really good at what he did, and so were other class action lawyers, and, you know, companies have more money than class action plaintiffs. So eventually the companies got some kind of cap put on class action settlements, and then there was these mandatory arbitration provisions. So it really decimated the practice of, which was very sad, but it decimated the practice of class actions to help consumers. So my dad eventually retired. His firm stayed open for a while. He did some very interesting cases involving Dell computers, which involved, I don't remember exactly. I think it was they were trying to avoid sales tax on service contracts by bundling the service contracts into the price of the computer. So those were some of the final cases he worked on, but it was very interesting. Yes, Murder by Maestro. So if you look up Frederick Ellis and the Eapen family, you will see my dad represented the Eapen family in the civil lawsuit against the au pair agency. My dad was used to be on Court TV all the time, and we probably can even find clips, actually. You know what? Let's do it, since we're honoring my dad's memory. Let me finish the post. Let me read the post, then we'll watch a clip of my dad if I can find one. Okay, so read more about his work here from when he was named Massachusetts Lawyer of the Year by Lawyers Weekly in 1996. When my father was honored by the state senate a few weeks ago, I said the following words that in so many ways reflect just how much of an impact my father had on my life. And this was writing at the time. In the spirit of people getting their flowers where they can still smell them, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the leadership of the Massachusetts Senate for moving so quickly to issue this citation in honor of my father, Frederick Ellis. I'll have more to say in the coming days and weeks about my dad's admirable life of service, but for now, just know that he did incredible, albeit they unsung things. Whether that selfless service involved working with the Eapen family to get justice for their young son Matthew in the civil context, or helping a joint task force take down some very bad people in the 1980s while working for the Middlesex DA's office, or being appointed by a federal judge to help oversee a settlement fund for untold women who were impacted by dangerous breast implants. Oh, I forgot about that. My dad heeded the call to serve his country and the most vulnerable at every turn. Regardless as to the burden being forced that comes with being forced to stare into the abyss and fight such powerful monsters on a daily basis, must have taken on his soul. Thus, there's no doubt in my mind that a large part of the work I do is directly inspired by the principles my father reflected in his vocation, and the influence of the wonderful books, music, and movies he shared with me growing up, including Bob Dylan's entire canon, Dick Layer's Black Mass on release day, Peter Iron's overview of major Supreme Court cases, Wes Anderson's filmography, and the insights of so many more icons, no doubt also molded the very fiber of my being. I didn't say fiber, I added that now. I can only hope I will be able to honor those values, be it personally or professionally going forward, even if my father was always a bit perplexed in my desire to eschew temporal inclinations in favor of living among the downtrodden in order to give them a voice in the democratic process. That's true. He was very perplexed at that. I'll do my best to balance it all, Dad. You showed me not just the world via our trips to Prague, London, Paris, Santorini, Mykonos, Amsterdam, Jamaica, Italy, and so much more, but also a universe of ideals that make me appreciate my country, my family, my God, and my studies during each waking moment. God walks with people who raise the next generation in such a way, and they, like you, Dad, leave legacies that endure for generations. I have always said that no soul truly perishes from this earth if their name and legacy endures. Now, with this citation, there's a small corner of the Massachusetts history books that will forevermore herald Frederick Ellis and his life of service. That, even among the sadness, brings me great solace, and for that I extend my sincere gratitude to Senate staff, leadership, and others who moved so expeditiously to issue this citation for my dad. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my dad did live a noble and honorable life of service, and you can see the wonderful citation issued by Senate leadership in my father's honor, and I really appreciate so many of you taking the time to listen, and so many of you taking the time to share your condolences. What I do want to do is I am going to see if I can actually bring up a video of my dad, because I'm pretty sure he was on court TV about something or other during the Epen case or some kind of case. So let's see if we can find a video of Grant, as he would call himself, dear old dad. And I will put that up on the screen for all you little towels. And this will be our morning introduction during today's extended coverage of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Now let's see, Frederick Ellis, Court TV. Now it's been a while, so I don't even know if they uploaded some of these, but maybe they did. We might actually have to use Google to find some of these articles because it was back in the 90s. But that case was very interesting, the Epen case. It might have been the Dow Chemical case he was on Court TV for. They broadcast the whole thing. And I remember I would watch as a kid growing up, and I was very perplexed as to why my parents were always on TV. I got to know them very well. I knew a lot about their opinions. So I am going to see if I can actually find this this article about the Epen case, or this coverage. If I can, it was a long time ago. I'm sure Court TV will send it to me if I ask them to go into their archives, which I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Let's see. Is this it? I found it. I think I found it. Was it the AP? Oh, wow. I think I actually found it. I'm such a little towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I could not be any more pleased. I found a clip of my dad from the AP. I may actually reach out to Towel's friends in the media and see if I can get clips of my father, because I'm pretty sure they're going to have it somewhere. So this is the Louise Woodward's lawyer. What I want is the family press conference. Come on now. Oh, that's not what I want. I want that is the wrong lawyer. Hold on. I'm not gonna give up this easy, ladies and gentlemen. There has to be some footage on Court TV of the Epen family in the Louise Woodward case giving a press conference. I found a video of Louise Woodward's lawyer giving an interview, but that's not what I want. And what's interesting, and we have a little bit of time this morning, by the way, folks, so I appreciate you. Is this it? Hold on. I am not going to give up. But yes, thank you for all the prayers. If I can show you all my dad speaking, that would just make Little Towel's morning, and then we can go to our recaps and things like that. But just stay with Little Towel. Is this? I keep finding the press conferences from her lawyers, but that's not what I want to see. I want to see the press conference from the family. Why would anyone want to listen to that? What we really want to listen to is the family press conference. au pair trial, Eapen family press. Maybe they didn't give too many press conferences, but I know that there was a quote about it. But yes, we can also watch. We can also watch the recap of last week's Karen Reed trial. But I do think this would be such a nice way to conclude our tribute to my father. If I can just find the actual image, and then I might be spelling the Eapen family, but hold on. Stay with Little Towel in this early morning, ladies and gentlemen. But okay, let's watch the is this it? No, I have a bunch of interviews with my dad, but there's not actually I wish they actually showed him on TV. Some of this, though, again, in the 1990s, so we can understand. And if you're just tuning in, by the way, we are doing a tribute to Towel's dad, who unfortunately passed away overnight. And although there is not a lot, maybe I can find an image, there's not a lot of TV footage that exists from the 1990s. I think if I just do a general legal Google search, I might be able to find it. Because my dad, over the years, as I mentioned, he was a private man, but he definitely appeared. Oh, I found a picture of him. There we go. That definitely was my dad in the 1990s. I can't find the actual interview. I found some of the New York Times stories about him and his clients, but I can't find an actual clip of him in court. So you know what we're going to do? While I look for that, we are going to watch the overview of last week's trial. Yes, my father passed away, Frederick Ellis, overnight, dear friends. I really appreciate you all. It just means so much to me that you all have taken the time to allow me to spend a few minutes before we really dive into the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial recap to honor my father. I've been looking. I have this distinct memory of a news article about the Eapen baby civil case being in. Oh, see? Look! I found it! This isn't exactly but look, ladies and gentlemen, this was my dad. Hold on, I found it for you. It took Little Towel a second, but I found it. Look, this was him. And maybe I'm going to have to do a little more research to actually get what we're looking for here. But hold on, give Little Towel a second. I found it. I'm so proud of myself. I'm such a Little Towel. Hold on, where is it? Here it is. Is this it? No, that. Oh, maybe that is it. Watch this. That's my dad, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. You see him with the microphones? Let's see if I can make this picture a little bigger. Oh, it pops out into another image. Hold on. Oh, because you have to buy it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you the picture of my dad. Oh no, that's not what we wanted. Hold on. I'll get the right one. It's going to be... There it is. And the caption says, the attorney of Matthew Eapen's family, Frederick Ellis, talked with reporters in the hallway of the federal court as he was leaving, 6/17/98. There you go. I'm so happy. Oh, my goodness. It cost $375. I don't have three. Okay. First of all, yes, that is my dad. First of all, I don't think I am ever going to be able to pay that for Getty to give me that. But maybe one day if Towel makes it, that is what I will get, ladies and gentlemen. I will frame that picture of Towel's dad. Oh, goodness, it costs even more if you want to get it in high quality format. Wow. You know, you think Getty could do some kind of Towel public service, but there you go. Yes, my dad passed away. And look at Towel's dad standing there back with the old WB 56, back when Boston 25 was Fox 25, just I wouldn't say he enjoyed the spotlight, but he was pleased to let the world know about the Eapen family. And yes, I'm sure you can tell Towel definitely, with his curls, has some of his dad's features. There is no doubt about that. And I'm so glad we didn't get to see what Towel wanted to see, but my word, we got to find a picture of Towel's dad, and maybe I'll get you a clip of him arguing a case so you can hear his voice too. God bless you all for giving Little Towel the opportunity to do that research. It meant a lot to Little Towel. Now, while we keep that on the screen, oh, God bless you, Jew Drops. While we keep that on the screen, let me look for one other thing here, Towel friends. Oh, that's such a nice picture of my dad. Maybe I'll keep it up in the corner of the screen. You know what? We will put Towel's dad right there in a place of honor all day during the stream. How about that, Towel friends? That makes Little Towel happy. Oh, you are so kind, Towel friends. Now, there's one thing I do want to do, though. Let's get caught up. Let's do the recap, all right? And then as we're doing the recap, if I find video of my dad and I can share that with you all, that's great. If I'm unable to, that's okay. We will watch the recap. Oh, God bless you. Yeah, I don't know. Tal's a very hardened soul. You have to be able to... I think in the world that I am in, if I cannot remain completely kind of down the middle, even as things are occurring, I'm useless. Like, I can't afford a moment of not being in emotional control. So it's very sad. It's devastating to Towel, but I'm a very hardened person. So I don't know. It's sad, but it's something I've learned to adapt to over the years, and I simply persevere. But yes, I want to get us caught up on the recap. I want to talk about the ring videos, and yes, thank you all so much. Throughout today's stream, we will be honoring Towel's dad, Frederick Ellis, who passed away from cancer overnight. And in that context, I'm going to try to find you all a little clip of Towel's dad. But for now, I want you all to watch the recap of last Friday. I promise you don't have to listen to Alan Jackson talking for 8 hours. You will get to listen to Little Towel, and it is a long recap, so you all Towel friends are going to get caught up. Oh, I'm so sorry, Allie. I appreciate you don't know, Towel friends. I don't know if I can put into words how much it means to me that so many of you all are in the comments, and it brings Little Towel a lot of solace to be able to see all of your names pop up, and when you all share your own experiences, it is a shared grieving process, and I appreciate that. One, that you make yourself so vulnerable, and two, that you share that with me, because you all may be asking, how is he doing this stream? And it's because I'm reading all of your comments, and it is... it's comforting to me to know you're there, and then it's also comforting to me to know that my dad is not in pain. He had cancer. He was very sick. I did, and thanks, I will do an update, but thanks to all of your generosity in recent weeks, I was able to see my dad, and that meant a lot to me. So just know it does impact Towel. It does make a difference, and part of it is I think that knowing that my father's name, Frederick Ellis, is now in the minds of so many people, and his legacy will endure, and I got to share a picture of him, that is very important to me. I've said it before about my other friends. If you've ever been on my Venmo, you know my profile picture there is an inflatable Elmo in honor of my friend Elmo, who is a veteran who passed away a few years ago. And then I also talk a lot about my friend Robin, and who passed away. And I think saying people's names and making sure that their legacy never fades is a very important part of mourning. So to me, that means a lot to me. Oh, God bless you, Ange Wittick. Oh, yeah. It just, as all of you share your comments, know that I'm reading them all, and it does bring Towel great solace. let us watch the recap, okay, dear friends, and I'll pop in as I find things. But let's get caught up. For those of you who don't want to have to watch 8 hours of Alan Jackson on Friday, Little Towel is going to do you a public service. You can watch Little Towel do the recap, and then you'll see me go off the screen on the right because you don't need to see me twice, and it slows it down. Don't be too worried about it. If you can figure it out for the towel emojis, great, but you're such a wonderful supporter. All right. Here we go. Hello, towel friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are done with day 13 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. And let me tell you right now, you're going to see some towel friends in the chat agree with what I'm about to say. You do not want to submit yourself to the torment that was 8 hours of Alan Jackson trying to cross a witness in the most circular style I think I have ever seen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it got so bad that I turned into incredulous horse racing announcer towel and started yelling, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's take a look at Hank Brennan's arrival at court to start the day. You can see Mr. Brennan. He's going to arrive. He's going to be walking into court on your screen in just a few seconds. Sorry, I meant to mute the audio for you because he doesn't actually say much. We'll take a listen as he gets to the stairs. It is Hank Brennan himself.
Video is great. Morning, everybody.
There you go, folks. You saw Hank Brennan's arrival. Now, little did we know, little towels, little did we know that the day would just become absolutely ridiculous right away. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow towels, we're not even going to watch this for the testimony. Bill Reed, Karen's father, you can see in the clip, was seen seated next to a court officer the whole day, ladies and gentlemen, basically. There were reports that Bill Reed had been looking at jurors inappropriately from John DePetro, a reporter, a venerated journalist in the courthouse. But ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't just the court officer sitting next to Bill Reed. Let us take a look what happened just a little bit later. Now keep your eye, hold on. Keep your eye focused on the top here, folks. At 9:39 a.m. And what we're going to do, little towels, is we had a request earlier from folks if we could zoom in. Oh, Kelly Patton became a towel fan. Enjoy your wonderful new towel emojis. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a request if we could zoom in on the video at the top of Bill Reed's interaction with a court officer. We are going to do that now because I am a towel. These are important recaps. These are big moments, and we need to watch. So let us take a look. Let us watch how it unfolded. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. This was day 13 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial in a nutshell. We had a very strange situation. We're going to take a look at it right now. If you look at what happened right as the sidebar was starting at 9:30, around 8:33 a.m. or 9:33 a.m. this morning. Welcome to new member Kelly Patton. Let's take a look. Give it a second for the video to buffer, towel friends. What are we going to see? Take a look. What happens with Mr. Bill Reed? Give it all of 1 second. Wait for the sidebar to start. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, watch what happens. Karen gets up. Watch the bottom feed. Watch the bottom feed, folks. Look at the court officer. The court officer walks over to Mr. and Mrs. Reed. There is then an interaction. It's going to happen in about 10 seconds. This was exclusive on the Towel Cam, youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis. You can see the court officer almost as if she was saying to the Reed, stop looking over at the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a moment. It was a towel moment. It was captured right there. Now, the court officer then returns to her place. But look, ladies and gentlemen, the court officer stands, and prevents Mr. Reed from looking over at the jurors. And, ladies and gentlemen, I will say, this only became more intense with time. Now, if you take a look, I'm going to show it to you right here on the bottom of the video. When the court officer eventually does, when the court goes into recess, ladies and gentlemen, during day 13, which happened right after the moment you just saw, Look, ladies and gentlemen, the court officer is standing between Bill Reed and the jurors. There was something that happened, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it right there. The video is playing. The court officer not just sitting with Mr. Reed, not just talking to Mr. Reed. That court officer is preventing Mr. Reed from looking over at the jury box, which is directly to Mr. Reed's right. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this was one of the moments of the day. And you could tell all day long the eyes of the world were on Bill Reed, trying to figure out why he was being cornered by the court officer in that manner. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you now further updates from the day. As you can see, Little Towel was doing real-time video editing because that is the type of thing you tune in to see. And now we will scroll up just a little bit further. And what will we see, ladies and gentlemen? We'll see the next update for today, which was Karen Reed's lawyers pulled out an absolutely ridiculous move. I will say, ladies and gentlemen, they pulled out an absolutely ridiculous move. But before we even go there, let's take a look at the moment that we did for honorary towel D Nice's mom. We created a clip of Karen. There you go. Hold on. We created a clip of Karen smiling entirely inappropriately in court. I'll bring it up for you now, towel friends. And that was one of the moments that capped the morning session. And if you're wondering, wasn't there some kind of exam going on, towel? No, yes, but really nothing was going on because so many Alan Jackson spent so much time pontificating. Now you're going to see it here, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reed inappropriately smiling. We made the video for honorary towel D Nice's mom. And you all can see it yourself right there, Karen's inappropriate smile. Now, as if that weren't enough, ladies and gentlemen, it got worse. It somehow got worse. Karen Reed's attorneys brought up her affair with Brian Higgins, an affair Karen Reed started unprompted to torment John O'Keefe. Karen Reed lied to Brian Higgins about John O'Keefe hugging a family friend in Aruba a few weeks before Karen started the affair. Karen told Brian Higgins that John had cheated when John had done no such thing. When Karen had admitted on New Year's Eve to the family friend in question, or her sister, that John had not cheated and that John had simply hugged that friend who viewed John as a godfather. Ladies and gentlemen, for some reason, Alan Jackson brought those text messages up, and we even saw the moments where Karen Reed was talking about specifically that Aruba trip, and then GrantSmithEllis, was able to put together the evidence showing that the previous testimony in the first Karen trial what indicates that Karen lied to Brian Higgins about that Aruba incident, which made for one of the most devastating moments of all time, where Alan Jackson used his client's text messages, showed her affair, attempted to get ahead of Hank Brennan in a tactical tit-for-tat after Brennan got ahead of the Reed defense on Michael Proctor's text messages about Reed. And what did it lead to? Ladies and gentlemen, it led to Karen Reed being exposed as a liar, as a controlling high school level flirtatious woman who told Higgins she was single, who blamed John O'Keefe's adopted double orphaned adopted niece and nephew for the breakdown in the relationship between John and Karen. Karen was asked to leave John's home a few days before John was killed, and she wouldn't go. Karen was the one arguing with John in the moments before his death, and Karen tried to cheat on John with his own friend to torment him, an affair that John's friend stopped when he realized what Karen was up to and that Karen was only trying to hurt John. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the moment. Gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. As we get ready to return for 2 p.m., more testimony after lunch in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Karen Reed's lawyer, Alan Jackson, and her defense team have just made a huge mistake. Karen Reed and her team showed to the jury text messages where in mid-January 2022, just weeks before John O'Keefe's death, Karen Reed induced one of John's friends and started an affair with that friend named Brian Higgins to try to torment John emotionally. Now, Higgins quickly ended the affair when he realized Karen was only using him to hurt John. But ladies and gentlemen, we now have proof that Karen Reed, in those text messages, which her lawyers never should have played for the jury. The only reason her lawyers started playing those for the jury today is because Hank Brennan tactically outmaneuvered Alan Jackson and introduced Michael Proctor's text messages before the defense could do so. So Alan Jackson, I believe, overthought and started introducing Karen's text to get ahead of the affair. But in those texts, ladies and gentlemen, it came out that Karen Reed, in mid-January of 2022, was trying to tell Brian Higgins that John cheated on Karen on December 31st, 2021, just a few weeks earlier on New Year's in Aruba. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch the text where Karen says that, but the problem is it was a lie. And it wasn't just that Karen lied to Higgins. 2 weeks earlier, Karen had admitted to people on the Aruba trip that John had just hugged a family friend. So let's watch it. We saw it, ladies and gentlemen. We only have a few minutes before court comes into session. Little Towel shall play the clip for you now.
Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl. On vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive.
Oh, Higgins knew, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Higgins knew. And let me show you. We're going to bring it up on the screen right now. Listen to Laura Sullivan, the sister of the woman John hugged, tell the world at Karen's first trial that Karen herself admitted John never cheated. He just hugged the woman.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either of the before the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and if you're why is this such a big deal? During Alan Jackson's Go Nowhere 8-hour cross today of a state police sergeant who used to be a Marine that served on the Presidential Helicopter Squadron Marine 1 out of Quantico. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to explain to you what just happened. Karen Reed's lawyers brought up text that basically exposed Karen Reed as having cheated on John to torment John by cheating on John with his own friend. John's friend ended the affair quickly after he realized clearly what Karen was up to. But ladies and gentlemen, Karen did that by lying. Karen lied, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're wondering, Grant, how do you know that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, look what I went through and found. I found the sister's testimony from the first trial, ladies and gentlemen, not Laura Sullivan's testimony, but Mary Etta Sullivan's testimony. And I must say, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch it now. I think in some sense, this testimony, it may now have to come in, is even more devastating for Karen Reed. You know how Karen said to Higgins, John cheated on me, etc.? No, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it during the recap earlier, this is our Day 13 recap. Here's what's going to come out next week or during trial. Let's listen to what actually happened that night, that Karen lied to Brian Higgins. Karen already had told people John wasn't cheating in Aruba. Look at what Karen did. Karen manipulated Higgins, and her own lawyers tried to get ahead of it today. But eventually, the Sullivan sisters, Marietta and Laura, who you just heard from, are on the state's witness list. In rebuttal, Hank Brennan said he wasn't going to bring it up unless Reed went into it. She did. Now we're going to hear this testimony. Here's Marietta Sullivan. Remember, this is about Karen Reed's text to Brian Higgins about Aruba. Karen said John cheated on her. Karen was implying all sorts of horrible things. Let's hear what really happened. This is what jurors could hear as soon as next week.
So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right, so folks, I'm going to say again that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Proceed, John?
Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, do you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar. when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Ms. Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Just ask the record to reflect identification when you identify the witness.
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
When you say you briefly saw them, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the island bar that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and...
Ladies and gentlemen, Karen never apologized. You heard it from Marietta Sullivan, the testimony that's going to have to come in now. Karen has a history of this kind of lying, and Hank Brennan's going to expose it. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We only have a few more clips to review how this day went for Karen Reed. Alan Jackson went nowhere on cross. Bill Reed, Karen's father, was monitored by court staff. And I am going to show you, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that Alan Jackson induced a state police officer on cross to just humiliate his own client and say that the state police officer thought Karen Reed was trying to start an affair with Brian Higgins, including begging Higgins for intercourse just because Karen was trying to torment John. Let's listen.
Witty stuff like that, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the response?
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's listen to the next part. Trooper Buchanan absolutely dominated Alan Jackson. This was the highlight. 8 hours, and it was the witness who came out making Alan Jackson and his client look like a fool.
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact,
you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reed was trying to hook up with Brian Higgins to emotionally hurt John O'Keefe. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was just a horrible day for Karen Reed in every sense of the term. Now, my name is GrantSmithEllis. There is far more evidence to come. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson got baited by Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan yesterday introduced Michael Proctor's text messages to get ahead of the defense. Alan Jackson outthought himself today, and instead of geniusly replying to Hank Brennan, Alan Jackson tried to get ahead of Brennan on Karen Reed's affair. And instead of looking good, Alan Jackson, for 8 hours, bored the entire Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial world, set a national television audience into delirium to the point where they were turning off their sound so they only had to watch captions and not listen to him, and ended the day with a highlight where the witness talked about Karen Reed emotionally tormenting John O'Keefe by cheating on John with John's own friend, who then quickly ended the affair when he realized what Karen was doing because he didn't want to hurt John. Ladies and gentlemen, it was just it almost seemed like Alan Jackson was self-sabotaging. He overthought the reply to Brennan. He tried to get ahead of the text messages, and he only hurt his own client. Now listen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. If you've been watching Towel Stream, youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis, you know this is the only place you can watch the Karen Cam. Every angle, Bill Reed, Janet Reed, the court officer standing between Bill Reed and the jury. These pictures only exist because of your support of Towel Stream and the work the Towel Universe is doing to bind itself so tightly together, making an interwoven fabric that defies historical limits and creates a mosaic of the most beautiful order at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And then you'll get to hear me talk like horse racing announcer Towel, and you'll learn why they call me Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel Smith Ellis. Yes, tune in next Monday. It's going to be May 12th at 10 a.m. Unless we come into session early, I'll let you know. 10 a.m. I will be live at 7:30 as always. We get a special 2.5 hours together, ladies and gentlemen, on Monday. That means we'll have all sorts of reviews. We will have things to talk about. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be together again at 7:30. You heard it, folks. Me on Friday telling you, past tense Towel, telling you we would be together this morning. God bless all of you Towel friends who have been joining in and expressing their condolences in the chat. It means a lot to little Towel. Towel's also going to try not to go into horse racing announcer Towel mode this morning until it's absolutely necessary, as I think it strains my voice. Ladies and gentlemen, it does mean a lot to me, though, that all of you are not only being so compassionate to each other, but expressing your condolences to Towel. I'm reading them all. It is keeping Towel going, and Towels united, as Alana said, spreading love to one another. Well, that was our day 13 recap, ladies and gentlemen. Session could start any moment now, and Karen Reed's arrival at court, if it happens, will tell us if the lawyers are going to be getting there early to work on things at 9, maybe see Judge Cannoni. But as we're waiting, I put together something else for the Towel friends, because I didn't do the greatest job last week. We're going to talk about the ring evidence next, but the next thing we're going to talk about is I didn't do the greatest job putting together my clip compilation last week that was requested by Hot Nostril. I think that's the Twitter username. So I put together another special Towel clip for you all that has all of the Ken clips that have been played in court. No real extra space. I cut down a lot of the clips. It's the clips and Karen's reactions outside court mostly. And I think that's what we're going to watch next. One, to save Little Towel's voice. And two, because it's actually very important that we understand what clips have been played so far. What is Hank Brennan going to play this week? And then after we get through this, we're going to talk about the ring videos that may have been deleted by Karen, including 17 videos between 12:37 a.m. on 1/29/2022 and 5:07 a.m. on 1/29/2022, including one video left on that system from that time that shows Karen conveniently, tactically bumping into John's car at a low speed, just her bumper, didn't break her taillight or anything, which it was preemptive reasonable doubt. Then there's more footage on John's system that wasn't deleted, and then after 12 p.m. that day, there's another clip that's deleted of Karen and her family coming to collect the murder weapon, not when they arrive, but when they leave with the murder weapon to go back to Dighton. They went to pick the murder weapon up at John's house, where it had been since Karen left it there at after 5:35 a.m. when Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe followed Karen back to John's house. And so that car was seen on video with a broken taillight at 5:08 a.m. and 8:23 a.m. Two different video systems. John's ring at 5:08. But again, right, only one video and after Karen's tactical bump into John's car. And then at 8:23 a.m. On a Canton PD dash cam cruiser. Now, the reason why this is so important is folks have to remember the timeline here. So let me just take you through it from memory, okay? We'll watch some clips where Karen talks a lot about this, but I'll give you the overall summary. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe are at C.F. McCarthy's in the Waterfall on the night of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th. Karen has 9 vodka drinks between those hours. It's about 3 hours or so, and has a BAC when they leave the bar between 0.14 and 0.28. Conservatively, was probably higher, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit. Karen admits she shouldn't have been driving at that time, and between 12:15 and 12:24 or so, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe drive over. They arrive at Fairview Road, an after party, and they park in front of the house, in front of the lawn, kind of abutting the lawn, at 12:24. That car sits there from 12:24 until 12:31 or so, at which point there is then a series of events. Karen pulls forward. The car is in neutral for a minute or so, and then around 12:32 and 16 seconds, or leading up to that, Karen backs up to 24.5 miles an hour, okay, reduces to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond at the moment she allegedly strikes John with that car, with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right, okay? Karen's vehicle data all shows this at these exact times. John O'Keefe's phone never moves again. After 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022. It stays on that lawn until John is discovered after 6 a.m. the next morning. But there's a series of events that happen next that you have to pay very close attention to. The impact allegedly occurs at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. Karen, by 12:37 a.m., which is entirely possible, drives from Fairview Road back to John O'Keefe's house. She connects to his Wi-Fi around then and pulls in the driveway. It's about a 5-minute drive, 4 minutes and 45 seconds to 6 minutes, depending on traffic, whatever. There was light snow at the time. The blizzard got worse through the morning that was coming in. And Karen, there was probably no one on the roads around 12:32 actually, when Karen was driving from Fairview towards John's house. So easily 4 to 5 minute drive, probably 5 minutes at most. Karen gets there around 12:37 to John's house, which is also in Canton. When Karen gets there, okay, there's 18 ring videos between 12:37 a.m. and 5:08 a.m. when Karen leaves again that are that were deleted. Those videos would have shown Karen arriving at John's house at 12:37 with a broken taillight, and everything that Karen was doing in those hours, at least on the outside of the house, related to her car or pulling in or whatnot. Okay, now what's really interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is there's a series of voicemails starting around, or calls around 4:30, okay? Karen had left voicemails for John at 12:37 saying that she effing hated John, and that it confirmed testimony from firefighters that Karen had said the last thing she had heard about from John was they were in an argument before John stepped out of that car. We found out it was likely about Karen getting possessive, their relationship was ending. She had been asked to leave John's house a few days before he died and wouldn't go. Karen was cheating on John to emotionally abuse him, although John's friend ended the affair when he realized what Karen was up to. And on the drive over to help get directions, Karen and John had been told that the house they were going to was near Bella's mom's house. John years ago had dated this woman, Bella's mom. That's her daughter's name. And the phone call refers to her as Bella's mom. John and Karen between 12:24 and 12:31 most likely had an argument. Karen then, on the first voicemail after she allegedly strikes John at 12:37, screams, "John, I effing hate you." She starts calling him a pervert. She starts using his kids against him as he's laying there, his adopted double orphan niece and nephew. As he's laying there dying on the lawn, she's calling him and saying, "Your kids are going to be left alone, John. You're a pervert," all this terrible stuff. And then, ladies and gentlemen, from 1:30 until 4:30, nothing, no calls. But then 4:30, Karen starts calling John again. Karen starts calling, has John's niece, KF, call John's friends, Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, who Karen didn't even have their number. And then at that point, Karen starts saying weird things like, "John's dead. He got hit by a plow," all these weird things. She also was calling her parents around that time. Now, at 5:08 a.m., this is very important, the first Ring video, the only one of the 18 videos that was not deleted between those time periods, ladies and gentlemen, shows Karen gently backing up, bumping John's bumper, not breaking her taillight. Her taillight was clearly already broken, and then leaving John's house. Now, here's something that hasn't really been analyzed in the second trial, but is going to come up. Don't worry. It is very important. At 5:11 a.m., there's video of Karen going into Canton Center, and then at her black SUV. At 5:18 a.m., there's video of Karen coming out the other side of Canton Center near the Purple Line stop. And ladies and gentlemen, at 5:23 a.m., Karen leaves a screaming voicemail saying, "John, was that you?" Which is right. Her car, when it was seen at 5:18, was just a few minutes from Fairview Road. And you know what's weird, ladies and gentlemen? There's a 17-minute gap between 5:08 and 5:35. Karen doesn't get to Jen McCabe's house to pick up Jen and Carrie Roberts until 5:35. 17-minute gap. And you got Karen on video 3 times, leaving John's house 5:08. Heading towards Canton Center, 5:11. Heading out of Canton Center, 5:18, towards Fairview Road. And then the 5:23 voicemail, "John, was that you?" Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there's way more to come, but keep in mind this timeline because, okay, you got to follow Little Towel as he draws this visual mental map for you. Karen gets to Fairview, allegedly goes back to Fairview around 5:23 a.m., leaves Fairview after confirming John's still on the lawn dead, goes to pick up Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts at 5:35 at Jen McCabe's house. Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts they go with Karen in Karen's, and they have 2 cars at that point, Karen's car and Carrie Roberts' car. They go over to John's house. Karen's car gets left in John's driveway. Carrie and Jen try to search John's house frantically in the moments leading up to 6 a.m. They can't find John. Karen's standing alone in a bedroom doing nothing during that time. Eventually, Karen starts saying, "We're not going to find him here. We're not going to find him." Makes Jen and Carrie drive Karen in Carrie's car now. Carrie's driving. McCabe's in the passenger seat. Karen's in the back screaming. From John's house to Fairview Road. Conveniently, so Karen isn't on scene with the murder weapon. Isn't that interesting? Well, ladies and gentlemen, before Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts and Karen Reed even get past the tree line of Fairview Road at 6 a.m., in the dark, in a blizzard that is now very much worsening, Karen Reed somehow sees John on and screams and tells the women to stop the car? No, absolutely not, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reed knew John's body was there because she had gone back to the scene probably around 5:23 a.m. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, now we need to keep track of the timeline here, which I'm doing from memory, but it's important that you all pay attention to this timeline so you understand the implications of the next deleted Ring video. 6 a.m. or afterwards, Karen, Jen McCabe, and Carrie Roberts find John. 911 gets called within 4 minutes. The ambulance is there. The police start arriving. The scene gets processed. And immediately, ladies and gentlemen, Karen starts making threats of self-harm. Now, that leads, and by the way, more than threats of self-harm, Karen, in response to a question from firefighter Katie McLaughlin was asking questions about John O'Keefe's age, his medical condition, if he took medication, etc. And then Katie McLaughlin, the firefighter, one of multiple first responders and witnesses there at the time of this question, said, "Did John suffer any trauma in the moments leading up to how he ended up on this lawn?" And Karen said, I hit him. Then Jen McCabe tried to intervene to stop Karen from confessing. So clearly Jen McCabe was, if anything, trying to help Karen. And then all of a sudden, Karen says it again, "I hit him." And then a Canton police officer says over to Karen, "You what?" And then Karen says again, "I hit him," which led the Canton police to call in their supervisor. Okay? Then Karen goes into Carrie Roberts' car, calls her parents, and then Carrie Roberts gets on the phone with Karen Reed's parents, who tell Carrie that Karen's going to take her life. And so Karen's parents call the police, who are either in Canton, I think the Canton police, maybe the Dighton police, and they say, Karen's going to take her life, you have to take her to the hospital. Now, the police section Karen. Interestingly, the testimony was so that, quote, they would know where she was. But Karen gets sectioned and brought to the hospital. And what happens as Karen gets brought to the hospital sometime after 7 or 8 a.m.? At 9:03, maybe 9:06 a.m. exactly, Karen's blood gets drawn as part of her commitment, or involuntary commitment under Section 12, I think it is, in Massachusetts. And guess what happens when that blood gets drawn, ladies and gentlemen? When the results come back at 9:53 a.m., and yes, I do have this all memorized, ladies and gentlemen, Karen had a 0.93. She was over the legal 0.093. The legal limit is 0.08. Karen was above the legal limit even after 9 a.m. the next morning. And the retrograde BAC serum analysis confirmed that Karen's BAC at the time of the incident, which it was actually a conservative estimate, so they pegged Karen's BAC as to what it would have been around 2:30, 2:45, because you do a 2-hour latency delay. It's a conservative estimate. So Karen's BAC at 12:30, if she processes 1 drink an hour or so, let's say 1 to 2 drinks, would have actually been a little bit higher. The range would definitely have been in the 0.3, probably the upper range, and the lower range would have been the 0.2s, maybe the high teens. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, thank you, Jezebel Star, all the folks who are expressing condolences. It means so much to Little Towel. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, so Karen Reed is at the hospital. She doesn't get released until 11 or 12 p.m. How weird, 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. How weird is it at that time she's also texting Brian Higgins that John died? Ladies and gentlemen. And Karen then afternoon time, goes with her parents. Do they go back home to Dighton in a blizzard? No, they go right to John's house. John's mother's already testified about this. Karen says she wants to say hi to console the children. John's now thrice orphaned niece and nephew. But she doesn't even talk to them, according to John's mother's testimony. Karen instead goes right upstairs, spends 30 minutes alone with her father in John's bedroom, okay? And then 15 to 30 minutes, and then the whole family leaves. Now, there is video footage, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see it after this next segment, of Karen and her family arriving, or Karen's family, arriving from the hospital back to John's house to collect the car. But the footage after 12 p.m. of Karen's family leaving with that car with the broken taillight is gone. And ladies and gentlemen, Karen was alone with her laptop, which she could have used on the browser to log into John's Ring system, access which John's niece and nephew said Karen had. Karen was on her laptop for a few hours until after 4:12 p.m. when the state police came to collect Karen's car with the broken taillight in Dighton. That's how quick they figured this all out. Because Karen obviously confessed. Karen was on her laptop at the time. Now, the state police served search warrants on her phone and car at 4:12, but not her laptop. So Karen, and now the big thing to remember here, folks, is the ring keeper of records was not, oh my God, under count 2, I think it's 2.5 to 20 years. Either the count 2 is OUI manslaughter, which is definitely closer to 20, plus lifetime license disqualification. Motor vehicle homicide OUI, I don't remember the penalties, 2.5 to 20, maybe 5 to 10 to 20, maybe less, and then involuntary manslaughter is 2.5 to 20. But ladies and gentlemen, you have to think of this timeline. Karen is alone on her laptop. The state police have submitted documents in the case that are public saying that when they came to collect Karen's car and phone that afternoon after 4 p.m. on January 29, 2022 at her parents' house in Dighton, she was on her laptop. And there is a video deleted on John's Ring after 12 p.m., which means that window and opportunity was there for Karen while she was alone at her parents' house before the state police came to collect her car with the broken taillight and her phone for 2 to 3 hours. 2 hours or so. I think they arrived sometime after 2 p.m., 2:10 or so. Ladies and gentlemen, it's bad news bears for Karen Reed. And now I put together a special compendium for the Towel Friends of all the video clips. Before we do the ring analysis, all the video clips, the unaired clips, the Gretchen Voss interviews that were never played before of Karen Reed that have been shown to jurors. I think I got every single one. Let's watch it. We're going to find out if we're coming into session soon enough. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am a towel.
Totally more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again?
If this was the moment, you would drop them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house?
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
Comment?
That.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Okay,
How about do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms.
Oh, okay,
Roberts.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I questioned do I remember it because it's been relived so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts. Clip 8, please.
Okay.
Is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
You'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I have like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. And he said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to...
Wait a minute. Hold on. Folks, I think we did it. We proved it. Hold on. Are all the prescient towels listening? Folks, there is no video of Karen maneuvering her car into John's garage. That's it. That was it. Oh, my word. Are you serious? Really? It was hiding in there, but folks, there is no video of that. Hold on, I want to get my nameplate better. Folks, the implications of this are staggering. There is no video of Karen pulling her car in. That's one of the 17 deleted videos. Yeah, it's way... Hold on. Let me come back up on the screen. Let me see if we can all process this together. I think, I'm 90% sure, folks, that we have just put this all together. Let me center this again. All right, thank you. I'm pretty sure we have just put this all together, little towels. There is no video of Karen pulling her car into John's garage. She might have seen that video before she deleted it, but that video doesn't exist. At least not in the evidence right now. Oh, my word. Little towels. Karen Reed might have just been enabled her own undoing. All right, let's play that back. Well, let's play that. This may be very bad. Hold on.
By my father, even when you have a green light, Waterfall SUV, you see plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I don't think I was driving, but I shouldn't have been driving. I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be.
Okay, hold on. All right, ready? We're going to do a clip, towel friends. Good morning, towel friends. Folks, listen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. As we await the start of today's evidence in the day 14 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial, I think it's very possible, folks, that we have been able to put together potential proof that Karen saw ring videos that she then deleted from John O'Keefe's system between 12:37 and 5:08 a.m. on January 29, 2022, 17 of 18 videos deleted. And then there's an 18th video that was deleted after 12 p.m. of Karen and her parents picking up the murder weapon after Karen was hospitalized for threats of self-harm, where her blood alcohol level was confirmed at the time the next morning after 9 a.m. to be over the legal limit, which meant at the time she allegedly struck John at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds. That morning on January 29, 2022, her BAC was between 0.4 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit. But ladies and gentlemen, listen to the clip Karen gave this interview. It was never before aired prior to Hank Brennan showing it earlier in the trial. Karen says that she has a memory of seeing video footage of her parking her car in John O'Keefe's garage. But ladies and gentlemen, in the operative time between 12:37 or so and 5:08 a.m. that morning. There's no video of that, ladies and gentlemen. There's only one video from John's ring system between those hours, one of the 18 videos that was not deleted. And that's Karen pulling out of the driveway, out of John's garage. There are videos that Karen potentially saw and then deleted of Karen pulling in after 12:37 a.m. with a broken taillight that morning, but they were deleted, potentially by Karen. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word, I can't believe Karen Reed just said this out loud. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, folks, there's been prior testimony that there were 18 ring videos that were documented between 12:37 and 5:08 a.m., but 17 were deleted. The only one that exists is from 5:07 or 5:08 a.m. Karen talks in this clip we're about to listen to about how she has memory of video or saw videos of her parking her car in John's garage after she was drunk. So that means after 12:37 a.m. that morning when she got back to John's. Those don't exist. They never existed. They were part of the deleted videos. Oh, my word. Let's listen to this.
But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, There's a video of me driving through the intersection.
That's a Freudian slip. Folks, I'm telling you, that is a Freudian slip. In that clip, Karen Reed is saying that she doesn't have the video because it was deleted by her, I think, in the afternoon of January 29, 2022, between 2 and 4 p.m. when she was at her parents' house in Dighton before the state police served a search warrant for Karen's car with the broken taillight and Karen's phone. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen is basically saying there that she almost Freudian slipped. She had to try to compose herself. She's talking about videos. She's saying, oh, there's videos of me not driving recklessly. I pulled into John's garage between the time of 12:37 and 5:08 a.m. No, there's not. That was deleted. Karen, you might have saw that video before you deleted it. You might have wished you didn't delete it to prove that ex post facto you were driving cautiously. But Karen, you deleted it. Oh my word. Freudian slip of all time. Tune in, watch coverage with us. Chat with the Towel Friends, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I'll see you at some point later today. That was a big moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Freudian slip Reed. We caught it. I think we caught it. We don't know until the keeper of records from Ring, who did not testify during the first trial, will testify this week. We don't know what the keeper of records from Ring will say, but it could confirm everything that I just laid out, and Karen's own words may have been the tip-off. Read between the lines. Listen to what people are saying in clips like that, and you too can strike proverbial gold. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm going to go back to talking to the Towel Friends now. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, holy macro is right. Let us write the. How do we even write this up for the Towel Friends? We have to go back to watching our clip, but we must write this up for the Towel Friends. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Ladies and gentlemen, you are towels. I am a towel. Let us do this. Here we go. Oh, my word, ladies, gentlemen, and fellow towels. What's this? Karen Reed may have made a major Freudian slip during a secret documentary interview aired for jurors in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial last week. May have made a major Freudian slip during a secret documentary. Reed saw deleted Ring video from John's house between 12:37 and 5:08 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Oh my word. Karen very well may have deleted 17 of the 18 videos on John's system between those hours of the morning, along with another video from after 12 p.m. that day when Reed, her father, and her brother came, left John's home with the alleged murder weapon, murder weapon, before taking it back to Dighton. Within 2 hours, at 4 p.m. that day or so, state police arrived in Dighton to serve a search warrant on Reed's Lexus and her phone, at which point she was on her laptop, which could have been used via the web browser and John's Ring login, which John's now thrice orphaned niece and nephew have testified Karen had in her possession. To delete those videos. Oh my word. Ladies and gentlemen, that was quite a discovery. That was a huge Freudian slip there from Karen. I cannot believe she said. You have to know what you're listening to right there, folks. But if you know, it was all right there in plain sight, little towels. Yes, we're waiting for court to start. It's a little delayed today. It is not your fault, Little Towels. You did nothing wrong. Court is just starting late. However, what we can do, and I've moved my screens around so I have trouble now seeing things, we can check to see what's going on the Karen cam. Nothing yet, folks. Nothing yet. You stay with Little Towel. As soon as I have updates for you, you will be the first to know. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us update. Let us update, folks, the Towel friends on what we just uncovered together. That was a big moment. Someone tell Murder by Maestro. Oh, my word. He is going to have a conniption in a good way because he's a towel. Murder by Maestro was here earlier. He said he woke up and he had wonderful news for us. He was a towel. And I said, yes, Murder by Maestro, I'm well aware you are a towel. And he said, thank you. He didn't actually say that. That may have happened in my head. It's okay. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Hey, at least I retain my sense of humor. What can you say, ladies and gentlemen? I'm a towel with a sense of humor, even in difficult moments. And isn't that what we need in this world? All right, now let me get read more about those deleted ring videos here. I'm making a post for the towel friends. You know what I mean? We have to be good to the towel friends. Read more background about those deleted ring videos and how Karen admitting she potentially saw one of those videos before she deleted the files is such a big deal here. And come to understand here. Also, I must let the towel friends know where they can watch today's coverage, so I'm going to put that at the bottom of the post too, because we're good little towels. Watch live, watch today's testimony after 10 a.m. Eastern, live with and chat with the towel friends here. We are already chatting this morning and getting caught up on last week's developments. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. You are a towel. We are all towels. We have made efficient progress. Court hasn't started because we don't start until 10 today unless there's a motion hearing, at which point we will go to coverage of the motion hearing. Now, Little Towel is going to be able to tell when court's coming into session because we have exclusive cam access. And Karen cam starts about 10 to 20 seconds before the pool feed, and although I would love to be able to sync them up, it is actually beneficial for us to have an early look. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just made that wonderful post for the towel friends. If you're just getting caught up, we caught a huge moment, folks. We caught a huge moment related to Karen Reed potentially admitting to seeing ring videos that no one has ever seen, that were never in evidence, that were never found because they were deleted from John O'Keefe's system, that are incredibly damning to Karen. Karen talked about backing her car or driving her car into John's garage. Ladies and gentlemen, that video has never been shown, ever. Nobody's seen that. It never existed. Karen deleted it. I'm telling you, folks, that was a big deal. Karen's PR team doesn't even exist anymore. She can beg Vinnie Politan to do PR for her. She can beg. By the way, folks, have you been looking at some of the YouTube channels? So I've been looking at some of the FKR YouTube channels. Aiden Kearney on a lot of his live streams, the Turtle Boy, who used to be one of Karen's big PR people, they kind of had a falling out. It's a long story. It involves the old DOJ in Boston. I don't really want to go through all the details right now. Just know it's very intense and still going on. At least as to the Sandra Birchmore investigation, and at least as to Aiden and Karen having a falling out, because Aiden has loose lips that sink ships, in my opinion. But okay, ladies and gentlemen, where were we getting back to? So if you haven't been looking at the YouTube views for some of these FKR channels, the dynamic is fascinating. Some of the channels that started as kind of like smaller kind of satellite channels to Turtle Boy's coverage are now doubling, tripling, quadrupling Kearney. And I don't mean just during their coverage of the trial during the day. I mean, they'll do an interview with like a lawyer, a pro-defense lawyer or something at night. And they, on those interviews, are starting to double and triple Kearney's view counts for his live shows. Folks, first of all, the Free Karen Reed movement is already kind of just declining, but it's fascinating to watch how, as a side effect of that decline, people are fleeing Aidan Kearney and going to these other FKR channels. It's just, folks, it is very interesting to watch this all happening. Very interesting. But yes, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm here to monitor for you. I'm a little towel. Court is not. If you're tuning in and saying, Grant, it's 9 o'clock, we should be in session. No, little towels. Court doesn't start until 10 today, unless there's a motion hearing. So you might be wondering, Grant, what are we monitoring? Well, if court just suddenly comes into session because of a motion hearing, we have the Karen Cam ready to go. Now, I'm trying to see if there's anything else we can watch to get kind of caught up, save Towel's voice a little bit, kind of get us ready to begin the day's session. We just watched, we're not done with the compilation clips of Karen. Okay, so we got 7 more minutes. If you just tuned in, we ran into a huge piece of evidence that Karen may have admitted to seeing ring video that was deleted by Karen of her pulling into John's house in the early morning of 1/29/2022. It was very Freudian slip. It was very intense, and folks should absolutely look closely at the post I just made on Twitter, or you can rewatch the DVR. But let's continue watching the clips that Hank Brennan has played so far of Karen Reed in court, and I will continue resting my little towel voice as we get ready for court to come into session. Keep being good little towels, and I will do the same.
When we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There, you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Reed was forced to watch videos of herself admitting, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Reed's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Reed did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Reed. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Hold on. Hold on before you play it again.
We've already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Your Honor, we need to see the court before this was played.
All right, hold that, please.
Well, Ellis, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I am here with you now. I should come over your speaker any second now. These are big moments, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We should be back into session any second. Oh, these are bombshell clips. The moment has arrived, and there will be more clips throughout the trial. Oh, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Will there be another clip played? We watch closely. Karen Reed seems devastated. She was in a fight with John O'Keefe in the moments before she allegedly struck John while drunk driving with her car and left John to die. Now, we don't end up seeing more clips that day, ladies and gentlemen, but my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we are waiting for court to come into session. It is an unusual 10 a.m. start in today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. But I appreciate you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad you all have found a place here where you feel comfortable. And, by the way, folks, here's an interview with Karen Reed's parents. Well, actually, we'll watch that another time. I have an interview with Karen's parents where Karen's dad basically says that Karen was admitted to him that she was concerned she hit John. And, ladies and gentlemen, remember, Karen's story has changed 5 times. She never told anyone she saw John go in the house at all in the beginning. And then Karen, in fact, said she last saw John when she gave an interview to one of the news stations that you just saw, right on the side of the road, and that's where she expected to find him, where she had last left him when John got out of Karen's car at 12:31 or so, 12:32 a.m. on January 29, 2022, right before Karen allegedly backed up to 24.2 miles an hour, while drunk with a BAC of 2 to 4 times the legal limit, 0.414 to 0.28, and then allegedly struck John, reducing her car in speed to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond upon collision with John's body with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right, and then left John to die from a traumatic brain injury and hypothermia, as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas on the lawn over the next 5 or 6 hours. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's very important in some sense to understand in that regard the presentation of the evidence, and there was something specific. Oh, that's right. We were waiting for court to come into session, and it has not yet come into session. But we were going to take a look at those videos about the argument that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were having. And you might be saying, ladies and gentlemen, the videos of the argument, we haven't seen more clips from Karen. There was only one clip played. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 more clips that could be coming related to Karen and John having an argument in those moments before John was allegedly struck by Karen's car. Now, you're going to see how far back we have to go here in order to find this clip, because it was actually, it wasn't last Friday, so it was actually the Friday before, so it was May 2nd. We have to go all the way back to May 2nd, and you're going to see, if you actually are watching this scroll, it's not, the browser can't even load up all the content because there's just so many posts. We're only on May 7th. We have to go all the way back to Friday, May 2nd. and I'm scrolling here quite, vociferously, just to give you some sense of the amount of content that I am trying to cover related to this trial, the updates and all of that. Just to get back to last week, it has taken us 20 to 30 seconds of scrolling, ladies and gentlemen. And look at us continue to go just to get to the clip of Hank Brennan talking about the further clips he may want to play for jurors of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe being in an argument and Karen admitting to that. I have to go all the way back to May 2nd, and I found it. Ladies and gentlemen, I found it. It was actually a little before May 2nd. I think it was an oral argument at around 2 p.m. that day before Jen McCabe finished her testimony. So let us take a look here. Let's see the moment. It was not the Jen McCabe testimony. It was an oral argument earlier that day. Here it was. I found it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we had to go back hundreds of videos and posts. I'm in an informative little towel, and I found it. We are going to watch now. Are these videos going to come in too? How bad will things get for Karen Reed? Let's listen to Mr. Brennan. This was 2 weeks ago now, a week and a half. Are we going to get these videos? Who knows? Oh, just to give you some context, what happens is Karen Reed's, there's something called the rule of completeness. I'm not a lawyer or your lawyer. I'm a lay towel, and nothing here is legal advice. Get a lawyer. As I said, if you have questions about the law, get a towel. If you're looking to prove unconditional love exists, even if it's a little bit tormented in a world defined by self-interest and greed. But ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed's lawyers invoke something called MRE 106, the rule of completeness, related to 2 clips, number 13 and 15, that Hank Brennan wanted to play. Hank Brennan wanted to play 3 clips related to Karen and John arguing. He got to play 1. Karen Reed's lawyers objected to 13 and 15 under the rule of completeness, which says that if the prosecution... Now remember, Karen can't play clips of herself. Only the prosecution can play clips of Karen. If Karen wants to testify, based under the rules, she has to go on the stand. This is because these statements from Karen are coming in under something called the party opponent exception to the hearsay rule. Karen isn't a party opponent to herself, so she can't actually introduce her statements. But if Hank Brennan introduces a clip, Karen can say she wants to play more parts of that clip under the rule of completeness. But it's a tormented argument. Now, you're going to see Karen's lawyers raise it here. Hank Brennan wants to play 13 and 15. Karen's lawyers say, no, we don't object. We just want to play more. That's called the rule of completeness. Judge Cannoni takes it under advisement. We never actually saw these 2 clips. Will we? We don't know. Let's listen. Hello, friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. If you're wondering what other updates do we have heading into next week's Karen Reed trial, day 9, which will start up on Monday, May 5th, I believe it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Cannoni was going to allow Hank Brennan to play clips related to Karen Reed potentially confessing to being in an argument with John O'Keefe in the moments leading up to Karen striking John allegedly with her car with a blood alcohol level between 0.14 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Reed's team vociferously tried to stop these videos from being played for the jury, and all they got was a potential hearing next week when there's more time. Hank Brennan has been methodically deconstructing everything Karen Reed is trying to present on cross by showing videos of Karen's own words, Karen's, quote, testimony to the media used against her in court with no opportunity to rebut. Will this force Karen to take the stand in a few weeks? We will find out. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Let's watch the update. It is coming up on 4:15 p.m. on Friday, May 2nd, and my name is GrantSmithEllis, as I mentioned, and I'm a towel.
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them, and I've given previous notice to the defense they've would like different content in than I would, and I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in...
That's a new one. The other one was previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not really objective argument. It's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced all
so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well, then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
okay. I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right. Anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, you heard it there from Hank Brennan. That was the cliffhanger 2 Fridays ago. What will we find out about clip 13 and clip 15? Oh, Macy, hello, dear friend. Allie 90211, it's so good to see you. Wendy, welcome to the honorary towel fold. Mary Adams and Lisa Cox and so many others, thank you again for so many of your kind words of compassion this morning. As towel friends, look what we can take a look at now, folks. We have a live look-in at Norfolk Superior Court. It's going to pop up on your screen in just a second here. Will we see Karen Reed's father and her mother arriving to court? We do not know, ladies and gentlemen. But I will bring this little window up for you. Give me 1 second. Is this it? It is it. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. You are seeing outside the court. Good morning, Alex. God bless you, dear friend. Welcome. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will say those clips 13 and 15 must be devastating. We'll find out soon enough, will we? Perhaps. The ring records, ladies and gentlemen, of Karen Reed. Did she delete those videos? As we monitor outside the court for Karen Reed's arrival, Hank Brennan's arrival. Little towel will pop back up on screen. Oh, that's not me. That's the 4 Karen Reed supporters. There I am. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a wonderful chat here, and Towel is trying not to go into horse racing announcer towel mode until it becomes necessary. Now, I imagine the lawyers are getting ready to go into court. I know Towel is both endearing, entertaining, and engaging. Now, remember, the 3 of the easiest ways you can help Towel Stream reach more people is you can react to the stream, whether you're enjoying it or laughing. All of those help the feed get more engagement. And apparently, if you like the stream and subscribe to Towel Channel while the video is live, that is very helpful. I don't understand why. I'm learning. I'm a little towel, but it is very helpful. But apparently, I don't know why reactions are the best, but those help the stream the most. So to all of you towel friends who have been kind enough to react, we are almost at 950. Folks, we may hit the 1,000 subscriber mark today. We may actually get to see a truly historic moment. We have already almost broken a towel live stream record, and court does not begin for a few more moments. Yes, the Karen Reed supporters lost at the First Circuit Court of Appeals. They did not get the buffer zone overturned. The buffer zone remains in place. What happened was a motion for a temporary restraining order against the buffer zone was denied. The circuit, by the Federal District Court in Boston, that went up to the First Circuit Court of Appeals. The First Circuit Court of Appeals did not overturn the denial of the injunction. That's very important. Instead, they vacated the denial, which means the buffer zone order stays in place, and remanded back to the lower federal court for further hearing. So as long as the hearings are taking place at the federal court related to the buffer zone under the First Circuit's remand, the buffer zone remains in place exactly as written. So yes, that's the buffer zone update. And yes, folks, we may well be here for a number of towel records today, ladies and gentlemen. It is a wonderful towel community. Towel is so honored to have so many of you. We are getting close to 1,000 subscribers. We are getting close to a towel record right as the beginning of court starts today. We have a live view outside the court. We are monitoring. We are being prescient little towels. Look at us, ladies and gentlemen. We have a wonderful towel chat, and you know, Chick from the Brick, I am honored to be able to help you. And, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what else we can get updated about as Little Towel thinks about things. We were talking about Oh, yes. While we're waiting for Karen to arrive at court and Hank Brennan to arrive at court, I will take a look, ladies and gentlemen, and see if I can get the footage for you specifically of, and it was short. What did I want to? Oh, no, it's not short, but we'll watch it anyway. Of Karen Reed, the ring footage after 12 p.m. that she may have deleted. And why that deleted ring footage after 12 p.m. on 1/29/2022 is so damning, because of the window of time between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. when Karen Reed was at her parents' house in Dighton with the murder weapon before the state police served a search warrant on the car and her phone at 4:12 p.m. or so that day. That's a window of opportunity for Karen to use John's login credentials for Ring, which we know Karen had according to prior testimony by John's nephew or niece. And ladies and gentlemen, if Karen could use a web browser, which it is possible to do from a remote location, to log into John's account and delete 17 videos between 12:37 a.m. and 5:08 a.m. and another series of video and one more video after 12 noon when her brother, her father, and her sister-in-law, who are all on the witness list, by the way, for the retrial, Bill Reed, Nathan Reed, and Caitlin Bordeaux, that's her sister-in-law, Nathan Reed's wife. They were all there. There's one video missing when they leave with the car after 12 p.m. that day to take the murder weapon, the alleged murder weapon back to Dighton. On that drive, by the way, Karen calls John O'Keefe's sister-in-law, John's brother Paul's wife, Erin, and says Karen will have to remember the bad times and she'll probably never see Erin again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look at that moment. We see the clip of Karen's parents, her brother, her father, and her sister-in-law, Karen's family, arriving with Karen after Karen gets out of the hospital around 12 noon on that day after she made threats of self-harm after confessing to hitting John with her car. We're going to see her family arrive, and then we're going to hear testimony that the video of them leaving is not there. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there are developments, and Little Towel has them for you. You might say, how, ladies and gentlemen, how are you such a prescient towel? And it's because of my enduring love for all of you. I pay attention, and as such, we all, as towels, become rewarded. Now, I just remembered we scrolled literally so far. You saw a week of my Twitter feed, which involved so many of you videos and posts. It took us almost an hour. Oh, by the way, I just want to, so someone has shown extra kindness today, and they're helping the feed get a lot of boost in the algorithm through reactions to the stream. It doesn't actually show your name, but stand up, take credit. You deserve it. You helped this feed today, and I really appreciate all the reactions, all the comments, all the likes. You all didn't have to show this kind of outpouring of support for Little Towel to help the feed reach so many people. It warms Little Towel's heart. This is about helping people learn about the evidence in not just this case, but how the judicial system works, engendering cogent public discourse, serving as a modern public information service in the style of Lord Reed to educate, inform, and entertain the public in that order, with entertainment as a bootstrap to educate and inform, as I mentioned. And by doing those two things, ladies and gentlemen, your cogent participation in the public sphere, your compassion and love for each other and for Towel, and just all around goodness makes this the exemplar, to use the Rawlsian term that Alan Jackson deployed in court yesterday, definitely because he listens to this stream sometimes. You are the exemplar of public reason. You are the very best of what I think informed public participation looks like, and as a result, you helping this stream reach more people is literally warming Little Towel's heart during an otherwise tough moment. It means so much to me. But yes, we have things to get caught up on. We must watch the Ring video. We must, ladies and gentlemen. As a Towel, I feel duty-bound to show this clip. It's a little long, but we have a little time, and we're going to watch it together as Towel continues to monitor court coming into session. Let's watch it. It's devastating for Karen Reed, and we know folks are going to be frustrated that the Karen cam's coming online because Karen's supporters don't like it. But ladies and gentlemen, we're just a few minutes away from session. Here we go. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Thank you all again for all of your support of Towel channel and for your support of Towel and just for being wonderful people.
Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no. video. No.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right?
My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm back. Okay, towel friends, we must pause because this is very interesting because I want you to notice Bill Reed is going to get up and not come back. Okay, folks? During this session of testimony about his daughter and the ring videos and the broken taillight that morning. But we have had an arrival. Sorry, I switched up my display orientation today. I'm going to have to change this. I can't see an important part of the window. I'm a towel. All right. We are going to look at the arrival of the O'Keefe family, or at least Paul and some of the O'Keefe supporters. I did not see Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. They normally do not walk up the stairs. They normally are allowed to get dropped off a little closer because even Karen's parents, if they need it, can be dropped off closer. Okay. So let's be little towels. Now, sorry about that. I didn't mean to yell. I just opened a window that I didn't open it. I made it too large. There we go. Little towels. We have it. Now, give me 1 second for it to buffer. Let me unmute. And let's pause. I think that is Paul. Give me 1 second, little towels. Give me 1 second. That is Paul indeed. It's just the camera feed is very poor right now. That is not our fault, ladies and gentlemen. It is the pool feed. I'm pretty sure that is Paul, though. I can't actually see. Is it? Yeah, that's Paul O'Keefe. It's just the camera, for whatever reason, is broadcasting in a very, I don't know how to explain it, very odd way. It's very... the FPS or something must be low to keep the broadcast signal buffer stable. But yeah, it's very poor. It's not actually capturing the people's bodies. It's almost like holograms. All right, here we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We're waiting for the 10 a.m. start of testimony in today's day 14 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, and it looks like we have the arrival of at least some members of the O'Keefe family and friends who will be sitting in court today. It looks like Paul O'Keefe leading the charge. This is the live feed from the ground, so apologies. It is not your screen. Do not adjust your digital devices. It is just the live feed. We'll watch it now. There's Paul O'Keefe. I believe that might be Tara Kerrigan. The O'Keefe supporters walking in with the family. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be in session any moment now. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Join us soon. Okay, I got a plan, little towels. What we'll do is, since we have the live feed, let's see if anyone else arrives, and then we'll do all the clips at once, so we don't have to do different arrival clips. And we have the benefit, the wonderful benefit of being able to jump forward in time. Oh my goodness, it's Hank Brennan. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan gets his own clip. Everyone, it is time to get in the towel chat. Hank Brennan has arrived in court. Towels in the towel chat. We must support Mr. Brennan. How can you not follow Mr. Brennan? How dare you? How dare you, sir? I now demand that we redress our grievances with the court pool operator who did not film Mr. Brennan walking up the stairs. This is an outrage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a fluffy towel. I'm an outrage towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the arrival of Hank Brennan at court today for day 14 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Tune in live as Alan Jackson hopefully ends his horrific 10-hour cross of a state police officer, and then Brennan will get up on redirect. We're going to watch Brennan walking in right now. The Towel friends are absolutely losing it in the chat. Whenever they see Hank Brennan, they just cannot help but celebrate. We see Mr. Brennan walking methodically, confidently, coolly, calmly, an honorary towel, Mr. Brennan is, into court. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was so good, we have to watch it again. Mr. Brennan walks down the sidewalk. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan just rolling into court with all of the confidence in the world, ready for his redirect, horrified probably at Alan Jackson's 10-hour cross, which has gone nowhere and was basically a filibuster. Hank Brennan is a man ready to put Karen Reed in prison. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see it in the comments. The Towel friends have absolutely lost it. This is what the chat will be like. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join us. Celebrate what may be Hank Brennan's greatest magisterial moment as he comes up on redirect following Alan Jackson's literally filibuster-based, bloviator-based 10-hour cross. Ladies and gentlemen, it should be good. What bombshells are to come? Tune in, find out, watch live. See the Karen Cam with the world and chat with the Towel friends. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis and watch us reach 1,000 subscribers. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be a glorious Towel Channel day. And today's stream, of course, is in honor of my father, Frederick Ellis, who sadly passed away overnight after a valiant battle with cancer. And may Towel do justice to the legacy of public service and protection of the most vulnerable that my father left on this earth, both through his service to family, his service to the most vulnerable, and his service to this Commonwealth. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless my father, Frederick Ellis, and may he rest in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to do that. We had the opportunity to make a clip. We saw Hank Brennan arrive at court. We get to be towels. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anything that will bring about brighter days during the crashing waves of an otherwise intense storm upon Towel's ship? Is there anything that brings more bright solace than the arrival of Hank Brennan at court? Cool, calm, collected, ready to put Karen Reed in prison. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can call him Mr. Hank Brennan. You can call him the Hankinator. You can even call him Super Towel. He is a man on a mission. Prosecutor Hank Brennan arrives for day 14 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Two cheers from the Towel faithful. Ladies and gentlemen, this Mr. Brennan is confident and ready to put Miss Reed away. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Towel wrote a wonderful post about Hank Brennan. Can you ask truly for anything more than a post about Hank Brennan? We are almost ready. We are almost ready, ladies and gentlemen. You can sense it in the air. You can sense the Towel friends are ready. You can sense Hank Brennan is ready. And now we'll see if Karen Reed arrives. Oh, God bless you. Gobi Steph Yo. I'm humbled for your condolences, and I'm honored to welcome you into the honorary Towel fold. Truly, God bless you, dear Towel friend, and welcome. I'm sure you will find many compassionate and wonderful Towel friends here who I'm sure you all can tell Towel appreciates greatly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're time traveling. We are time traveling towels. Yes, we are time traveling. You are watching. We have broken the laws of thermodynamics. I don't know if those necessarily apply to time travel, but by God, we are just jumping through time like little towels on a mission. And you may be saying, oh my word, Grant, time travel does not work that way. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I will not be deterred. If I want to time travel, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, is there no Bill Reed today? Oh, no, he's dropping. He's probably driving the car. Is that Bill Reed driving the car or Nathan Reed? It's probably Bill Reed. We're not going to say there's no Bill Reed until we confirm as much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Little Towel. Oh, I know that trooper. He's a nice guy. I see him at protests sometimes when I'm walking near school. Hi, trooper. No, that might not actually be him. Oh, a lot of the troopers look the same. I'm not saying that derogatorily. They wear their hat down so you can't see their eyes, so you don't know if it's your friend. I wouldn't call him my friend. I just wave at him. No, that's not him. There is one of the troopers there, though, so I'm always like, hi, trooper. He's like, hi, Grant. There's Karen Reed. He's pulling it. She's pulling up. I'm a towel. We shall commentate on the arrival of Miss Reed. Oh, it's all a choreographed play, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is all a choreographed play. The most damning evidence against Karen is the broken taillight, the pieces, the DNA evidence, the videos of Karen driving around in that window between 5:08 a.m. and 5:35 a.m., the fact that John's phone never moved off the lawn between 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds and 50 or after 6 a.m. that morning when he was discovered by Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much damning evidence against Karen, it may as well bury her under a mountain. It is not a molehill, but a mountain, I declare, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you, bossy Texas chick. Sometimes sardonic commentary is truly the apex of human participation in the juridical process, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Okay, who gets the glamour shot today? Are we going to give it to Karen, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, all the lawyers are just leaving Karen at the back of the pack. She has been abandoned. She is the black sheep. Bah. Okay, here we go. Oh, Karen wanted to give a little wave. Oh, she's feeling upbeat. Oh, no, she stuck her tongue out. Nope, that's what she gets. She gets the tongue stuck out as the clip. Here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just a few minutes away now from the start of today's 10 a.m. presentation of evidence in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. We see Karen Reed's arrival on the screen below, tongue stuck out. Karen looks like some kind of confused Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That's not actually Karen. Alan Jackson is the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. But tune in nonetheless. Is Bill Reed going to show up at court? Will a court officer be monitoring him again to prevent him from staring at the jurors? Am I a towel? Watch all this and more. YouTube.com/GrantSmithEllis. Let's watch Karen's arrival. Karen brought up the back of the pack, ladies and gentlemen. The back of the pack. Look at these moments. Let's listen live. Karen continues to be a towel. That is not... I don't want to watch the China's foreign ministry press conference. Now I have to start the whole clip again. How dare you? How dare you? I can't enlarge anything because now we were about to watch China's foreign ministry's press conference. I will not show communists on this screen. I swear, ladies and gentlemen, I am a lot of things. I am a towel. I am a horse racing announcer towel. I am a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, but I am not a communist. And I will not give a platform to communists, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to be a communist, I mean, I'm a little bit concerned about that. I don't want you feeding state secrets to the Russians or the Chinese. But by God, Towel is not a communist. I want to make that very clear. And we will not platform the Chinese Communist Party on Towel Stream under no circumstance. Oh, dear God. Good thing we did blank out that audio because there isn't actually audio of Karen coming into court. It's just a loud, high-pitched buzzing noise, which is even worse. Sorry, folks, no audio, and this is the biggest picture you're getting of Karen. And we need the tongue stick. No, that's not the tongue stick. Give me the... Karen, where is it? I know you stuck your tongue out. There. Oh, I almost missed it. No, I have a frame by frame. Karen, we will frame by frame you. There you go. There it is. And no, this is the video we're getting of Karen. I think we can make it a little bit larger, okay? Just a little, because you're towels. Okay, everybody ready? Everybody ready? Here we go. Oh, yes. I was like, why are they all laughing? I went on a rant. I was like, I'm a lot of things. I am not a communist. We will not platform. Yes, exactly. There is nothing against the Chinese people, but I am not platforming the Chinese Communist Party. I'm not a communist. I don't support the Chinese state. I don't support the Russian state. I am an American, and I will not platform the Chinese Communist Party foreign minister giving a press conference. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that's the line. I will cover a lot of things. I will not give a platform to the Chinese Communist Party. Write it in stone. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We're redoing the clip of Karen Reed's arrival at court as we await for testimony, the start of testimony at 10 a.m. for the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, day 14. Hank Brennan, prosecutor, arrived cool, calm, confident, collected, ready to start his redirect after Alan Jackson's go nowhere 10-hour bloviator-based cross of a state police officer where Alan revealed his own client's affair on John O'Keefe. For some reason, that was Karen just tormenting John as their relationship ended before they got into an argument in the early morning of January 29, 2022, before Karen allegedly with a BAC 2 to 4 times the legal limit backed her car up to 24.2 miles an hour and then crashed her car into John, breaking her taillight and leaving John to die from a traumatic head injury and hypothermia on a lawn where John's phone showed he never moved from 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. until after 6 a.m. the next morning when he was found. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be wondering, have you covered a lot of things today, Grant, before Karen's arrival? Yes, we just explained why I will never give a platform to the Chinese Communist Party, but that's not really relevant to this clip. But yes, let's watch Karen Reed's arrival at court. There's no audio for this, folks. The audio was very bad, and it was just a loud buzzing sound. But you can see Karen's lawyers pulling up the front of the pack. That might be the tech guy, Bob Alessi with a haircut, Alan Jackson is a marshmallow man, David Yannetti, Karen Reed is in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen cam is turning on. By the time we finish this clip, it'll almost be time to go into session. Tune in, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Karen is not a towel, but we have lots of towel friends on the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, there's Eliza Little. She doesn't look like she's having a good day. We don't know who that other person is. Good for them. More power to them. Oh, Karen gets a hug from some people. They welcome her and walk with her. There are 2 of them up into court. I believe that is a woman named Chrissy. I can't actually tell. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen has arrived at court. I'm a towel, and we do not give a platform to the Chinese Communist Party on Towel Stream. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I'm not really sure if you're going to be able to figure out the relevance of that. That's okay. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I have set off a very large debate I see about the distinction between the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people, which we all admit here on Towel Stream is absolutely valid. We do not necessarily hold the sins of the Chinese Communist Party against the Chinese people. Ladies and gentlemen, we are better than that as towels. We are towels, ladies and gentlemen, and we will show that there is more to the world than just divisions by nation states. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, what if you wanted me to stop the fan from spinning? I did it. But I actually have better news for you. We're going to the Karen cam. We should be in session within any moment, folks. It should be just after 10 a.m. The Karen cam is preparing itself. The horses are entering the stables. We are going to switch now. Get ready. Get ready for it, folks. Now we will start loading up the Karen cam. The one thing that you have all waited for. You all tune in for this. You all wait for this. It is the biggest moment of the day. Towel enjoys putting his logos and making it hard for people who are malicious to subversively screenshot the Karen cam and share it without permission. I find that hilarious. Oh, look, I can stop the fan. I stopped the fan from spinning. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. It is a glorious day for Towels. Towel's trying to keep himself in good spirits. You know what I'm saying? Got to be a towel sometimes. Karen cam, ladies and gentlemen. The Karen cam is loaded up. The Hank cam's coming online. We're going to turn on the Karen and whoever's sitting next to her cam next. We're going to turn on the Bill and Jana Reed cam. We may even turn on the David Yannetti cam. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we spare no cam expense, although this isn't really an expense, but I do this at a loss on Towel Stream. And you might be saying, sir, why is there a picture of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca? And I put that up there so you don't have to look at a fan spinning. It is very nauseating. And you also can see all of your wonderful towel comments on the bottom left hand of the screen. I can also bring up your towel comments and look at them on my feed. Dewdrops is the queen of the towels and the queen of the towelettes. Indeed, there is no question about it. I'm also a towel. Remember, folks, we may hit the very special 1,000 towel subscriber mark today. Oh, someone sent 3 coffees over. God bless you, dear friends. But, folks, we may hit the 1,000 towel subscriber mark today. It would be a big day for Towel Stream. It would be a big day for towels everywhere. And I will tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are at, I don't exactly know, but I'm going to figure it out. How many towel subscribers are we at? It's a little bit difficult sometimes. Let's see here. Towel friends, we were at 950 earlier. We may be heading even higher as we wait for court to come into session. Just a few minutes away now. We are at 950 subscribers. We are moving in. Well, it actually hasn't reloaded. I can't make it reload right now. I'm sorry. It's actually a little delayed. One of them says 946. We're working on it, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading in the right direction. Towel Stream is a conflagration. There are just all sorts of things that we're doing. And we are also, of course, honoring dear Towel's father, who passed away last night, Frederick Ellis, and all of your compassion and consolation has made this morning a little bit more comforting for Towel in a tough moment, and Towel will always appreciate that. Now, don't forget, folks, if you want to like the channel, if you want to subscribe, now's the time to do it. We're getting ready to come into session here. You can see you will be the first people to know when court comes into session because the Karen cam will turn on. We also have the courtroom feed waiting in the background, ready and engaged as soon as court comes into session. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we even came into a situation earlier where I had to go on a rant about the Chinese Communist Party. And you might say, Grant, what did you rant about? And I ranted about how we cannot air statements from the Chinese Foreign Ministry because Towel clicks the wrong video on YouTube. We will not do it. Not happening. Now, Karen Reed and her lawyers have arrived for day 14 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Karen Cam coverage should begin right after 10 a.m. Eastern. Also, I went on a rant about why I won't air statements from the Chinese Communist Party. Although that's not relevant to the case. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, no one will ever say Towel does not have a sense of humor. Yes, I am a towel, and I indeed am willing to voice my opinion about how I will not platform. I will platform people from China, but I will not platform the Chinese Communist Party. No, ladies and gentlemen, I won't do it. I won't do it. You cannot make me. Under no circumstances. I don't care. I'm not doing it. Other people can get in. I am not Richard Nixon. I will not engage with the Chinese Communist Party. I don't believe in it. We might be able to have discussions after Towel spends a little bit of time getting foreign policy experience. Maybe I'll learn more about the virtues of engaging with the Chinese Communist Party. But for now, oh, ladies and gentlemen, I stand firm. Oh, well, Brooks, I switched to vaping. I'm working hard. Towel has found full plant vapes. They have all of the cannabinoids Towel needs for his medicine, so Towel doesn't have to use prednisone. Towel was aware that smoking wasn't ideal, but the medicine Towel uses, if you can't consume all of the plant, it's not good and it doesn't help. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Get ready. We're coming into session. Folks, 20-second warning. 20-second warning. Ready your towels to peaceful arms.
All right, good morning. I came in to 3 motions.
Here we go, folks. We're going to hear it now.
You are unmuted. Now open and make a seat.
All right, good morning. I came in to 3 motions that I did not have when I checked email before coming to court today. So I'll hear you quickly on these. I've had a chance to read them. So, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you. Let's today focus on the Bowden ones. We can focus on the other one later.
My motion memorandum on Bowden just iterates my objections continuously at sidebar, that not all evidence is admissible, characterization of evidence is not admissible, and the defense should have the ability and intention to follow up with substantive proof if they're going to ask a question. It's not limitless. Bowden is wide parameters to ask the investigator about their state of mind, about the scope of the investigation, but it has boundaries of reasonableness. And my earlier objections about offering information that go in beyond Bowden, delve into third-party, inadmissible evidence, those objections are what compelled me to draft this motion. And I can continue and will continue to object during the case, but once the questions are asked, if they're improper, the jury hears them, it inflames the jury. And without a basis and an intention to follow it up with substantive proof, the question should not be asked.
So the one point I want you to focus on, Mr. Brennan, is the specific evidence regarding materials that Sergeant Buchanan has not been able to look at.
You want me to...
Is that something we can do here in open court, or based on the protective order, is that something that should be done at sidebar?
Sidebar.
All right. Why don't you come up, Mr. Jackson?
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar to begin the day. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan has started the day by raising an objection to Karen Reed's team continuing to raise a Bowden without permission. The Karen cam is live. Turtle Boy is not in court. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just scenes in the Karen Reed trial as we wait for the first sidebar of the day to conclude. Little Towel is with you. We are monitoring. The sidebar is protracted. We see there's no one yet returning on the Karen cam. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what will happen next? You simply cannot predict. The Karen Reed trial simply moves along. Yes, Nathan Reed does not have a tie on. What kind of tie did he have on? What was on the tie? Ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar continues. The sidebar doth continues. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, these are moments. I repeat, we have moments, ladies and gentlemen. Simply moments. And we monitor now. Now look, ladies and gentlemen, there's room for a court officer. Will they sit next to Bill Reed? We don't know. Nathan was forced to take his pink tie off. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we'll record this. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we have our first piece of news after the beginning of a motion hearing to start the day in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Karen Reed's brother, Nathan Reed, has been forced to take off his pink tie while he sits in court. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the Reed family is being closely monitored. Oh, how will today's proceedings play out? Hank Brennan is moving again to stop the Reed defense from without permission of the court, trying to introduce third-party culprits such as Chewbacca, who's actually a dog named Chloe in a wig, and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Tune in live, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, and watch more of a tieless Nathan Reed and the cam as things unfold throughout the day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Okay, wait, so it wasn't actually Nathan Reed who had a pink tie? That's okay. We will not report that then. I was going to cross-reference with him walking in before I made the clip anyway. That would have been hilarious, though. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. So did Nathan Reed walk into court with a pink T-shirt, with a pink tie, and then was he forced to take it off? We're going to have to compare footage. We need to compare footage. Yes, okay. So we've now determined that might have been someone else, but we'll double-check. But either way, yes, ladies and gentlemen, it was reported that Nathan Reed threw a Burberry coat on the floor the other day and got in a little bit of trouble with his own father. My name's GrantSmithEllis, and we are monitoring closely, ladies and gentlemen. The Towel Friends are joining the chat. We are ebbing closer to 1,000 Towel subscribers by the moment, and I am trying to not become horse racer announcer Towel in the interest of saving my voice. Oh, we got another subscriber. Ladies and gentlemen, 951. It is a climb. It is a climb to 1,000. Yep, that's okay. We double-checked. Nathan Reed did not have a pink tie on. So, therefore, it was really just the first section that we need to be concerned with, which was the motion hearing. The problem is, though, the motion hearing is still ongoing, and I would like to tell people about it. And it won't cause issues, I suppose, because we're still not back in session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are being tormented. We are being tormented. A sidebar, a protracted sidebar. Day 14 of the Karen Reed and, no, we're going to say John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. And Karen Reed retrial begins with a motion hearing as to 3 documents submitted by Hank Brennan. The first has to do with Reed's defense violating court orders and trying to raise third-party culprits without permission yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at sidebar, a protracted sidebar, and we monitor. We, the Towel Faithful, we monitor, ladies and gentlemen. We do not give up. We monitor. Are we coming back? We are now at sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we monitor so closely. We're still at sidebar. This is a protracted sidebar. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a protracted sidebar. We are having a motion hearing to start the day. Towel is trying to figure out if we actually have these motions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a protracted sidebar. Now, you might be saying, we seem to have a lot of sidebars. And we do, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot of sidebars. There are a lot of sidebars in this case. That's why we say sidebar. Sidebar is becoming a bit of a term. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I keep you interested during these sidebars. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have one role as a towel, and that is to keep you engaged to learn about the juridical process. Oh, what's that? There's no Aidan Kearney in court today, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, he's not there all week. Not just for one witness, but for every witness. There is no Aidan Kearney. Ladies and gentlemen, my word, ladies and gentlemen, there is so much going on. We're waiting for court to come into session. We're in a sidebar. Karen is at the sidebar, and Little Towel is being a little towel. And you might say, sir, we are well aware you are a towel. And I would say yes, but I have to remind you because I want you to know that I truly believe I'm an anthropomorphic towel. Now, hopefully Alan Jackson doesn't take too long on cross, and hopefully this motion hearing just gets over with. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I see movement. I may have spoken too soon, ladies and gentlemen. We're still waiting for the sidebar to end. Yes, we've started the day with the early morning motion hearing. Court was supposed to start at 10. We could have started at 9 to do a motion hearing. Instead, it started after 10, which means now we have to sit here and wait, and then they're going to do a motion hearing. And then after the motion hearing, the jurors will come in. Now, the first of 3 motions filed has been heard by Judge Cannoni. Then we went to sidebar. Now, Towel is in horse racing announcer towel mode, and we're waiting to come back into session. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, get in your bids. Here, get in your bids. I'm not sure what we're bidding about. It must be on the ponies. The ponies, they run around. They are actually horses, and they run around in a circle. Hank Brennan seems to understand the point is to get to the finish line. Alan Jackson gets lost, goes to the infield, starts lecturing people about Chewbacca. It gets very confusing. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, get your bets in, get your bets in. That's what we're going to have to become. I'm going to have to become an auctioneering towel because I don't know how else to get through these long sidebars. An auctioneering towel, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have things on the auction today, such as a giant reddened Stay Puft Marshmallow Man doll. We don't actually have this. There's nowhere you can bid. Do not attempt to bid on the giant Stay Puft Marshmallow Man doll. It does not exist. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, oh, you came at a good time, Christina. We are just getting into auctioneering towel mode. I'm not really sure what I'm auctioning. It seemed to have been some kind of giant toy Stay Puft Marshmallow Man that I don't actually have, so don't place any bids. This is not a real auction. I'm just talking really fast like an auctioneer because I don't know how else to get us through these extended sidebars, and I guess I can practice using my words really quickly in order to see the space in which my speech can come out at this as an opportunity to practice. It seems that I can rattle off words extremely quickly when I really want to, and I don't know if this is necessarily the most effective way to speak to people because I don't know if they can retain everything that I'm saying. So, that, however, may be some type of rhetorical syntactical skill that I can deploy in other contexts in order to speak really quickly, in order to awe people and induce them into some type of hypnotic rhythm and then deliver messages to them that engender and uplift their understanding and cogency or discourse related to matters of the utmost public concern. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have figured out that I am able to speak very, very quickly. Oh, yes, and therefore I should deploy this skill. I kind of feel like I could be in some kind of oration. I could deliver words very quickly at rapid fire, and they'd be like, wow, that man speaks very, very quickly. I could be the person at the end of radio commercials who just says things really fast. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless all of you for all of your support today. There was even a super towel chat I missed earlier. I'm so sorry. It might have come in while I was reading. Things were going so fast. Ladies and gentlemen, I am just blessed to have all of you towel friends around. Speech is perfect, Grant. Oh, Deaf Otter, I'm going to become an excellent rhetorical, syntactical deployer of fast speech. Mark my words, ladies and gentlemen, I'll become auctioneering towel in no time. Absolutely, there's no question about it. And not only will I become auctioneering towel, but I have important things to say about the nature of the evidentiary process and how engendering cogent public discourse in the wider public sphere wards off usurpation of our political processes by self-interested and greedy people. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, towel can just rattle it off. In fact, I think I'm saying things so quickly that even if you had closed captions on, they would be flying by the screen so quickly even the robots are going to start saying, oh dear God, this human being speaks very fast, yet is actually saying real words that make sense in context. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking to the bots that generate the closed captioning now. I want to let them know that they're good little bots, and I appreciate all their hard work processing a rapid-paced speaking anthropomorphic towel who thinks he's a horse racing announcer towel while also at the same time an auctioneering announcer towel that sometimes pretends he's David Attenborough while observing people in court. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we absolutely have put it all together. Apparently, people are not used to hearing human beings speak that fast. I can do this for fun. I'm not really sure what it means. We will have to figure out how to deploy this syntactical skill in a benevolent manner in order to engender cogent public discourse, as I was talking about earlier, such as to ward off usurpation of the Republic. I haven't really... Oh, we're going to get a membership parade. Congratulations, Cat and Sicilian Queen and My King of Kings and B Rabbit and Mary Ankle Moon. You from Val, who's wonderful, have been gifted towel memberships. Enjoy your new special emojis. Court is not over. The sidebar is not over. But it is a towel membership parade. Apparently, Val enjoyed that I was speaking at such a rapid pace in order to deliver important information of the highest order to the wider public at large. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Val. You are a true super towel, and all of the little towels are pleased to sing your praises as you have rained down special towel emojis on so many towel friends. It is a glorious moment, ladies and gentlemen, as the sidebar continues. Even during sidebars, you never know what can happen on Towel Stream. You could just be standing there, and all of a sudden, you have towel emojis. What better way to celebrate the day, ladies and gentlemen, and to honor the legacy of Towel's father, Frederick Ellis, who I am keeping in mind during today's stream, who passed away sadly overnight from cancer. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you might think that it is hard for Towel, which it is, but seeing you all supporting each other and saying such kind words to Towel keeps me strong. Ladies and gentlemen, is the sidebar almost over? Okay, we might be going from sidebar. We might have done all the motions at sidebar, And now the jurors might be entering. Stay with Little Towel. We could be into session in as soon as 20 seconds. I am a towel.
Let's bring in the jury. Will that take a couple minutes, Paul? Okay, thank you.
All rise, please.
All rise. We are at another break while the jurors come in. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, oh, no, don't do it. Oh, how dare you? How dare you, sir? Do not show that fan. We do not support the fan on Towel Stream. Oh, praise Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Not as idols. We cannot be idolatrous, ladies and gentlemen, but they have stopped us from having to look at the fan. And you might say, sir, it makes me dizzy to look at the fan. I cannot thank you enough for the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. And yes, I will say to you all, ladies and gentlemen, those are the benefits of watching Towel Stream. You don't just get the Karen cam. You get the Stay Puft Marshmallow and Chewbacca Man cam. Chewbacca Man. Yes, they will save us from having to look at the fan, ladies and gentlemen. We all love Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And yes, whoever asked, this is a full day, ladies and gentlemen. Testimony should be starting up right about now. The Karen cam is active. It'll turn on as soon as jurors come over. We should be starting up in just a few minutes. Ready your towels. Ready your towels, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, hold on. Oh, God bless you, Crime Cricket. I'm so sorry to hear that. Your mother passed, my dear friend. Know that I'm so glad you're with us today, and Towel is here with you, and these tough moments can sometimes be made lighter in the company of fellow Towel friends who I'm sure will be quick to also embrace you with condolences and compassion. And Little Towel is here with you as well, Crime Cricket. So thank you for sharing with us, dear friend, and I'm so sorry to hear about the passing of your mother, and Little Towel will have you and your family in his thoughts and prayers all day, my dear friend. Truly, Crime Cricket, all of the Little Towels are thinking of you today, dear friend. And ladies and gentlemen, we are at the very last moments of recess. It's not even a recess, it is just the jury walking into court. And the cameras will be turning on in just a few seconds here. As soon as you see the Karen cam go live, we will be back into session. It is a day of honoring Towel's father, Frederick Ellis, who passed away overnight from cancer. Crime Cricket, the dear, wonderful Towel friend, has lost their dear mother over the weekend. And it is a day where we are keeping in mind those who have passed, and as we always do, keeping in mind justice for John O'Keefe. And we are waiting for court to come into session. We just finished an early morning motion hearing, which wasn't really a motion hearing. It was more just a sidebar discussion. Now it was about Karen Reed continually trying to raise a third-party culprit defense without court permission. And now, please check in motions by... so the Aruba incident, remember, originally was going to come up, but Hank Brennan has the witnesses from Aruba on the list and can call them in rebuttal. There might be a motion about it, I'll check, but they can be called no matter what, they're already on the witness list. Yes. Yeah, no, it's not good for Karen. He's saying he wants to voir dire Buchanan because AJ is asking him questions that are outside. Yeah, that's basically what's going on. But look, we only know Yuri is on the witness list today, the state trooper, Yuri Buchanan. And then we think that John O'Keefe's niece and nephew are going to be next. That normally is about an hour and a half, and it's closed. We don't see any of that. You're really not even supposed to report on it. So please... There might be summaries, but please look at the media order. Please do not. This is this very unique and special week. Turtle Boy's not in the courtroom as far as I understand. John DePetro is, from what I understand. Please be cautious. Please follow the media order.
You are unmuted.
Okay, folks, we're coming back into session. Stay with Little Towel. And yes, please follow the rules about reporting on the niece and nephew's testimony if that does happen today. Oh, okay, hold on. To my what account? To my X account, Louisa? Yeah, okay, I'm going to look at it now. There's a motion. We'll look at it at the first break, okay, folks? We have a motion. Luisa Ramirez was kind enough to send it for us, and we'll be able to take a look more at the first break. But that break, for now, we're going to watch the presentation of evidence.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni. Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Julius. Good morning. We appreciate your patience this morning. We're trying really hard to cut back on the sidebar conferences, so we spent some time this morning, hopefully paving the way for that to be able to happen. So we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here for the week? Everyone said no. Thank you. Could we have Sergeant Buchanan again, please? And Mr. Jackson, you can go to the podium.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Sergeant, I'll remind you you're under arrest. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you, just to start off with, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that a snowplow driver had reported having seen a Ford Edge being moved into a location in front of 34 Fairview sometime in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We learned about a plow truck driver. I don't believe his recollection was as you described, though.
Do you remember him mentioning a Ford Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that the Ford Edge had been moved? He had passed by, it wasn't there. At some point, he passed by again, and it was there, impeding his plow route.
Yes.
Okay. What is your best memory about when he said he believed the Ford Edge? Sorry, I guess a better way to put it is, when did he say he first saw the Ford Edge in place in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't remember exactly. I know it was during the middle of the night. My not adopting your narrative was the fact that he saw it being moved there.
Understood. I figured that. I clocked that as soon as I said it. He didn't see it moved. He saw it. He saw 34 Fairview without it there. Then about an hour later, it was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would about 3:30 in the morning sound right to you in terms of what he reported, in terms of the time that he saw it there?
It sounds right, but I'm not sure of the exact time. My report would reflect the accurate time.
Fair enough. Let me see if I can grab that report real quick. Let me ask this. Well, it's a very lengthy report. Instead of making you sit there and wait, let me just ask this. Do you remember him saying that he had first plowed the area free of the Ford Edge? In other words, first passed in front of 34 Fairview around 2:30 in the morning? Does that sound right?
I believe his dispatch time for the plowing of the roads that evening was 2:30. But again, I would have to look at my report.
That's fine. And then it was sometime subsequent there too that he saw the Ford Edge in place? Maybe an hour later?
Sounds about right, again.
Okay. Did you take any investigative steps when you learned about this snowplow driver to determine who, if anyone, might have owned a Ford Edge associated with 34 Fairview?
I did not know.
Did your investigation ever reveal that the Albert family actually had a Ford Edge at the time?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second to One Meadows, if I could, and ring video evidence associated with One Meadows. You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Reed's SUV returned back to One Meadows. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You did receive a search warrant returned from the Ring Corporation in furtherance of a search warrant executed by Trooper Proctor, correct? Former Trooper Proctor.
Evidence was returned by Ring, yes.
And in addition to the actual video recordings, there was also an activity log that was returned associated with that time and that location from the Ring Corporation, correct?
There was a key log identifying each video that was provided by the time and date when the video was recorded. It's not an activity log per se for the account. It's strictly a key describing the video, telling you what time the video was recorded.
During the entirety of your investigation, was there any evidence uncovered at all that Ms. Reed had accessed the account information associated with that Ring account?
No evidence could be provided by Ring documenting that activity.
But there is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone?
Yes.
Who is the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John O'Keefe's cell phone?
I'm not 100% sure.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to refresh your recollection to take a look at a report, and perhaps.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Refreshes your recollection. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, having looked at this report, does that refresh your recollection as to who may have accessed that Ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it says that investigators accessed the ring application.
Thank you. I want to show you one other document, if I could.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just handed you what purports to be the search warrant return for the ring, from the ring company, correct?
I got to take a look through all of it.
Of course. Take your time. Thank you, Sergeant. Have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have.
Does it indicate that in addition to several other files, there is a login session report that was produced by the Ring Corporation as well? It's highlighted on that page.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, just to make sure I'm very clear about this, nothing from the Ring Corporation suggested or intimated that Ms. Reed actually accessed any of that Ring account information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony on direct examination related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions, the parallel abrasions that you described, correct?
I believe bruising is very similar to abrasion.
Okay, that's my question. Can we, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we show Exhibit 1? It's already been introduced. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw in terms of the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's arm while at the hospital, if not exactly like this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What did you mean when you said you saw bruising on his arm? What were you talking about?
I actually indicated bruising on his right hand, the back of his right hand.
Okay, fair enough. From his wrist, when I say arm, can we agree, at least for this purpose for the purposes of this discussion, that I mean from the wrist up to the shoulder? Mm-hmm. Did you see any bruising from the wrist to his shoulder?
I saw exactly what's depicted there with the abrasions and lacerations.
Okay. You know what lividity is, correct?
I do.
Okay. Describe for the jurors what lividity is.
Lividity is the pooling of blood inside the body as a deceased individual falls or is positioned naturally with gravity. Blood begins to settle in the lowest portions of the body. If you're laying face down, it'd be your face. It also contours to the imprint or the force that's exerted on the body from below. If someone's deceased on TV remote control, you can see the remote control, the buttons underneath from the pressure.
So it's a bluish, purplish discoloration of the skin, not from an impact, but from the pooling of blood after the heart stops, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see an area at the upper arm that the skin looks discolored in addition to the abrasions that we see?
I'm sorry, I was looking at that one.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Yes. Right up toward the upper biceps, triceps area.
I see that area, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with lividity rather than bruising?
I would not agree with that, no.
You believe that that's a bruise?
I believe that that's a laceration.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the discoloration of the skin, the reddish purplish hue of the skin, separate and apart from the abrasion, from the abrasions or lacerations to the skin. The discoloration. Do you see that discoloration or no?
I do not know.
You do not?
I do not know.
Okay, we can take that down. As you sit here today, you're not suggesting that you saw bruising from the wrist to the shoulder on John O'Keefe's arm?
Nothing that stood out to me.
Okay.
I observed lacerations and abrasions.
All right, thank you. I want to shift gears one more time and ask you about your trip to Dighton and the seizure of the SUV. You testified that you seized the SUV somewhere, I think your testimony on direct examination was somewhere around 4:15, 4:17, something like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does 4:12 sound like it could be a reasonable time that SUV was actually seized in Massachusetts State Police custody?
It could be reasonable. I'd have to refer to the video evidence that, and then also the exact time that we advised the defendant that we are going to be seizing it. I guess it could be argued that that's when it was seized. Even we had the intent to seize it right there.
Right. Took the key fob, went outside, had a had a tow truck driver actually put it onto the back of a flatbed. Ultimately, it was transported, correct?
Correct.
And you became aware at some point that there was video evidence. You just referenced it. Video evidence of that. I'm going to call it seizure process. Is that right?
Yes.
And that video evidence had a timestamp on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're also aware, as the supervisor of Michael Proctor, that he swore under oath in multiple affidavits in support of search warrants that the SUV was seized at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time, because you were actually there, and you knew when the vehicle was seized, that stating under oath in an affidavit that it was 5:30 p.m. and not 4:12 p.m., that was a false statement, correct?
There's a discrepancy in time there, yes.
Did you take any action, you yourself as a supervisor, did you take any action to correct that false or misleading state? Let me ask it a different way. Did you take any action to correct that time to the accurate time of 4:12 in any of the affidavits that you became aware of?
No, the actual time of the seizure through the video we learned much later. So the approximate time of 5:30, although inaccurate, I did not take any action to correct it, no.
And you received that video as a production from the defense. You did not have access to that video, correct?
Yes.
And so at the time that Michael Proctor actually wrote and drafted these affidavits and swore to them under oath, he did not know that a video existed, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to word it differently.
Sure. At the time that let me ask it a different way. At the time that you reviewed his declarations under oath, you did not know that a video existed.
No, we did not know.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I want to ask you about something that was brought up on direct examination. Sustained findings as it pertains to you. You've already talked about the fact that, Sergeant, you're a supervisor and were a supervisor back in January of 2022 moving forward over Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, as a supervisor, your job is to properly and professionally supervise, show some authority over those in your charge. Is that right?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was, in fact, a trooper in your charge.
Yes.
And you would agree that your supervision has a direct impact on the character and quality of the subordinate investigators that you supervise.
Yes.
The whole point of having supervision and a chain of command is to establish a certain amount of, for lack of a better phrase, quality control of the subordinates.
Yes.
That would also include quality control over the subordinates' investigations.
Yes.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DiCicco, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Buchanan, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know it's probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
yes.
The only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DeChico sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and admitted.
Sure, we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
I can. What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
May I have just a second? Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification. I'm sorry, I would ask that it be marked, the entire document be marked for identification.
Yes.
you're gonna need this.
It's Exhibit FF for ID.
And with the court's permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
So are you admitting into evidence page 263?
I would.
Do you have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
And can you redact it before it's admitted, please?
It's been redacted.
Okay.
Exhibit 116.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Just so we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant, I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the
It's the actual pool feed, folks. It is the actual pool feed. It has happened again. It is not you. We will get a backup feed, but I'm telling you, the pool feed has not been performing up to its highest standards as of recently, ladies and gentlemen, and it leaves us relying on multiple pool feeds. So stay with Little Towel. It is not you. This whole section of the day is going to be gone from this feed because this court feed, one of these pool feeds just cannot handle it. So stay with Little Towel. You can see the actual court feed is frozen. I have a backup plan for us Little Towels. If the court feed comes back as I'm getting the backup plan, wonderful. If not, we're going to stay with our other feed. It is not you. If you were just watching that other feed, ladies and gentlemen, you would have noticed the exact same thing, which is that there is just no court pool feed available. However, we're going to go to a backup feed. And unfortunately, just like what happened with the ring video the other day, there is not going to be any footage, unfortunately, on other pool feeds. So we're going to the backup feed, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to mute the initial feed, stay with Little Towel. The backup feed's loading now. We are actually switching pool feeds entirely, as the other pool feed has not just gone down for us, but for
Trooper
everyone.
Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor then responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
That's what it says.
There's a trooper by the name of Moore, M-O-O-R-E, correct?
There is.
And he disliked Trooper Proctor's phrase, his statement, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor told you, his supervisor, in this series of text messages, that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And he also informed you, his supervisor, that he was going through her phone looking for nudes or naked pictures of her on her phone. Correct?
He did not tell me that he was going through naked pictures, for naked pictures through the phone.
He wrote, no nudes so far, right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking for when he wrote, no nudes so far?
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Reed?
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on, or you don't want to comment on?
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him from potentially looking for naked pictures of my client, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, last week you testified that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself in this investigation with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
Do you stand by your testimony that Michael Proctor conducted himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
He also called her retarded, correct?
That is what's written.
That's what's written? That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant. That's what's written, or that's what he wrote?
That's what he wrote.
And that's what you read?
I have no memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing retarded on a text message.
And you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and incendiary terms one could use in modern society. Retarded, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, through your response to that vile phrase, you encouraged it because you liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but I cannot speak to that.
But that's what you did.
I acknowledged the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate, correct?
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant Fanning, right?
That's correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and the lead investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate, and he was the case officer.
This text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question. Did you ever, during the course of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation, did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
Okay.
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you, was Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded, correct?
I acknowledged the text message with a thumbs up emoji.
Do you believe that? Well, let me ask you another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain to receive information that your subordinate was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman, no less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
No, I did not, no.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
By myself or somebody else?
By Michael Proctor.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power. To go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone using the authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members. That's the power that you derive, correct? You work for the public. Would you agree?
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of his authority and power to use Massachusetts State Police Authority to go through her phone and look for naked pictures of her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it differently. Did you think his text was appropriate?
I don't remember reading that text.
As you sit here now, do you think that text is appropriate?
No, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor? A word I expect you hold dear.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th, 2022, you completed a performance review of Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication skills, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That's part of an overall evaluation and performance review, is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day, quarterly, annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor, and you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
It was true.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities, what does that mean?
You knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? The cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one, October 2022. Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
Professionalism?
Yes.
You believe that he acted in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
During his 90-day performance, yes.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism, you said utmost professionalism, correct?
Yes.
Competence? Do you believe he displayed competence?
Yes.
And not just integrity, but he conducted himself, as you put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate Michael Proctor called Miss Reed retarded?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right. We uphold the Constitution, and it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
This was not, Sergeant Buchanan, a private text message conversation. This was with his boss and 4 or 5 other individuals, one of whom was your boss. Correct?
Correct.
This was a communication intended for and received by members of his unit in furtherance of his investigative authority. Correct?
It was amongst members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone. Correct?
No, I would disagree with you on that. This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters, including going through Miss Reed's phone?
That is unfortunately shared on that group text.
So in other words, to the public, he holds one face in private conversations with you and your colleagues within the unit. He shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right, to call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper, to call her retarded? That's your justification?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you justify his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative. Move on.
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, you wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he serves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense to the use of the word retarded?
Sustained. It's argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't do that.
He didn't just put it, that derogatory comment, he didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? You talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not finished with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask a question.
Sure.
No comments first, okay?
My question is, did he just say the word, or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
Your Honor, may we approach it just very briefly for a scheduling issue?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Towel friends, it is me. I am back. As you saw, the feed, we switched to a pool feed that's decent, but it is a little delayed. So let us jump forward a little bit. And then also, look, Bill Reed is being monitored again, folks. We must make the clip. Yes, towel friends, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we are at sidebar, and I shall make the clip. Hello, folks. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We are at another sidebar on day 14 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Is Alan Jackson done with his cross? That's gone on for 10 hours, hopefully. But now we're zooming in on the bottom right corner of our screen, and what do we see? Bill Reed, monitored again, Karen's father, by a court officer standing directly between Mr. Reed and the jurors. What is going on, folks? Was Mr. Reed indeed staring at jurors? Is the court officer now blocking his view? Tune in, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. It's just after 11 a.m. I'm hungry and going to go get lunch. Tune in, watch live. What is going on with Bill Reed, and why is the court officer monitoring him? It is the subplot of the retrial, ladies and gentlemen, and you can watch live with exclusive Karen Cam coverage. You can even see the Bill and Janet Reed cam, as I mentioned, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. All right, towel friends. Hello, towel friends. That was in the end of the clip, too. All right, towel friends, we're at sidebar. I'm staying with you for a second. I am staying with you, and as soon as the sidebar has concluded, we might be on morning recess. If we are, give me a second. If we are not, I will turn us back over to the presentation of evidence. I'm not exactly sure what is going on here and why Alan Jackson needs to go into a scheduling hearing right now, of all times, ladies and gentlemen, especially because he has been going for 10 hours with this witness. I swear, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson is trying to drive all of us insane. But my name is GrantSmithEllis, and as soon as we come back into session, I will turn you either over to evidence or we will go into recess, in which case I'll need to pause for a second, and then I will come back with you for the recess. I just do not understand why after 10 hours, I think it's because of the voir dire. So I think we might actually have to do a mid-trial voir dire of the witness, which would require the jurors being excused. I'm not positive, ladies and gentlemen. However, stay with Little Towel for 1 second. I'm going to go on mute. Pardon me for 1 second. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with me, ladies and gentlemen. The court camera is off. The court camera is off. I'm back. I'm a Little Towel. We're monitoring. We are monitoring. We are monitoring what is going to happen. We don't have the best court feed. Well, we have the best court feed that we can because the other court feed was starting to buffer. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the Karen cam's off, which means we might be going into a voir dire. Here we go. Stay with Little Towel. Little Towel on the monitor. Little Towel monitoring closely. Oh, yes, here we go. What's happening? Oh, God. You can't just go from one fan to the other. Audio, please. We will figure out what happened. This feed is so far behind unnecessarily. Stay with Little Towel. Did this feed? Oh, so that feed eventually got caught up. Here we go. Let's listen. Let's see what we're going to do, folks. Let's jump to this other feed, which sometimes is a little bit more ahead, even though it buffers. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on.
Chair, we probably should have given you a break before this, but I thought that was going to be quick. Why don't we take the morning recess and we'll take
20 minutes. Morning recess. 20 minutes. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, 20-minute recess. Let's see if we come back for a motion hearing. Are we going to do a motion hearing? We might just be in morning recess, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. We are monitoring closely. We are in morning recess. We might be in a 20-minute morning recess, Little Towels. Now you stay right there, Little Towels, as I prepare us for what we will do next. We have motions from the state up. One of the motions is they're going to introduce the Aruba. Oh, here we go. Hold on. No, we're not. Nothing yet. They're going to introduce the Aruba incident, ladies and gentlemen. They are going to, because Karen Reed brought it up, which means we get to watch the Aruba incident clip. Ladies and gentlemen, the Aruba incident clip is going to be played. All right, let me just do this just now. Karen Reed's father, Bill Reed, is again being watched by a court officer on day 14 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. The court officer stands between Bill and the jury yet again. Did I already say that? For yet another day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that cannot be a good sign for Mr. Bill Reed. We are in morning recess, as I mentioned. It is a 20-minute recess. It looks like there is we had some kind of scheduling question. I don't know if Alan Jackson's done. Alan Jackson just goes and goes. He is like the filibuster Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in morning recess until roughly, let's say 11:25 or 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Little Towel. It's almost lunchtime. Can we get Little Towel to lunchtime? Yes, we can. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. You're watching Towel's Public Information Service. Can we get Little Towel to lunch? All we need to do is get Little Towel through the next maybe 10 to 15 minutes and it will be lunchtime. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the day has been an intense one. Crime, Cricket, and Towel are mutually consoling each other after a difficult weekend, ladies and gentlemen, and the Towel friends have certainly provided a welcome, warm, fuzzy blanket of solace, and that means so much to Little Towel. But yes, hold on, here I come up on the screen. I'm a Little Towel. Look at me being a Little Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Look at me being a Little Towel. I'm a little productive towel. Come on now. Come on, the people want to see Towel, and Towel wants to give the people what they want, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I should pop up on your screen in just a few seconds now, and then we will get caught up on the Aruba incident that Hank Brennan wants to introduce into the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Ladies and gentlemen, that's me. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. Now, dowels can be towels too. I know what a dowel is. I used a dowel once. I think it was when I was in England. It seems like a very British thing to do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, look at that. We can stop the fan from spinning. Oh, my fan. Yes, it looks like Hank Brennan has introduced a motion to bring in the Aruba incident. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to first of all read the motion, the first 4 pages. I wish we had more than 4 pages, but being a towel is difficult, and sometimes you only get 4 pages because you're a towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring this up for you right now. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I am in horse racing announcer towel mode. Apparently I was speaking so fast earlier that people were surprised that it was possible for a single human being to speak with that kind of syntactical precision in such a enumerated way or enunciated way over a prolonged period of time. But apparently I can do it because I'm a towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. What is the best way for us to do this? Okay, let us get the document, and then we'll play the Aruba incident because I'm a towel. I'm a little towel, and I wonder if I sing, does that mean I get some kind of music credit? I'm a little towel. I heard if you hummed on TV when that was a big thing, like humming, the character in Malcolm in the Middle, the father used to always hum because that was a way for him to get residuals or something. Not really sure, ladies and gentlemen, but what I am sure of is we are going to pull up this motion from the venerated Christina Rex, who can be an honorary towel and is clearly not just a woman in a shawl chasing Karen Reed down the street. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Christina Rex provided this document that Little Towel is going to try to find because we need to look at the Aruba incident. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we do. And if it takes a second, that's okay. We will allow the Little Towel computer to do
Hey there,
what it
Karen
needs to
Reed
do.
trial watchers.
All right,
you know
we
what a
don't
lot of
need
the
that
trials we
now.
cover
Come on
remind
now.
me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what,
I
having a
appreciate
great lawyer
your
matters
metaphysical
so much.
stance
That is where a
on the
great
world
partner
law and crime. Thank you so much for letting us know. I also have a very metaphysical stance on the world. Give Little Towel a second, Towel friends. I want to bring up something very specific, and Little Towel is being frustrated. So as we wait for that to process, we will look at the man who's able to stop the fan. Yes, Chewbacca himself, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Where are they? Let's bring them up. Oh, I already have them up. It's just that this thing is being incredibly annoying. Give Little Towel a second. I will not be deterred, ladies and gentlemen. We will wait it out. But yes, the Aruba incident may come in. We have the documents. We can take a look at them. I have them stored here somewhere. And as we do that, let's see if I actually just have the documents. I may have actually just downloaded them because I'm a towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I did indeed download them because I am a towel. So let's take a look, folks. There's page 1. Here we go. It's going to go over your comments for a second. This is page 1 of the Aruba motion. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at it together. I can't read that. How can you expect a towel to read such a thing? Yes, I know. You're having some issues. You'll get through it. I know you can get through it, computer. It's just a matter sometimes of pushing through. All right, let's get this from Christina Rex account, please, now that things are working again. Thank you very much. Hold on. I know you see the motion. I see the motion because I'm a towel. Christina Rex. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the venerated reporter, Christina Rex. She can be an honorary towel, but she's not our reporter. She's not Christina Towel. She is just a reporter named Christina. And we like the reporter named Christina. She can be an honorary towel. Now, let's find it, ladies and gentlemen. Where is it? Come on now. Why is this being so annoying? Oh, because it was hidden among a large thread of replies. Christina, this is useful, but it is very buried. I got it, ladies and gentlemen. I got it. From the venerated reporter towel, Christina Rex, we have the document, although it's only the first 4 pages. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let me get rid of this thing now. We don't need this. And then let me read this to you now, okay? Now, it's going to be a little harder for you to read, but you just had the first page, so let me read it. The Commonwealth moves to admit testimony through percipient witnesses who observed the defendant and victim's volatile and hostile relationship as it existed at the time of the victim's death. 4 weeks prior to the murder, the defendant became enraged at the victims for speaking to a female friend who was on their group vacation in Aruba and accused the victim of having an affair. The incident was observed by numerous individuals who will testify to their personal observations of the incident as well as to the statements of the defendants in the immediate aftermath. Evidence of the defendant's prior bad acts may be admissible to prove opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, pattern, or operation, or common scheme or course of conduct, as long as the probative value of the evidence is not outweighed by risk of its unfair prejudice. The determination to admit such evidence based on timeliness, place, character, or probative value is one for the trial judge to make and will be reversed on review only if palpably wrong. Evidence of the Aruba incident was proffered by the defendant through a series of text messages between the defendant and Brian Higgins, thus opening the door for the Commonwealth to rebut the defendant's misleading and inaccurate claims of what had occurred weeks prior in Aruba. This incident in Aruba seems to be also to be the turning point in the relationship, as the defendant told Brian Higgins that her relationship with the victim was a very fucked up situation. and she had observed the victim all over her friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel and accused the victim of having hooked up with another girl in Aruba. In the 129-2022 voicemails previously entered into evidence, the defendant screams at the victim for apparently effing another girl and reportedly refers to the victim as a pervert. There has been evidence that prior to arriving at 34 Fairview Road, there was reference to a woman the victim used to date. The defendant proffered the entirety of the text messages between herself and Brian Higgins, including the defendant's admissions about her feeling towards the victim and the nature of that relationship. The evidence proffered by the defendant also demonstrated a continuing animosity in the weeks and days prior to the victim's death. The jury should be permitted to hear from the witnesses of this Aruba incident who will rebut the characterization made by the defendant to Brian Higgins. Such testimony will be offered through Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Aaron O'Keefe, and Juvenile KF. Evidence of a hostile relationship that tends to explain the purpose of a crime is relevant to the issue of malice or intent. Rules of Evidence 404B. In a domestic violence homicide, evidence such as prior disputes are relevant to show the volatile nature of the relationship between the defendant and the victim in the weeks and months preceding the murder, and to explain the defendant's intent and state of mind towards the victim. Commonwealth v. De La Huang. Evidence of domestic dispute at defendant's apartment before killing, including physical contact, was relevant to show volatile nature of the defendant's relationship with victim and defendant's intent. Commonwealth v. Rentala. Evidence of defendant's prior arrest for assault and battery of victim, defendant, and victim's RO against each other and pending divorce proceedings admissible in homicide prosecutions to show motive and hostile relationship. Evidence of defendant's previous threat to stab his girlfriend to death admissible to show parties' violent relationship. And allowing previous domestic violence incident by defendant against victim to be admitted in prosecution for subsequent DV and to show nature of relationship between the two and to show intent and motive and absence of mistake or accident. Commonwealth v. Miller. Evidence of domestic violence committed by the defendant against his girlfriend, which led to confrontation between defendant and murder victim, properly admitted to show contentious nature of relationship between defendant and victim, which provided motive for killing. Commonwealth v. Bonami. Evidence that defendant formed an attachment for another may be the basis for an inference that defendant entertained feelings of hostility towards spouse prior to killing. Great, Hank Brennan. Brilliant. Brilliant. I dropped my water bottle. It's still brilliant. I say brilliant, ladies and gentlemen. Brilliant, Hank Brennan. Now let's look. Shall we look at the testimony, ladies and gentlemen? You want to see the testimony of the Aruba incident? Let's listen. Ladies and gentlemen, court could be coming back into session any moment now. Little Towel's going to be monitoring. But I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. We have the Aruba incident queued up. It's just a few inches back in the history. We normally have to scroll for minutes to find these kind of clips. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for court to return, we will watch the Aruba clip. We're going to do it. The Aruba clip. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I know we have been expressing in Towel Chat so much endearing support for Towel's father who passed away overnight. But I just would like to show you, friends, I made a post on Twitter. I did not know 210 of you would comment on it. All of you are overwhelming and so kind to Little Towel and to the memory of Towel's father, Frederick Ellis. Ladies and gentlemen, David Yannetti expressed his condolences. I say, ladies and gentlemen, if that doesn't reaffirm your faith in our shared humanity, nothing will, ladies and gentlemen, nothing ever will. Right before he went into trial this morning. God bless Mr. Yannetti. We don't agree on this case, but he's doing his job. And Little Towel says, go do your thing, Mr. Yannetti. Ladies and gentlemen, I think David Yannetti and my father probably crossed paths many times. They passed the bar at a similar time, and my dad was a lawyer in the Middlesex DA's office right around the time when I think David Yannetti may have been around that office. So, but yes, ladies and gentlemen, do we have the filings? I've been waiting for the filings. If I can't get the full document, I can't upload the document. Is this the document? Can we please just take a look? No, that's not the document. But, ladies and gentlemen, we can look at the Aruba incident, and I know the Aruba incident is on people's minds, so let's look at the Aruba incident. But first of all, I also want to say God bless all of the Towel friends. You know what? Let all of you, actually, who were kind enough to honor Little Towel's father, and we're also keeping Crime Cricket's departed mother in our thoughts today. We are all Towels today. Let's take a look. There are just so many of you. I can't say thank you to every one of you, but God bless so many of you who were in the comments here. There's free Karen Reed people. There's pro-justice for John O'Keefe people. There are people just from all around. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless all of you. If you're seeing your name up on the screen, you can see I'm trying to go through and show my appreciation to each and every single one of you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it means so much to Little Towel. And I appreciate more than words can say all of you who are popping up on the screen now. It is so much. There are so many comments, ladies and gentlemen, and you know we're gonna just do this. We'll talk more about the Aruba incident at lunch. We need time to actually play the Aruba incident, and we are gonna be coming back into session any moment now. But look, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel just wants to express his appreciation to all of you. Look at the wall of people. It makes Little Towel just feel so surrounded by those who care, and almost brings Little Towel to tears. And ladies and gentlemen, means so much to me. And I am. Oh, even Meredith was in the comments. God bless you, Meredith. Towel appreciates your sentiments. Oh, there's so many comments. Oh, my word, you all are so kind to Little Towel. This is what we are going to do during the break, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to be able to honor Towel's father by looking at all these different messages of support. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are all not so different after all, no matter what we may believe or what we may support or how we may feel. Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly, it's so heartening to Little Towel. It's sad that it's about my dad passing, but ladies and gentlemen, if you cannot see that we are all, in some sense, connected by a shared humanity and compassion for each other, look at all these people from all the different sides of this case. Some, I'm sure, who aren't even interested in the Karen Reed case. No matter what they believe, they still come together and can show compassion for their fellow human. Although I suppose in this case, it is also for their fellow anthropomorphic towel. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel has been moved in so many ways. I didn't even know I could click the heart button this many times. I didn't know there were this many heart buttons. I think I am overwhelming my computer, Little Towels, by clicking the heart button so many times, but I will not be deterred. And we are keeping a close eye now on the court fan. Let me keep monitoring. The court fan is still spinning. Has it stopped spinning? Please stop spinning. It still seems to be spinning. Stay with Little Towel. We're going to actually turn the court volume on. Nope, it's still spinning. We have not missed anything. We are not going to be deterred in our mission, and I'm going to come back to the YouTube comments in a second, I promise you. I just am taking the time to honor every single person who was kind enough to leave a message in support of Little Towel and Towel's father, who passed away overnight from cancer. Oh, even Lorena Jenkins Hot Wheels was in there. God bless you. Dixie Doodles, dear friend, it's great to see you over on the Twitter. Mike, Desolate Joyce, Penny Boop. Oh, goodness. Even people who would normally otherwise mock others or things like that. It is just a giant meeting of the compassionate minds. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I see a better world on my screen. Little Towel has hope yet. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This has just totally, I didn't even see all this. Oh, wow. I'm so glad we're doing this together on stream, Little Towels. Oh. Yeah, and I'm trying to read the YouTube comments and the Twitter comments. Oh, I'm going to have to go through these again. There are just so many. Ladies and gentlemen, you have warmed Little Towel's heart, not just for the show of compassion and support, but also that you all have seen the humanity in each other through this Little Towel. Oh, there is really nothing that could make me happier in a time of difficult emotions. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, some of the sweetest comments I've ever read. I mean, you're watching in real time. I didn't even know there were this many of them. It is a wall of support and compassion for Little Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we may actually have to come back and continue reading the comments on Twitter. There are so many of them, and I want to make sure I react and heart every single one. Oh, and I also saw, ladies and gentlemen, a super chat came in as well. Oh, 2 of them. God bless you, Towel Friend. Oh, I have to bring that up on the screen. Oh, I tried to look away for just a little bit, and the Twitter comments, there were hundreds of them. I'm touched, Towel Friends, and I will show this to my family, and it just means so much to me. I can't put it in, I cannot put it into words. Oh, God bless you, Paula. Oh, God bless you so much. Let me write a personal comment to you, Paula. Paula, you definitely brighten all of our days. I know it's not just me who appreciates you in Towel Chat. There are so many who do as well. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I guess that's what it took. It's sad. It is very sad for Towel, but it is uplifting for Towel. It is uplifting to see so many people with so many different views coming together and showing compassion for their fellow humans. Maybe it's all nuts. Maybe it's not all so bad, folks. We can have our differences of opinions. We can have our different views, but we can still find solace in our shared humanity and Towel dropping his water bottle at least 5 times a stream. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. We are still not back in session. I thought we could have watched the Aruba video if I knew we were going to go on a 30-minute break. But no, ladies and gentlemen, let's do a little bit more. Towel wants to click more of the heart buttons, and then I'm going to go through while we're in session and read all of the comments. But let's click more heart buttons, friends. There are so many that should be clicked, and even though, actually, you know what? Because I clicked all the hearts, so many of them, let's just look at the scroll just until I get to some of the comments I didn't get to heart. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Lisa Marie, I saw you pop up in there. Hillbilly Nitro USA, I always am thrilled when you pop up. Even Joe Smith, who can be a little bit tough on Little Towel. Maya, it's so good to see you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Towel's friends, even people who Towel sometimes debates with, just showing up in numbers. And Towel going through and clicking the heart button on every single one. Yes, I wasn't kidding, ladies and gentlemen. It just keeps going and going and going. Little Towel has never felt more solace, not only just for your well wishes for Towel and Towel's family, but also the fact that you all can show compassion despite a difference of opinion. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a wall. We have a blue wall in the Towel stream. There is just a wall of hearts going up right now as we await court coming back into session. And it does feel a little odd for Towel to be commenting in this metaphysical way, but you know what? I put the information out there in the universe. My word, did it reach people, and I am seeing the kind of outpouring of collective compassion that is all I've ever wanted, regardless as to our views on the case, that regardless as to what happens. Let this be our legacy. Uplifted public discourse, ladies and gentlemen, and a universal demonstration of I didn't even know there were this many human beings. Oh, I am just completely overwhelmed. If I was not continuously talking, I don't know what I would be doing. I would probably be breaking down. It just keeps going. I am literally stunned. Stunned into near silence, ladies and gentlemen. And you're seeing it. You're seeing me click each little heart. I will not let a single comment go unnoticed. Then I will go back and read every single one again. Oh, God bless so many of you little towels. You all can be honorary towels. Yes, even David Yannetti is an honorary towel today, ladies and gentlemen. Hard-earned though it were, David Yannetti has become an honorary towel. What's going to happen next? Karen Reed's going to pop up in there, and she's going to become an honorary towel for a day. Alan Jackson? I think Elizabeth Little can already be a towel. She's always been a little perplexed by the whole thing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel is simply overwhelmed, and Little Towel is going to send this thread to his family members. They must see. I'm sure I'm going to have to do this again to read them all and see the new comments, but ladies and gentlemen, let it be known, I clicked through and saw all of your comments as of 11:39 a.m., and I will do it again. You have made Little Towel truly appreciate his fellow humans and his fellow anthropomorphic towels. And I don't know how it's possible, because this was supposed to be a 20-minute recess, but I still do not see court back in session. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel appreciates you, and we're going to continue to monitor together. We don't even have to look at the fan. Thanks to venerated reporter towel Christina, who provided us that absolutely wonderful picture of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man sacrificing himself to stop the fan from spinning. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 court cams going. We have a pool feed, a backup pool feed. We are fully ready for when court returns into session. I'm not sure why we're doing this, because now we're only going to have an hour and 20 minutes until lunch. This was a very long break. I was told this was going to be 20 minutes. We are now far past 20 minutes. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am staring at a fan on a screen. I would love nothing more than for this fan to stop spinning and for Judge Cannoni to start talking. If we could all will that to happen through our collective power of soul, then, ladies and gentlemen, I would be a Little Towel. Lisa, I am so pleased that you find this information helpful. That means that I am living up to my towel spirit. As the Greeks would say, my towel eudaimonia. The Latin may be summum bonum. But I will do my best, ladies and gentlemen, to live up to what you expect from Little Towel, and we will continue to do today's stream in honor not only of Towel's father, but also Crime Cricket's dear departed mother. And we will be there for each other, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so pleased, Crime Cricket, you are in the chat. I was just thinking about you, dear friend. And even when Towel goes to get his lunch, he will be thinking about you. Oh, this has been a day, ladies and gentlemen. A lot on the mind, a lot to reflect on, a lot of things to think through. There's no doubt about that. But we are waiting. We watch together. We await the court. And we hope to return to session soon. I appreciate you, Lisa Cox. And ladies and gentlemen, I agree with Crime Cricket. There can be good and bad in everyone. And that battle, I think in some sense, is represented by a checkerboard, a black and white checkerboard, where we are constantly, at least in some esoteric traditions, where there's a constant underlying tension between our emotions and our cerebral capacities. And some people master that balance in a way that allows them to either pursue the light, which is represented by one half of an archway, or pursue the dark, which is represented by another half of the archway. But you can see there that insight into human consciousness and understanding comes from mastering the interplay between cognition and emotion. And if you can get that, folks, well, you can thrive anywhere. Oh, God bless you, Crime Cricket. You are a good towel friend. And we're coming back into session. God bless you, towel friend. See you soon.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
Okay. So, Mr. Jackson, I've considered your argument, and this is simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony.
Even for the singular request that I made sidebar.
Even for that, so. All right, I think the jurors are on their way.
Please rise to the jury.
All right. let's listen back. Alan Jackson lost. We're going to record it because it's going to take 20 seconds for the jurors to come in.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
Okay. So, Mr. Jackson, I've considered your argument, and this is simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony.
Even for the procedural request that I made to sign on.
Even for that, so. All right, I think the jurors are on their way. Ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area. At some point during the course of your investigation, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris and Julie Albert residence, is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
It does.
Okay. At any point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes. As we're walking up to the door, he stated that he knows them from he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously, involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them, and he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had, Michael Proctor had, with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information did not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right, what are they? Give me the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Sustained. We need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these, of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge?
There were accusations that Michael Proctor had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics
of
the allegations? Did you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations?
Yes.
Were there any specifics?
There were.
You just said that there. What were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding.
Or a prior proceeding in this case?
It was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2023? 2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
No. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual, so...
Okay, you're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What'd you learn?
There was claims that...
I object.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear. Your interview, along with Michael Proctor, with Chris and Julie Albert, was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move to back to Canton PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
And to whom did you deliver these videos, and whom were they requested by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order for introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the foundation first with the court's permission.
Have you shown it or discussed this with Mr. Brennan?
I just discussed it with Mr. Brennan at the break.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark it. Yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark it for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay. So we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit GG for identification.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside? Now we're the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
The digital video, one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but I did review it.
Being of the parking lot area, at least one of them, one of the clips being of the parking lot area outside Canton PD.
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I'd have to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside sally port? There's a pedestrian door, not the big roll-up door, but a pedestrian door. Someone going in and out of the pedestrian door.
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're saying, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video being an internal corridor, looking down a hallway and seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
remember that one?
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left. May not be intended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr. Proctor asking for video attendant to January 29th? At least can we narrow it to that date?
From Ken PD?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel?
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask that what's been marked as GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors.
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
One video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now? I thought you wanted to review it.
I'll agree, and if I have a problem, I'll let the court know. No problem.
All right, so for the first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay.
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
All right. We just have to keep a record. That's why
Understood.
I'm asking all these
It's
questions.
a little complicated. I get it.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. And this is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Kenton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So okay. I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32. Okay. With the court's permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop. Did you see a car pass in front?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did that look like to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. Sergeant, did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car?
Yes.
From the Jeep? Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. You may not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. All right, did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could play the second clip on this same GG. Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Stop. What do you see on the video at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where, an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison, but possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And that's it for that. Your Honor, if we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree, before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not aware, familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are, I know the answer to this, can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if you can read the...
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy. Mr. Wolk? Magic. Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay. Can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay. What about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes.
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one. Mr. Wolk, if you could, please. Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we could start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date. Let's just start with that. Okay. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side, and I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior. Sallyport.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
Individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Kenton PD?
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sally Port.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this. Okay. And for the final clip. If we could go down to the timestamp and date. A little bigger, Mr. Wolk, if you could. Can you see what that is designated as, that camera angle?
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. Is this the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this. Stop. Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. Appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this. May I have just a moment? Could you pause this, Mr. Wolk? Can you make note of the time as it's paused right here?
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay, and if we could just continue playing this video. It is playing. Stop. Now, if you could take a look at the time now. Okay, what's that time?
1:29:42 a.m.
And if we could go ahead and go forward. Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? Okay. If we could take a look at the time one more time.
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped, or the time jumped.
The time difference from what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay,
yes.
let's go ahead and continue playing this. And stop. Do you see someone in the screen now?
Yes.
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could clock the time. Can you see that?
No, it's really blurry for me.
There we go.
Yes, now I can see it. 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken. AM.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through. Okay. Who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain. I would be suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but I'm not certain who that is.
As best you can determine, does he have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with white stripe around it, dark hooded sweatshirt. Does he appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip that I'd ask you to look at on this same GG device. Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side sally port, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay, and can we highlight the time, please, or increase the size? What time do you see there?
1:34:40 a.m.
Okay, if we go ahead and play this through. Pause. Does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand, but
Sure.
I really can't tell.
Okay. There should be another video of the rear lock cruiser side. Let's take a look at that. Pause. What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please? What time is that?
It says 1:34 and 53 seconds in the morning, a.m.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Mr. Wold. Does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hand up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. If we could move on, please. Play that through. And I believe there's one more video. And Your Honor, this one is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play this through. Please stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't know. I'm sorry.
Mr. Wold, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds? Okay. Stop. Did it appear as something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning, a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through. Pause it, please. Sergeant, at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Okay, pause it. You see a person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just, or she just appears to have closed the door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Okay. And walking toward which vehicle?
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen in other particulars of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, the individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
But no reason to believe that it's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle?
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's go ahead and play it. And what do you see Brian Higgins or that person doing now?
They accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay. And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Can you pause it? Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, is he standing by the vehicle on the far left? SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something, when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead. Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. you see that person entering screen from screen left?
Yes.
What did you just see the person do?
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
And what do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked in.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Thank you. In are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer.
No.
See him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was, so yes, I would consider it a professional relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any
No.
private get-togethers?
No.
Okay. You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not, no.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea, no.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Kenton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior. You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding to describe when the SUV, Miss Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving, or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing.
I'm objecting to this.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
But I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions, what my answers were.
And you remember seeing a video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who, what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that colloquy, that discussion?
I remember it taking place, yes.
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to ask you a question about that particular video. The other day. Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
Potential early lunch, folks. Ready your towels.
I'm going to have to just pull you on.
Is he done?
May I have a moment to consult with counsel?
Okay. Paul, the lunch is here.
I think they turned the camera off so he consults.
Jurors, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're not done, folks. We're coming back for oral argument. Stay here. Stay here, folks. Stay here. We're coming back. I see there's more argument. Stay with little towel.
The jury left. We were talking.
Hold on. The jury has left. Voir dire. Voir
Right
dire.
now. Do is have the voir dire right now to see what Sergeant Buchanan knew regarding that line of testimony you wanted to get into. So let's do that now, and then you can all work out the video issues.
Yes. Okay. May I inquire briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, we were talking before the jury left. We were talking a little bit about the conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, either during or just before or just after that first interview with Chris and Julie Albert. What I'd like to ask you is, what information did you have and what did you ultimately learn about their relationship? You said there were some accusations and we never really got to the heart of it. What did you know and what did you do to investigate? Or what did you learn?
What I knew as we were walking up to, he had not the outsider and his supervisor, and realizing if there was any impropriety that I would step in and recognize it, report it, and act on that. The interview was conducted without issue, and we moved on.
As a matter of fact, one of the things in Trooper Proctor's report, it said, the report started with following formal introductions. Did that suggest to you that Trooper Proctor had no knowledge of who Chris or Julie Albert were from a personal standpoint?
Not at all. I believe maybe I wrote the report, or was it him?
Yes, I think it is you. I think it is
Yeah,
you.
so
Yes.
Just so you have it.
Thank you. Yeah, since I authored the report, I wrote following formal introductions since I've never met them before.
Okay, so that was more attended to you than to Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Okay, but the report does say we introduced ourselves, basically. Following formal introductions.
Greeted, but I had formal introductions to them. I've never met them before in my life.
You said that subsequently you learned about, your word, accusations that had been made concerning possible relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts. What was that information that you learned?
When was it? I need that.
When did you learn it? I thought you said 2023, but I could be wrong. When did you learn that?
It was I believe, during the July motion proceedings when you guys had pictures up of children.
July of what year?
I believe 2023.
Okay. And what was it that you learned in July of 2023 about the potential...
The accusations?
Yeah.
That those were Albert's or McCabe's kids in the photograph with Michael Proctor?
Okay. Did you ever learn about personal communications that Michael Proctor or his wife may have had with any of the Albert family, including Julie Albert?
Ever?
Ever.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you learned that and what you learned in that order.
Well, Michael Proctor had communicated with those individuals, Elizabeth Proctor communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained.
Okay.
So with the crazy behavior that's been imposed on them, and the torturous harassment that they've endured, the traumatic experiences they've had to live through, they've communicated. So I've learned about that, yes. I was taking in all of that evidence, hundreds and pieces of evidence that I've archived in order to...
Go ahead. In order to...
investigate it.
Okay. You're talking about Elizabeth Proctor well after the fact of the interview and the incident in 2022. That's what you were just describing.
It was after the harassment started, yes.
Which is well after January 29, 2022, correct?
January 29, yes, it is.
Okay. I'm asking about information related to a relationship prior to January 29, 2022. Did you ever learn about a pre-existing relationship that may have existed between the Proctor family and the Albert family before January 29, 2022, and maybe a couple of days after?
All I know is that there was a relationship explanation provided by Mr. Lally during one of the motions, and it was like 6 degrees separated by individuals residing in the community, living in the community, raising their kids in the community, working in the community, so making them community members and having relationship within that. I don't know the extent of those relationships.
Okay. Did you, during that hearing where you said there were pictures of the kids and et cetera, that July 2023 hearing, did you see a post, a Facebook post during the course of that hearing wherein the Albert family called the Proctor family their second family, or vice versa, where the Proctor family, Michael Proctor's mother, they've called the Alberts their second family? You remember that Facebook post?
I don't remember seeing that post. I just remember there was like a picture of kids that weren't Michael Proctor's kids.
Okay, but you were in court that day.
I was in court in July. I believe it was 23rd of July, for the motion,
Leaving aside the photographs that you've talked about, did you see the post, the Facebook post about those two families, specifically Michael Proctor's mom, saying that the Alberts were their, quote, second family?
I don't remember seeing that post.
That didn't strike you, or that was not in your brain, in your head?
I don't think I've ever seen a post like that, so I just remember seeing the post of the kids.
What
I believe
about
it was Miss Little that was holding up the poster.
What about the text messages, or what about any text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister concerning Julie Albert, very specifically concerning Julie Albert? Are you aware of those?
No.
Have you ever seen a text message between between Courtney Proctor and, Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor, where the sister says, Julie wants to give you a gift because you're doing such a great job leading this, meaning this investigation? Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of a text message in which Michael Proctor responds, get it for my wife? Meaning, if you're going to give us a gift, get the gift for my wife.
No idea.
Okay. Are you aware of a series of text messages between and among Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor in which they talk about, between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor, in which they talk about Julie Albert? This is 10 days before the incident, 10 days before January 29th, so mid-January, where they talk about the possibility of Julie Albert babysitting for Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's kids.
I am not aware of those text messages.
This is the first you've heard of any of those.
Of these text messages?
The text messages that I'm describing, have you ever heard of any of those?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to or investigate the circumstance of the possibility, even the remote possibility, that Michael Proctor may have had a relationship with the Alberts that you were unaware of?
No, I never investigated anything like that.
So after your initial conversation with Mr. Proctor, where he said, I know of these people, and you said, is there any issue with you going forward? And he said, no, there's no issue. You took no further steps after that to investigate that relationship. And I'm talking about the relationship that existed on or around January 29th, 2022, not in 2023, not in 2024.
Once Michael Proctor stated that he was comfortable conducting the interview, and I asked him if he was sure, and he said yes, we moved on.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Last couple of questions. Were you in court? I know you're indicating that you've never heard about these text messages. Were you in court in February of 2024 following the federal investigation revelation, the documents that we got from both sides got from the federal investigation, which revealed, and was revealed in open court, the text messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor? Hey, Julie wants to get you a gift, and Michael Proctor's response was, get it for Elizabeth, or get it for my wife. Were you in court when those were revealed?
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed into the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that.
Messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor. Hey, Julie wants to get you a gift, and Michael Proctor's response was, get it for Elizabeth, or get it for my wife. report of those who were revealed.
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed into the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that. So I was not in court in February of 2024 and describing the information that you're revealing. I was not aware of that detail.
All of these proceedings are televised, Sergeant. You know that, right?
I'm not aware that it's televised, no. I know it streams, but I'm not aware that it's televised.
Okay, streamed. Whatever you want to call it. Streamed on the internet. You can find it.
You can, yes.
They're recorded.
Right.
Did you ever review the hearing in February 2024 talking about what's been referred to as the Fed dump and the revelations that were made pursuant to that federal investigation and the text messages attendant there too?
I am aware of a Fed dump. I'm aware that it exists. I was not privileged to any information outside of the information that was revealed to me during the internal affairs investigation.
Right.
That was the first time I saw documents from that federal investigation.
By the way, were you privy to, Michael, there were 3 individuals involved in the investigation, yourself, Lieutenant Tully, and Michael Proctor, is that right?
In what investigation?
The internal affairs investigation.
I'm aware that I was. I know they were as well. I don't know who else might have been involved. I don't know.
In terms of your awareness of Michael Proctor's investigation, you're aware, obviously, that he was terminated, correct?
I am aware that he's terminated, yes.
Did you ever see or were privy to any of the documents or investigative materials associated with his termination as his supervisor?
No.
So nothing was ever shared with you, the final decision?
Other than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay, that was basically all I had.
Okay, all right. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I think it's all admissible, but I understand the court's ruling was if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it and didn't have it then you're not going to let it in. It's over our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your idea, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out. Okay. So you have to be back here in 35 minutes.
All right, folks, we're on lunch until 1:25.
No.
Let's watch the
So
moment.
nothing was ever shared with you, the final
Other than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay, that was basically all I had.
All right, pause,
All right.
towel friends.
Okay, so let's wrap.
Hold on. All right, towel friends, my name's GrantSmithEllis. What a way to end. Just shut down by Judge Cannoni. We wasted our time. That was pointless. Alan Jackson's day summed up, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And I think Alan Jackson's cross is finally almost over. Hank Brennan should just stand up and be like, I have no questions, so that Alan can't recross. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be towel friends. Listen, towel friends, I was having a tough day. I don't think, and Crime Cricket, I know I want towel friends to keep Crime Cricket in their mind as well. Crime Cricket is here with us all day. Love you, towel friend, Crime Cricket. Folks, we are dedicating today's stream in honor of my father, who passed away overnight, Frederick Ellis, and Crime Cricket's mom, who passed away over the weekend. And Towel had a tough morning, but you all kept Towel going, and now I'm looking at the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. And ladies and gentlemen, you all, I went through a Twitter thread, and I swear I saw almost every single person on all sides of this case showing compassion, even for people they disagree with. I maybe had a moment earlier, towel friends, not just as I was thinking about my dad, but also, ladies and gentlemen, as I saw you all being such kind and wonderful towels. And you want to see my dad, Towel Friends, let's say hello to Towel Friends' dad. He passed away overnight. Towel misses him. That's my dad. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, so we're talking about Towel's dad, and there he is, Mr. Frederick Ellis, back when he was representing the Eapen family in the Shaken Baby case. God bless him very, very much. Oh, and thank you, Mary, and Seasons. Welcome to the honorable and honorary towel fold. And Mary, I love your username. Crocheting is wonderful. Welcome to the honorary towel fold. And Crime Cricket's here with us, dear friends, and I know that Crime Cricket appreciates all of our support. We are truly a wonderful towel universe, and it makes towel, it really warms Towel's heart. Okay, so let's watch that moment. Let's do our update for folks, and let's do it. So if you want to be in the clip, you're about to be in the clip. God bless you, Monty, and Farm Girl, and Beach Nance, and Dixie Doodles, Francis Fertrell, Alana, you've been so kind and compassionate all day. God bless all of you towel friends. Hello, towel friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are on a truncated lunch recess for in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial on day 14. A stream that is on in honor of my father, Frederick Ellis, who passed from cancer last night, and a stream in honor of Crime Cricket's mother, who passed over the weekend. And ladies and gentlemen, we just ended a mid-afternoon voir dire with Karen Reed's defense losing again. And they were, after the voir dire, denied an opportunity to ask nonsensical questions about now confirmed as closed federal probe into John O'Keefe's death. And then we went to lunch, which should be ending at about 1:20 p.m. Eastern. Follow in, watch youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, catch exclusive Karen Cam clips, wall-to-wall Karen Cam coverage, and chat with the towel friends. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the moment where Karen Reed's lawyer got denied.
An investigation. Nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay, that was basically all I had.
Okay, all right. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I think it's all admissible, but I understand the court's ruling was if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it and didn't have it then you're not going to let it in. It's over our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your voir dire, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out. Okay. So you have to be back here in 35 minutes. All right.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen, just minutes ago. We are on lunch. Tune in with the towel friends. Chat with us. Reaffirm Towel's belief in the goodness of humanity. And even we will send kind words to David Unetti, who so compassionately sent his condolences as well regarding Towel's father. I think Mr. Unetti and my dad either knew each other or may have worked together back in the 80s in the Middlesex DA's office. But yes, folks, we'll be back from lunch in just a few minutes. youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join in. Chat with the towel friends. We'll see you soon. Okay, there you go, towel friends. We made our clip. This towel nation is truly a healing nation. I agree, dear Crime Cricket. I agree, dear friend. No, we don't want to bring that up yet. We will go through the Twitter overview in a minute because we are going to watch the Aruba incident. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan is bringing in the Aruba incident. So let's do it. Just in. Karen Reed's defense has lost their attempt to bring in information or to ask questions about, oh, God bless you, Monty. Towel is so appreciative. I'm going to reply to your comment in a second, but I'm clicking like and I hearted it now. Oh, God bless all you towel friends. Karen Reed's defense has lost their attempt to ask questions about the now confirmed as closed federal probe into John O'Keefe's death after a mid-afternoon voir dire. We are now on luncheon recess until roughly 1:20 or 1:25 p.m. Eastern. Watch live with exclusive Karen Cam coverage and chat with the towel friends here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you, Monty. Let's even try it this way. God bless you, Monty. Thank you so much for your support. You're a super towel. See, someone was like, Grant, you should be more efficient with your replies. Well, okay, I can use the voice-to-text feature, I suppose. God bless you, Monty. God bless all of the towel friends who have been not just even clicking like on the stream and subscribing to the channel. By the way, folks, are we going to hit 1,000 today? Is it going to be one of those days where where the world sees both so much sadness, and then also is there a moment of celebration as well? And is that not the dichotomy of life, friends? Well, let us take a look. How many are we at? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call it the Great American Towel Subathon. We're at 9:59. We're just 41 away, folks. Are you going to be here for the moment? Is it going to happen before 4:30? Will this be one of the biggest moments in towel stream history on a day where we found solace among sadness and comfort and consolation among a tightly woven fabric of the towel universe? Will it all lead up to an 1,000 subscriber milestone that, in a more than a bittersweet way, in an honorary way, an honorific way, pays tribute to Towel's departed father, Frederick Ellis, who passed overnight from cancer, and Crime Cricket's mother, who passed this weekend. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you for being here for these moments. Oh, Mandy Strong, God bless you. You have been such a wonderful towel friend, and your chats when you were first saying, Towels United, I don't know what it means, but I'm all in. I said, oh, Mandy, I think you will quickly come to find a home here. Oh, and God bless you, Lynn Harris. You are a super towel in more than just name. You are a super towel in ethos, my dear friend. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, bringing so much, so many different feelings to Towel's heart. Towel appreciates so many of you. Towel wouldn't want to spend these moments with anyone else. I thank you all, and your comments and our coverage and our tributes and your compassion for each other. It all pulls me through the deep waves that crash during storms of this nature. And yes, the waves are tall and they crash frequently on our shipwrecked shores in the beginning. But sometimes we can coast over them with the help of a towel universe, numbering so many washcloths and towelettes and paper towels and soap dispensers and flannels and beach towels and paper towels and hemp towels and otherwise, and microfiber towels, that I forget sometimes just how important that is to who Towel is. Oh, God bless you, Allie 90211, and God bless you again, Mandy. It's just a rolling celebration and demonstration of compassion, and at the same time moment of solace. A lot of emotions, friends, but there isn't anyone I'd rather experience them with than you all. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, we're only a few minutes away now, maybe 10 to 15 minutes before we come back from the luncheon recess. Hank Brennan is moving because the Karen Reed team opened the door. Hank Brennan is introducing the evidence from the Aruba trip that shows Karen lied about John hugging a family friend and then used those lies to try to bait John's friend into an affair to torment John as John and Karen's relationship was ending. An affair that John's friends put a stop to when he realized Karen was just using him to torment John. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, M-Skate. God bless you for your comment, and God bless you, Amber Alexander. You are so kind. Yes, Colleen Henry, I've been oscillating emotions, but staying the course and taking deep breaths, and I appreciate that reminder. Thank you, Alana. That means a lot to me. Let us watch the Aruba incident, though, ladies and gentlemen. We said we were going to talk about it a little bit earlier, and now we have an opportunity to actually look at it together. If you didn't catch it during the first trial, it is absolutely devastating, ladies and gentlemen, for the Reed defense. It wasn't initially going to come in during Hank Brennan's case, but now, because the Reed defense opened the door, if you missed this morning's motion, which I'm still waiting to get a full copy of because I only have 4 pages, it is coming in. And ladies and gentlemen, let us take a look at Laura Sullivan's testimony, which Little Towel has ready for you. There it is. No, that's not it. This is the full testimony. This is the incident Karen Reed told John O'Keefe told John O'Keefe's friend Brian Higgins was John cheating on Karen. Do you think John actually cheated on Karen, ladies and gentlemen? No, and you're going to hear the story firsthand.
So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right. So folks, I'm going to say again that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar. Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And If you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure. She's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Just ask the record to reflect identification done by the witness.
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
When you say you briefly saw them, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
objection.
I don't know what this is. I'll see you at sidebar quickly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so now you might be wondering, okay, Towel, so why is that such a big deal? Well, you heard there, ladies and gentlemen, did Karen Reed ever apologize to Marietta Sullivan? No. ladies and gentlemen. No, she did not. So what do we end up finding out, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, wait till you hear Laura Sullivan's testimony about Karen Reed. Why is this relevant? Because Karen Reed, as I'm about to show you, apologized to Marietta Sullivan's sister. Said that, of course, John didn't cheat on Karen. And then you know what happens next, ladies and gentlemen? 2 weeks later, this is why it's related to Higgins, Karen lies to Higgins and said that John cheated on her. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at Laura Sullivan's testimony. If you're wondering, Towel, do you just keep extensive archives of all these clips at all times? Yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have them accessible. I have them ready to review. I have them ready to talk about. And that is why Towel's lunchtime analysis is apparently very interesting to so many of you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a look right now. You just heard a small preview of what Hank Brennan's morning motion in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case was about. Now I'm going to show you what the proverbial real meat and potatoes will be, which is Laura Sullivan's testimony about how Karen Reed admitted that John O'Keefe wasn't cheating on her. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look together. And as you can see from Towel's Twitter feed, yes, there is just a substantial amount of information to cover regarding this case. Now, where is the Laura Sullivan testimony? Was it that morning? I don't think it was that morning. When did I? No, it was after that. Hold on. We're going to find it. We're going to find it together. I know what the initial video looks like. It's like Karen's head tilted to the side. And it was from last trial, so I know it wasn't. It's one of the only videos I've retweeted recently from last trial. So there it is. There it is. I found it, ladies and gentlemen. This is this real subject of Hank Brennan's motion. Not just Marietta Sullivan, but Laura Sullivan. Listen to this.
Area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said...
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area?
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
This is subject to our objection.
Yes, yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this.
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day, no.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that day?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there. At least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection. No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you? Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes.
And the person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
He was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the cabanas on that day that you?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the cabana situation or the cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
And so following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw them?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. Had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel, and he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. They ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So, the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving, early January 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th.
So there you heard it, folks. The 5th of January, Karen admitted John didn't cheat on her. And then over a week later, folks, Karen was lying to Higgins about it. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite a moment. Quite a moment. That's the motion that Hank Brennan made this morning, towel friends. That's what Hank Brennan's now going to introduce into evidence. Why? Because Karen Reed's lawyers opened the door on cross. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was not a good day for Alan Jackson. It was a good day in some sense for the prosecution. It was a very up and down day for Little Towel. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're now waiting for the court to come back into session. I am able to show you a live look into the court. The Karen Cam is yet to come online, which means we're still a few minutes away from court coming back into session, but it should be any second now. Earlier, I was talking like a towel announcer. It was quite funny. Take a look. There we are. Oh, no, it's the fan. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Look who is here to save us from the fan. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God bless you, dear Dewdrops. Oh, you didn't have to do that, dear friend. God bless you, Dewdrops. you are a super towelette. Is that how you spell towelette? No. And the best, the towel universe has ever embraced. And the best human / towel the towel universe has ever embraced. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you, dear Dewdrops. I had to send a response comment to that. It was my towel ethical duty, and I felt compelled. But yes, we still not have returned. Alan Jackson still on cross. If you're wondering what's going to happen next, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go right from Alan Jackson on cross to Hank Brennan on redirect. Then Alan Jackson will probably do re-cross. Then Hank Brennan might do redirect. Then we could even see a re-cross. So I don't know how long this is going to go, friends. It could go for a while. We could not even see the niece and nephew till tomorrow. This could be 4 days of cross. Alan Jackson is really risking alienating the jury. Yes, Paul, I think we all need an energy drink to get through an Alan Jackson 4-day cross. It's just horrifying, ladies and gentlemen. Just horrifying. And we're getting ready to come back into session. Hold on. I wish I had the ability to answer, but you are going to have to leave a message. Yeah, no, you're going to have to leave a message. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, so much going on. We are waiting to come back into session. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a little towel. And yes, this stream is in honor of my father, Frederick Ellis, who sadly passed away overnight from cancer. And also, this stream is in honor of Crime Cricket's mother, who passed away this weekend. And also, all towel friends are keeping in mind Dewdrop's dear cousin, who is right now in the hospital and may be admitted. And Dewdrops is a wonderful towelette. And Dewdrops is always always the first commenter on the stream before it even starts. Dewdrops is with us all the time, and Dewdrops is loved by the towel universe and towelettes, towels, washcloths, paper towels, hemp towels, soap dispensers, flannels, washcloths, paper towels, beach towels, microfiber towels or otherwise. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the court is still on recess. I am watching the fan spinning. That what you heard in the background was actually the static of the courtroom fan spinning. And yes, the court is still at lunch. The niece and nephew's testimony from last trial were that the relationship between John and Karen was breaking down, that they fought a lot, that Karen would spoil the kids and John didn't really like it, and that you saw the text messages from Karen about how she felt like a glorified babysitter. She did spend time with the kids. She would go places with them, but she really didn't like spending time with John and the kids, and John and her would fight often. And the niece and nephew described a rocky relationship that was intense and breaking down because of Karen's behavior. The niece, I think, testified that Karen was asked to leave John's house just 3 days before his death and refused to go. Karen was just very possessive. It's very painful to even read. We will keep an eye on that testimony tomorrow, depending on the timing, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep an eye on it. So that's going to be important. It's going to be more cross. Alan Jackson's not done. We just finished the voir dire of Yuri. Now Alan Jackson gets to come back. I don't even know what else he wants to ask about on cross. And then once he's done, Hank Brennan gets to get up and redirect. And then once he's done, Alan Jackson gets to recross. And it gets narrower and narrower in scope every time, folks, because you can only, once Alan Jackson's done on cross, Hank Brennan can only ask questions on redirect about stuff that was brought up on cross. Then Alan Jackson can only ask questions on Cross about stuff that was brought up on redirect, and then Hank Brennan on redirect can only bring up stuff that was asked on cross, and then Alan Jackson on cross can only bring up stuff that was asked on redirect. You see what I mean? So it gets narrower and narrower. Doesn't that all make sense? No, the Aruba incident it does come in partially through one of the witnesses. I think the niece, Kaylee, talks a little bit about it, but really it's Marietta Sullivan and Laura Sullivan who are on the witness list but haven't been called yet. That's when it's going to come in, and we don't know when the Sullivan sisters are going to get called. Yes, and then either the niece or the nephew, I think it's the nephew actually, testifies that Karen had access to John's ring system. And we're going to find out more about that, I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is a solace stream. Truly, God bless you, Alana. Yes, a lot of stuff potentially coming in through the niece and nephew, folks. We won't hear it, of course. We won't see it, but John DePetro will be in the courtroom and we'll read his tweet updates. But, folks, you need to read the media order. You can't even really, there are very strict limits on what you can even report about the testimony. So, John is the one who's going to make those calls, and I'll report on what John reports, but I advise people to read that media order about the niece and nephew's testimony closely. But yes, we're just waiting now. Judge Cannoni said we were only supposed to be on lunch until 1:30, and now it's 1:35, and I don't understand why we can't just get back into session. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I want to send a special hello to all of our Australian towels who are up with us after 3:30 in the morning. Oh no, I dropped my water bottle again, as is tradition. But ladies and gentlemen, all of our Australian towels, they are up in the early morning. Let's give them a special hello. We have so many of them in the chat. God bless all you Australian towels. From the East Coast of America towel to you, God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying that, we can thank the Australian towels. The Karen Cam came back on, which means we are just a few minutes away from returning into session. I am going to take us now, ladies and gentlemen, over to the other screen. I'm going to stay with you, though, as we get ready, but it looks like we are about to come back into session. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Wild Roses, God bless you. Thank you for being in the stream and for being so compassionate. It is. It's a lot, but being with the towel friends and chatting with you all has kept Towel's mind focused, and that means so much to me. Ladies and gentlemen, let me spare you from the fan. Yes, let me be your towel salvation from the fan. And there you go. You don't have to look at the fan spinning. Oh, thank you to reporter Towel Christina, who brought us the wonderful image of the Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man stopping the fan. And there you go, folks. You see the Karen Cam is prepped. The Karen Cam is ready. Ready your towels to peaceful arms. We are going to invade northern France. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you know, of course, Ed, anything I can do. If you know anything about Towel Stream, you know that occasionally we need moments of levity, especially on days like today. So ready your towels, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to peacefully invade northern France. And you might say, oh, Grant, I don't think we should actually do that. And you know what I'll say to you? You are probably right, but still, I want to peacefully invade northern France, so let's just do it and see what happens. This is how Towel tends to do his convincing. I'm just like, let's do it. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, Paula, we have a plan. So it's a little bit complicated, but we're going to facilitate industrial towel production with sustainable wages of $40 per hour in Mexico, okay? And we're going to use intercontinental economic cooperation between the North and South Americas to protect the petrodollar and ward off the rise of the BRICS nations. But then we are going to take our towels that we produce, and there's going to be millions of them. We're going to have an army of 7 million men, 14 million women, and 148 million Russians, which is the entire population of Russia. And we are going to peacefully, with towels, occupy northern France. Yes, and as Angela Powell correctly notes, we will rename northern France Norman Towel. Yes, and key to all of this is intercontinental economic cooperation between the North and South Americas so that we can protect the petrodollar and ward off the rise of the BRICS. don't tell the bricks that. They're already onto the plans. They will not embrace the rise of this towel industrial complex if we tell them about it. But it will be too late. We'll have peacefully invaded northern France. It'll become Norman towel. We will all have towels. Yes, but don't worry, Australia, you are part of the towel universe. You're going to continue to be a Commonwealth realm. We have good relations with the UK, so you continue to be a Commonwealth realm, and we will take over northern France, and then you all can come visit. It will be like a reverse Great Expectations. You know, or no, it'll be exactly like, a reverse Great Expectations. Instead of people being sent to Australia, we'll send the Australians to northern France, and we'll call it Norman Towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have thought about this extensively, and if you watch the stream, you'll also know I have an affinity for bringing up Miss Havisham, Pip, and Estella whenever we vicariously watch Karen Reed being tormented. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I enjoy referencing Great Expectations, and I think I also enjoy referencing the BBC's 1984 adaptation of Sherlock Holmes featuring Jeremy Brett, whereupon I compare Hank Brennan to Sherlock Holmes and Karen Reed to Irene Adler, and then I say this isn't actually like that story because Irene Adler beat Sherlock Holmes in that story, whereas here Hank Brennan's clearly outwitting Karen Reed. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I just have all sorts of recursive historical motifs and characters upon which Karen Reed and Hank Brennan can be embodied. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly the benefits of watching Towel Stream. Yes, who doesn't love a good Charles Dickens book? And who doesn't love Jeremy Brett? Oh, my word, Linda A., you are truly syncing right up with Towel's appreciation for the highest form of Sherlock Holmes-based culture. Mandy, I'd be happy to explain the towel thing. Actually, let me drop the link in the chat for you right now, dear towel friend. So some of the Turtle Boy fans mocked Dear Little Towel for being, oh goodness, I don't know how to explain this. They said my pronouns were towel, and I was like, you know what? I absolutely will become a towel. So I'm going to look at this for you right now. Hold on one second. Take off. I have to get you the actual tweet, Mandy, but there is nothing in this moment. I would have done this if you had just asked and I saw it. But there is nothing that I would rather do than search for this post to show you the origins of why we are all towels. And I think I actually said the word mustache in the tweet, which is the only time I ever have said the word mustache. So all I have to do is search the word mustache and it shows up. Ah, yes. I must ask you a question, Grant. Okay, I got the answer. I found it for you, Mandy. Here it is. I found you the tweet. That is the tweet from January of 2024 that started it all. And now, thanks to Mandy, we can all look at the tweet that started towel becoming towel. I was like, oh, you want to say my pronouns are towel? Fine, I will become a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the session. Get ready to go. I'm a towel.
Seated, court is in session.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask that GG for identification be removed.
Yes.
May I inquire? I'm so sorry. I did it again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Just before the lunch break, Sergeant, I asked whether you had engaged in a discussion with the Commonwealth at a prior proceeding in which you were shown a video and you talked about the fairness and accuracy of that particular video in the Sally Port when the SUV was first pulled in. And you indicated that you did indicate that it was fair and accurate, correct?
Yes, back then, yes. Yep.
I want to play a copy, a bit of that video, if I could, please, with the court's permission.
Okay, is it in evidence?
It is not. I would ask that we mark as next in order. Thumb drive.
Were we marking this for identification, or is there an agreement it's going into evidence?
I'd like it into evidence.
We agree with the stipulation that it's authentic.
I'm not going to argue metadata issues or authenticity issues. So,
all right, so is there a stipulation that this is authentic? Okay, so folks, again, a stipulation means the parties agree, and with that, I will allow this into evidence as the next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter?
Mr. Jackson, is this it?
That's it.
Exhibit 115?
Okay, now you may display it.
Thank you. Okay. Could we play beginning, what's the runtime, Mr. Wolk? 5:37:03. This is at 5:37:03. If we could just play this forward for a couple of seconds. A little bit further. Pause. Do you see what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
This is the video that you were shown at a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be the interior of the Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes, it is.
And this is what you were questioned about regarding the SUV being pulled into the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
From a time frame standpoint, just the time frame, this is right after the SUV has been driven in from the flatbed after having been seized in Dighton, correct?
Yes, it was driven off of the flatbed after transportation from Dighton to Canton PD and driven into the Sallyport.
All right. You previously have identified individuals in this video, in this still shot, correct?
Yes.
And what you previously said, and then we'll get to subsequent testimony in a second, you previously indicated that the person to the right was you, person to the left, Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, previously I identified that being Michael Proctor. I was mistaken. That is not me on the right.
That would be the tow truck driver, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That is, in fact, Michael Proctor, however, in the two-tone jacket, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as the video is portrayed, at least as we're looking at it, and I'll get to the next question next, as we're looking at it, it appears that we're looking at the right passenger side of the vehicle, as it appears in this video, correct?
That's correct.
And you see a timestamp and a date stamp on the bottom, correct?
It is present. I don't know what it says.
Okay, can we highlight that just a little bit? Can you see what that says?
I believe it says interior Sallyport back wall.
Okay.
537, maybe.
Okay. When you indicated that this was a fair and accurate depiction of the interior Sallyport when the SUV was brought in, you were specifically asked whether or not you or Michael Proctor approached or manipulated or touched the right rear taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but in something along those lines, that's what was asked.
And you indicated that neither of you did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But in point of fact, this video is backward, correct?
Yes, it is a mirror image of what is actually taking place as recorded by the camera.
Can we play this forward?
Yes.
Do you see where Mr. Proctor, let's go ahead and pause it. Do you see where Mr. Proctor went?
Yes, the video depicts him going to that portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is.
Okay. And the back, from all appearances, importantly, it appears to be the back driver's side, back left of the vehicle, correct?
That's the way it appears, yes.
Okay. Let's play this forward for a second. Pause. Can I ask you to pay special note to the far rear side of the vehicle? Do you see what appears to be Mr. Proctor's head?
Yes.
As the tow truck driver walks past the rear of the vehicle, can you watch and tell me if you see Mr. Proctor do anything or move in any way? Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
Yes, it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph toward the back of the vehicle? Right there.
There is some anomaly there with the footage, so it could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Can you recognize that person?
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature?
I can't tell.
As compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the car. What about this person? Taller, shorter than Michael Proctor?
I can't tell from here. I can't.
You indicated that Chief Berkowitz was a smaller statured person, correct?
I never said that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know his height.
Larger or smaller? Generally. How about this? Larger or smaller than you?
He's shorter than me.
Okay. Can you tell whether or not that is Chief Berkowitz?
I cannot know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it for him. And a little bit further. Pause. What does it appear that Mr. Proctor does at this point in the video?
He's walking.
Okay. Do you see anything in his hand?
I cannot tell from the video, but that he might be carrying something.
Remember we looked previously at a portfolio, black portfolio. Does it appear that he may have a black portfolio in his hand?
That is very likely, but I don't know exactly what he's carrying.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this forward. Okay. And did it appear that somebody just appeared at the front right, the right-hand side of the screen toward the front of the SUV as well?
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. I'd like to mark I have another electronic device, a thumb drive, that has another video on it, Your Honor. I'd like to have that marked as next in order. Court permission.
All right, so there's no objection, Mr. Wright?
No objection. Thank you.
Okay. Exhibit 119.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, what does this show?
It appears to be the mirror image of the previous footage. I don't know the exact timestamp there, but...
Can we increase the date and time? Do you see Can you read the date and timestamp on this Chiron?
I cannot now.
It's because it's backward, correct?
I can't read it. I can't make it out, sir.
Can you make it any bigger, Mr. Wolk? Does that appear to be backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
Okay, let's look at the whole screen again. Sergeant, let's play this forward for just a quick second. Pause. Do you see Michael Proctor in this video?
I believe that's him, yes.
And which side, and let's start with this. Do you agree that this is the correct version of the camera angle and the SUV as it pulled into the sally port?
This is the footage, the way that is depicted right now is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward? And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward. Do you see anything in his hand now as his arm?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Let's move forward. And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the sally port, that was not quite true, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct. Not just a mirror image. What was left is right, and what is right is left. Correct?
Stay just to that for a moment.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle, and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in. And if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around, and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
It appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one. This is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sally Port, at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
So 5:35, 5:37 is before the first taillight pieces were found, right?
I'd have to see a timestamp of when they were exactly found, but if that...
Let's ask it a different way. 5:37, 5:35 is before 5:45.
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, Canton PD is about 1.5 miles from 34 Fairview, is that right?
Approximately. I don't know the exact distance. I never measured it, but I would not be shocked if you were accurate in that.
Maybe a 3 or 4 minute drive.
Depending on the traffic conditions and the weather conditions, that could be a possibility, depending on the speed you travel.
Your Honor, I have a photograph that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission. If I may approach.
Marked for identification?
Marked for identification for the time being.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes. Let's mark it first, please.
H.
Thank you. Let me take a look.
Thank you. Let me ask you a couple of other questions. We just looked at the videos of the interior of the Sallyport. Harkening back to what we just looked at, the corrected video, there would also be a camera on the other side of that Sallyport garage pointing down toward the right rear taillight area of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
There's a camera situated on the opposite side. We'd be looking at that camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, taking a look at that photograph. I know the quality of it, but can you tell if that appears to be a still image from that camera?
Yes, it appears to be a still image from that video camera.
I'd ask that this be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
No objection. Thank you. Thank you. If we could display this for the jurors, Your Honor, just the photograph.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted? I know the photograph that you're holding is very poor quality. It's a little easier with this lighting. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry, your laser was bouncing off on the ceiling. I
was trying
apologize.
to make it easier for you.
Yeah.
This photograph here.
That appears to be the seized SUV belonging to the defendant, with it being situated inside the Sallyport.
And what is that vehicle there?
It's an antique police cruiser.
And who is this person?
I do not know who that is.
Does that look like Michael Proctor?
Don't know. I'd have to get a zoom in. I don't know.
Could that be? Does he have glasses on?
I don't know.
Could it be Chief Berkowitz?
It could be Chief Berkowitz. I don't know.
Can you tell me the date that's on the the date and time stamp at the bottom?
I cannot. I think I might be able to make it out in the actual photograph you printed out. Could I take a look at that?
Sure.
You need the light?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
It appears the time is 11:08 and 59 seconds in the morning of possibly January 30th of 2022.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this back out full frame.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, do you have a point of reference? Does that appear to be the interior camera facing the other direction where the SUV was depicted in the Sallyport earlier?
It's the opposite of what we had viewed earlier, diagonally across, I believe.
So this would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'd like to ask you to take a look at a video. Now that we have that point of reference, you and I have a final video. I can have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
As next in order, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
I have no objection to that being entered now.
Okay.
Exhibit 121.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we present this? Go ahead and play it. Pause. Can you make out, now that that's paused, can you make out what's depicted toward the top of the screen?
Yes, it appears to be a distorted image of that antique police cruiser.
Okay. And does the area next to the police cruiser appear to be empty? Some snow on the ground?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does look that way, yes.
Okay. So there's nothing next to the police cruiser, at least at this point, correct?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Can we take a look at the timestamp on this document, or on this frame? I'd ask you to let the jurors know if you can see what the actual run time is on this.
I could see the timestamp. I don't know the run time, what it's going to be.
It's 5:07, 10 or 12, something like that?
That's the timestamp, yes.
Okay.
Yes, PM.
Now, if we could just play this forward, go back to full screen. Pause. Now, how many seconds would you estimate, just in your head, just went by in real time?
Approximately 5 seconds.
Okay. Do you see something in the video now?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the seized Lexus SUV.
And now let's look at the timestamp. What time is that?
5:47 p.m.
So, in about, according to your testimony, in about 5 seconds, the time jumped from before the SUV was in the Sally Port to about 5:50 p.m. after the SUV had already arrived and is now situated in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The time frame that we just saw earlier, of about 5:35, 5:36 or so, with you and, with the tow truck driver and Michael Proctor in the video. That is not in this video. It's not captured in this video, was it?
It did not present itself, no.
That's all I have now.
Mr. Brennan?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had just asked questions about some of the video footage from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you further questions about that. In your investigation, did you obtain camera footage from a number of different angles from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area?
I did.
And one of those series of footages, did that include the interior Sallyport back wall for January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the video that appears inverted, and then we saw the second where it was present as you would see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at that video? Did you invert the video in any way?
No, I did not.
Did you investigate and learn whether or not there was any other video in addition to that interior Sallyport back wall where video was set up by the town of Canton that appears inverted rather than forward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, the investigation revealed that multiple cameras had a lens applied to it that was inverted.
In addition to the Canton Police Department Sallyport interior back wall, where else did you learn around town there was video that appears inverted?
I believe it is inside the Canton PD, the hallways, possibly. And if I am not mistaken, the other locations within the town of Canton. And
Ask the question. No, is that your answer? Is that your final answer?
I wasn't finished, but yes.
Is that your final answer? Sidebar! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and we're going to sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, I'm good at being an auctioneering towel. Earlier, I was trying to use this intonation in order to explain as much syntactical information in as precise a format as humanly possible with as less breaths as humanly possible. I think over the time, ladies and gentlemen, I've proven that I'm able to be an auctioneer and engender coach in public discourse regarding the wider public sphere in a way that people are able to listen to and find engaging in the context of juridical processes and hearings. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that coach in public discourse helps to dispel and ward off insidious usurpation of our representative forms of government and our organs of representative democracy, such as the judicial branch. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am an auctioneering towel, and we are about to come back into session. I talked us through the whole break. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how quick the sidebar was. Hank Brennan back up on redirect. It's over. Alan Jackson's 3-day cross is over. Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Praise towels. Praise towels. We should be coming back into session any minute now. Auctioneering towel here. All the ponies are at the gate. Here we go.
Judge, I'm going to strike the portion of the answer that follows hallways of the Canton PD.
And sir, when you obtained the video from the interior Sallyport back wall, which was inverted, did you provide a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at that video, does it have time and date stamps on it?
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce a copy of that.
Sure.
Exhibit 122.
Okay.
When you provided the video for January 29, 2022 for that inverted video, did you do any further investigation to see if it was an anomaly that happened just on that date, or whether that was historically the way the video appeared?
I'll look into that matter, produced the fact that it's been recording that way previously to January 29th.
Why did you want to historically go back and see if it was historically the same way?
To show that it had not been manipulated or altered in any way, and it was accurately recording what was taking place on January 29th, 2022.
As part of the investigation, was the video taken from January 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And is that before January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to approach and move to introduce this.
Okay.
Exhibit 123.
Do you know how many cameras are inside the Sallyport?
I don't know exactly. I know that there's at the very least 2 inside the Sallyport.
You were shown a still photograph, not from the inverted video, but from a different video or a different camera?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that photograph?
I do.
And you were asked about gaps in time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the health was of that camera around that time?
I do not know.
Did you obtain and look at video from that camera?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce. I had to look at this before. Introduce it. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the Sallyport videos, the original disc, or thumb drive. I apologize, not disc.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 124.
When you saw that dark photograph, you later saw a picture that was clearer, and you were asked questions about that. Do you know whether or not the video from that Sallyport area was clarified?
It was.
What does clarified mean?
It means it was enhanced to look clearer.
And that image you saw, was that a clarified photograph taken from the video that was not clarified?
It appears that way, yes.
Do you know who clarified the video?
I do not know.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah. Getting you a zip drive, you know what is on that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's Sally Port clarified video from the front wall.
Thank you. I've moved into this. This is an exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 125.
With the court's permission, could I play a portion of the clarified video for the jury?
Yes.
With Ms. Gilman's assistance, could you take us to the clarified video of the Sally Port, and could you take us to about 5:35? As Ms. Gilman searches, I have other questions I can proceed with.
Okay, we'll turn the light on again, please. Go ahead, thank you.
Did you obtain video of outside the Sally Port to show what time the tow truck arrived with the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can you and I, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a disc containing CPD exterior Sally Port video.
Move to introduce this, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 126.
Similarly, did you obtain video from the front driveway of the Canton Police Department depicting the arrival of the defendant's Lexus?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you another item. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's Canton PD driveway video.
And is this a copy of the video you obtained?
Yes, it is.
I will move this into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 127.
Do you recall when you arrived with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, what time you reached the Sally Port?
To the best of my recollection, it was 5:35 p.m. is when the vehicle was placed into the Sally Port.
When you left Dighton after the tow truck lifted the defendant's Lexus and put it on the tow truck, did you follow the tow truck back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
Did the tow truck stop at any point between Dighton and Canton Police Department?
Other than red traffic lights, no.
When you were following, how were you following the tow truck?
I was keeping a safe distance, always keeping line of sight behind the vehicle. I was following it from Dighton residence all the way to Canton PD.
Was Michael Proctor with you in your truck?
Yes, he was.
Did you take any detours on your trip back to the Canton Police Department?
No, we followed the truck driver. He led the way.
At any point, did you take any turns to Fairview Road?
No.
Did you know whether or not there was a CERT team at Fairview Road searching while you were driving back to the Canton Police Department?
I knew one was dispatched, yes.
Did you go to Fairview Road to speak to any of the CERT team members?
No.
Did you watch the CERT team members conduct their search?
No, I did not.
In any way, did you, at any point during that search, see it happening?
No, I did not, no.
When the CERT team members were there, do you remember that they arrived at 4:54 and 4:56?
I don't have a specific memory, but I know that they arrived sometime between that hour.
When you arrived at the Sallyport, at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus, what was your understanding of where the CERT team was?
My understanding was they were at 34 Fairview.
When you first arrived around 5:37 at the Canton Police Department, were any members of the CERT team at the Canton Police Department?
Objection. I'll allow it. Lay a foundation.
Now, I asked you, do you remember about what time you got back to the Canton Police Department? Do you know specifically what time you got back?
I know we pulled in to the driveway at 5:30 p.m.
And did you see some of the timestamps that you were shown on cross-examination?
Yes.
Did you see the timestamp 5:37:18 when it was shown to you by the defense?
Yes.
At that time when you were arriving and bringing the defendant's Lexus into the Sallyport, was there any CERT team members at the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were there any troopers who were speaking to you or receiving items or evidence from you or Trooper Proctor?
Absolutely not.
Was there any items exchanged between you and or Trooper Proctor and anybody else for that matter that you saw?
No.
While you were at the Canton Police Department in the Sallyport area, do you remember how long you stayed in that area?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And so you were asked when the first items were found at Fairview Road. Do you remember that it was around 5:45?
Yes.
So at the time those items were first found at Fairview Road, where were you and Michael Proctor?
At Canton Police Department.
When you were at the Canton Police Department and you had brought the Lexus back, did you ever see Michael Proctor leave the Canton Police Department without you?
No.
You ever see him hop in a car and take a drive?
No.
A 3-minute drive or a 4-minute drive?
No.
Did you ever see him leave for a 6-minute, 7-minute trip?
Objection, Your Honor. You've made your point. Next question.
When you were at the Canton Police Department, were you separate or with Michael Proctor?
We were together. Not obviously tied at the hip, but we were within eyesight, traveling together.
After you left the Sallyport area, did you and Michael Proctor immediately leave the Canton Police Department?
No, we stuck around.
Why did you stick around at the Canton Police Department?
To make sure that evidence was properly being protected with yellow tape around it. And we were making plans to go get dinner.
When you were making plans, did you go anywhere else in the police department after you left the Sallyport area?
Yes, I believe we went to the conference room.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the police department when you went to the conference room with Mr. Proctor?
I remember talking to Chief Berkowitz in the police department. We were in the dispatch area at one point in time as well. So there was multiple people that observed us there.
At any point, did you give any items to Chief Berkowitz?
No.
At any point, did you ever see Michael Proctor hand or give an item to Chief Berkowitz?
Absolutely not.
You said Michael Proctor had a folder with him.
Yes.
Is that typical in an investigation?
Yes.
Did you ever see him place taillight or any item in that folder?
No, that would be absurd.
Did you ever see him retrieve an item or taillight pieces and give it or sneak it over to Chief Berkowitz?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor ever hand any piece of taillight to Chief Berkowitz or any other officer for that matter?
No.
The entire time you were there, did either you or Michael Proctor, from what you saw, provide any items, physical items, to anybody else that was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, we did not.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
At any point from when you first arrived at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus to the point when you left to go to dinner or to get something to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever provide any physical item to anybody at the Canton Police Department?
No, other than dropping off the vehicle itself, we did not exchange anything.
Oh, don't say we, I'm just asking for you. Now I'm going to ask you, at any point when you got to the Canton Police Department until you left to go to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever see him hand any physical item to any other person whatsoever?
No, I did not.
And after, do you know about what time you and Michael Proctor left the Canton Police Department?
I would have to estimate it to be around 6, maybe, well, after 6.
And at the point you left, do you know how many of the items had been found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road at the time you left the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
When you left with Michael Proctor, where did you go?
I went to Norwood, Massachusetts.
Is that where you ate?
Yes.
When you left and then arrived in Norwood, did you stop along the way at any other place, including but not limited to 34 Fairview Road?
I did not.
Did you eat?
Yes.
After you ate, where did you go?
Back to Canton Police Department.
Why?
We were having a debrief for that day on the investigation so that everybody could get on a good understanding of what had been learned, what had been collected, and where the investigation stood, and to assign tasks on the next steps.
Who were you meeting at the Canton Police Department when you returned?
It was the Detective Lieutenant Tully, members of the Norfolk SPDU.
Do you know at about time you returned to the Canton Police Department?
I want to say it was after 7:30, but I'm not positive.
When you left the place that you and Mr. Proctor ate at and returned to the Canton Police Department, did you take a swing by Fairview Road?
No.
Did you stop anywhere from the point you left where you ate and came back to the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
When you came back to the Canton Police Department, did you get debriefed?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not the CERT team had found any physical items at Fairview Road?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I did.
Did they give you any details about what they had found at Fairview Road during the CERT team search?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I learned that
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow this.
the second sneaker was located. Also, a large piece of red taillight was also located.
After you were debriefed, did you leave the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you leave with, if anybody?
It was myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Keefe, I believe.
When you left the Canton Police Department, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but I would have to estimate to be around 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Did you leave alone?
I was in my truck, yes.
Did you see where...
Mr. Brennan, what I'm going to do is just interrupt you for a minute. Folks, a couple of minutes ago when Sergeant Buchanan testified as to what he learned at the debriefing, that's not offered to you for the truth of what he said was learned, but only so you understand that the police, what Sergeant Buchanan and the police knowledge was at the time, that it was told. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. When you drove away, were you alone?
Yes.
Okay. When the Lexus was brought to the Sally Port, did you have a chance to again look at that right rear taillight?
Yes.
And did you make observations of it?
Yes.
Can you tell me which one's the right rear taillight? Which photo's the right rear taillight? Find that one. The right rear taillight. While you were at the Canton Police Department and in the Sallyport area, did you ever see anybody take a piece or in any way remove part of that broken taillight from the Lexus?
No, I did not.
If you had, what would have you done?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson.
Could I have Exhibit 13 displayed, please?
Okay.
Could you zoom in a little, please, Ms. Gilman? Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the damaged and missing pieces of the right rear taillight on the defendant's Lexus SUV.
When the Lexus was brought into the Sallyport, was there still snow on it?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow on it that covered parts of the vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow in that area?
Currently, no.
When you first brought it into the Sallyport?
I'm sorry, in the area of the vehicle?
No, the area of that taillight.
Yes, there was, yes.
How close did you get to take a look at that?
I was within a foot of it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, it is.
From what you saw, was the damage you saw when you looked at the car for the first time in the Sallyport area any different than the damage that appears on this Exhibit 13?
It is not.
As part of your investigation, did you look for, you can take that down please, and lights on, thank you. Did you look for other evidence that the taillight was broken before it came into the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the ring video from Meadows Road at 5:07 in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And when you looked at that, did you have an opportunity to look at the defendant's Lexus backing up and then leaving that driveway?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to see if there was any evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see that stood out to you about the taillight?
The taillight is shining white and not covered by a red taillight cover, which would have produced a red light.
Did you further look at any video from the Canton Police Department dash cams to get a view of that taillight and determine whether it was broken before it was even brought to the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact look at video or still photographs from the Canton Police Department dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 11 displayed, please? And during your investigation, when you were making this analysis, did you view this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any particular reference or anything that caught your attention in this video?
Yes, the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV is missing the red lens cover, and it is damaged.
You mentioned the observations. You can take that down, please. You mentioned your observations when you got to Dighton about what you saw relative to the taillight. And then at some point, video was provided of the tow?
Yes.
Did you study that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the missing red right rear taillight cover.
You told us on direct examination you've watched a number of videos and interviews of the defendant.
Yes.
Without getting into the content, did you watch any videos where the defendant talks about the broken taillight prior to the Sallyport?
Objection, Your Honor.
Not a formal sustainer.
Did you listen to any interviews of the defendant relative to the taillight?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back and I want you to take us through your investigation, and I want to be specific about what you learned and when and what you did with that information relative to the decisions and the direction of your investigation. When you were called on the morning of January 29, 2022, when you first got a call, where were you?
I was at home in bed.
You mentioned that after you received the call, you called another trooper at that time.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Michael Proctor.
After you spoke to Michael Proctor, did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened prior?
No, I did not.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened the night before?
I did not, no.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about the participants or the people that may or may not have been involved?
I did not, no.
Did you at that point know, or were you friendly with Brian Albert?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was.
Had you ever socialized with him?
No.
Nicole Albert?
No.
Were you friendly or ever socialized with her?
No, I've never.
Jennifer McCabe? Did you know who she was or socialize with her?
No, I did not.
Her husband, Matthew McCabe, did you know him or socialize with him?
No.
How about Julie Nagel? Did you know who she was or had you socialized with her?
No, I did not.
Ryan Nagel, is that name, was that familiar to you?
No, it's not.
Sarah Levinson, did you know that person?
I did not.
You mentioned that you knew who Brian Higgins was.
Yes.
And you had worked on a case or some involvement in a case with him?
Yes.
Did you owe him any particular favor or kindness at that time?
I'll sustain it.
Did you have any loyalty or friendship with him?
I'll allow that.
I did not, no.
At this point, you were how far into your career as a Massachusetts State Police officer?
In 2022, I was approximately 10 years in.
And you had been honorably discharged from the military?
Yes, I was.
Served the president?
Yes.
And so, at this point, how about Heather Maxon? Did you know that name?
I did not know.
When you first received the call, did you have any first-hand knowledge whatsoever?
No, just what I was told over the phone.
You mentioned you went to the Canton Police Department first and spoke to Canton police officers.
Yes.
Was it at that point you learned about a physical item that was found at the scene?
Objection. Sustain.
What did you learn from them that was important in your investigation when you first got to the Canton Police Department?
I learned that there was a broken, shattered cocktail glass that was recovered from near where Mr. O'Keefe was found, and also his phone was underneath him at the scene.
And were both those items available to you?
Yes.
Did you also learn any statements made from any witnesses that were attributed to the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And what was the statements?
At that point in time, while at the Canton Police Department, the statements were, "Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I hit him?"
In a question format, questioning.
Yes.
And based on that information, was it somewhere around that point when you called the hospital or medical examiner's office?
Yes, I made a call to the medical examiner's office.
Is that all the information you learned that morning?
No, it's not.
After you learned that information, did you ask the police officers, well, let me ask it this way. After you learned that information, did you want to go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where did you want to go?
I wanted to interview the individuals that were with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was located and get their accurate and most first-person information from them directly.
Do you know whether or not, were they suspects at this point?
No, they were not.
Did you know whether they were eyewitnesses or differently witnesses?
At this point in time, prior to speaking to them, I just knew that they were eyewitnesses for the location of Mr. O'Keefe, but I did not know if they were eyewitnesses or witnesses.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Jennifer McCabe, Mr. McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert.
When you spoke to them, did you separate them or speak to them as a group?
I separated them.
You went to whose house to speak to them?
The McCabe household.
Is it typical to go to a person's house rather than bring them to the station under these circumstances?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask it differently, Mr.
Why did you go to their house rather than ask them to come to the police station?
Well, there were multiple factors involved in that decision. One, the driving conditions. Two, these are witnesses that had suffered some sort of traumatic event, finding their friend on the front lawn of their own town. So going to their home would provide hopefully a more comfortable scene for them to recall information in the comfort of their own home.
When you spoke to them, did you receive any information from any of them that Mr. O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview at any time that night?
No.
When you were asked questions about scene versus crime scene, was 34 Fairview, the home, the inside of the home, a crime scene in your mind?
No.
Was the area where Mr. O'Keefe found an important or unimportant area?
It's very important.
Did you know whether or not any of the Canton Police Department officers at that time had done any type of limited search of the area?
Objection. Just whether you know.
At that point in time, we did know, yes.
And what did you learn about the scope or the breadth of that search by the Canton Police Department?
Objection. I'll allow that.
I knew that it was brief based on the weather conditions and the item that was recovered.
Okay. After you spoke to Jennifer McCabe, and did you say Brian Albert?
Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert.
Okay. At that point, did you have any reason to want to go into 34 Fairview?
No, I did not.
Did you learn whether or not Canton police officers spoke to those particular people who lived there before you got there?
I had learned, yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that Canton police officers went inside the home, spoke with members inside the home as well.
When you speak to witnesses, you've done many interviews over your career?
Yes, I have. Yes.
In addition to asking questions, what are you looking for when you speak to a witness?
We're looking for body language, how willing they are to provide the information, and as with everyone, we always trust by verify. We corroborate their statements.
Did you see anything about these witnesses when you spoke to them that cued you or concerned you to do a further investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Was there anything about their mannerism or demeanor that stood out to you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
After speaking to the witnesses, in your mind as an investigator, what did you need to do next?
I needed to take a look at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries for myself.
And you share with us detail about when you went down to Good Samaritan Hospital to make observations?
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, I pointed out you're not a medical examiner, are you?
I am not, no.
Not a biomechanical engineer?
I am not, no.
In your experience, when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe and had a chance to study his body, what impression did that leave you with relative to your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
At that point in time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, my impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm, and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of force one would have to generate to produce the wound to his head.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that last part.
After coming to the conclusion, or strike that, after making your observations and your determination, did your focus shift at that point?
Yes, it did.
Where did you want to go next?
I wanted to observe the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
What were you going to be looking for?
Any damage to the headlights, windshield, and other parts of the vehicle that would have come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned the windshield and the headlights. Those were in the front of the car. Did you have an impression at that point?
Yes. Majority of the cases that I had exposure to with pedestrian vehicle strikes, the strike comes from the front of the vehicle. So in my assumption, speculation at that point in time, based on the limited information I had, that was my theory.
When you got to Dighton, did that theory change?
Prior to our arrival to Dighton, the theory had changed.
Based on information you received from Jennifer McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was that based on?
It was based on information I received from Jennifer McCabe's phone conversation.
And what was that information?
That the defendant told her that she had damaged her taillight and showed Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts the missing pieces and damage to the rear right taillight of her vehicle.
When you got to Dighton and had a chance to look at the defendant's Lexus, did your focus of your investigation develop in any way?
Yes, seeing for myself that there was actual damage, coupled with the statements made Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Along with my observation, obviously, of the vehicle. My focus began to concentrate on the defendant.
You share with us that you went inside and spoke to the defendant?
Yes.
Why did you speak to her at her home rather than ask her or force her to come to the police station?
Same reasons we interviewed the witnesses. The driving conditions, the time that it would take for her to respond, the comfort of her own home, or her parents' home, where she had just experienced a very traumatic event, being concerned for her well-being. We interviewed her in the comfort of her parents' couch.
When you interviewed her in her parents' home, where was she seated?
On the couch of her parents' living room.
Where was her mother?
She was in the home. I don't have a specific memory of her being in the room with us, but her father was in the room with us.
Did you ever try to separate the defendant from her father when you interviewed her?
We can approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, sidebar. Sidebar in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Alan Jackson finally done. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, ladies and gentlemen. I have seen the light, and its name is the end of Alan Jackson's cross. Oh, praise be to the sidebar. To the sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. God bless so many of you for sticking around, hanging out today, chatting with your fellow towels, chatting with Little Towel. Just keeping things in the world rooted in an ethos of compassion. And Crime Cricket's with us. God bless you, dear friend. We have so many towel friends hopping in the chat. Linda O'Gara, Hot Coffee Chats, Wicked Uma. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Tracy Prestige. You're going to have to help me with the phonetics there. Good to see you. Dear Jew Drops, Dixie Doodles, Topcat 88, Paul Icy in there, Jimbo, dear friend, Deppin Codes, Allie 90211, Eva. Oh, look at all these towel friends just hitting the chat as Hank Brennan steps up on his redirect. We are so close, ladies and gentlemen, to 1,000 towel friends. We broke the towel YouTube record earlier. God bless so many of you towel friends. Towel really appreciates it. You help Towel through some difficult moments, and you really support this stream, and it means a lot. Folks were asking if there's direct ways to donate. It is true. YouTube it's you all are helping this channel so much, but it does take time. But don't worry about that. Little Towel will figure it out. But I dropped some of those pieces of information up in the chat earlier. I try to do these donation reads every 90 minutes. I only did one today in 7.5 hours. So please forgive Little Towel. It does take a lot to get all this content up, and the Karen cams and the production software. So God bless. Oh, you all, it's your compassion that really makes Little Towel so pleased to be able to be with you and watch these sidebars. And ladies and gentlemen, the sidebars should be ending any moment now as this devastating testimony continues. Hank Brennan, blunt, to the point. As always, ready your towels to peaceful arms. We shall peacefully occupy northern France, or as it shall be called, Norman Towel. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'll be with you at the next sidebar. We should be into session right about now. Sidebar. Sidebar. Here we go. That was
Thank you. Trooper, to get back to my question, when you decided to speak to the defendant, did you ask her father to leave the room?
I did not, no.
Why not?
We just simply wanted to get her recollection. Her father did not pose a safety risk to us. He was not present, to the best of our knowledge, at the time when Mr. O'Keefe was injured. So him leaving the room just didn't appear necessary. Again, my concern was for her well-being, having known that she was sectioned, and we wanted to make sure it was a safe and comfortable environment for her to do the best she could to tell us what she remembered.
What was her demeanor when you spoke to her?
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point when you got back into your truck to go to Canton, did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
We've already talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sallyport, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back, so I'm going to skip all of that. After you went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How long do investigations continue for?
Until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
If you were to receive new information tomorrow, would you consider it?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
When you write police reports, is there a time limit on when you can file a report?
No.
Throughout this case, did you write a number of reports over time?
Yes.
Did you engage in tasks after the case began?
Yes.
Have you engaged in tasks recently?
Yes.
As you were investigating this case, did you speak to a number of witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider reports that were provided by other troopers who interviewed witnesses?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor was the case manager of this case?
Yes.
You were his supervisor?
Yes.
Were there other troopers who participated in this case?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant O'Hara participated in this case?
I do know.
You do know?
I do know that he participated, yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a team with him of other troopers?
Yes.
Do you know if Trooper Prince engaged in any interviews?
I do know, yes.
Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco? Guarino, I saw it.
Yes, I am.
And do you know if he engaged in any tasks in this case?
I do know, yes.
What did he engage in generally?
He generally conducted the digital forensics portion of the investigation, extractions.
Trooper Keefe, is that a name familiar?
Yes, it is.
And do you know whether or not he was involved?
Yes, I do know.
Were there a number of other troopers who were involved in different aspects of this case?
Yes, there are a number of different ones.
Trooper Evan Brent?
Yes.
Did you look or seek other information after you left the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you look for other witness statements?
Yes.
Did you try to obtain further evidence?
Yes, we did.
Was there an interview with firefighter Timothy Nuttall on February 8th?
Yes, there was.
And that was about 10 days after the incident?
Approximately, yes.
Did you learn any statements from him in addition to the earlier statements you learned that added to your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
And do you remember what Timothy Nuttall told you on February 8th, 2022 about any statements of the defendant?
Objection.
So, folks, again, this is being offered not for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided to the police.
Yes, Mr. Nuttall was one of 3, I believe.
So, talk about Mr. Nuttall, please.
Mr. Nuttall told me that the defendant stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was that information different than the statements that you were first learned about that she had allegedly made earlier that night?
Yes, it was.
Did you interview firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022?
I did.
When you spoke to him, do you remember whether he shared any statements about the defendant telling him anything about her interaction with Mr. O'Keefe at the end of that night?
I believe that he stated that they got into a fight.
Do you remember the words that he used when he described that fight?
I do not remember the exact words. Those will be reflected in my police report.
Would your police report potentially refresh your recollection?
Potentially.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you a document. I do not want you to read from it.
Okay.
I want you to look at it, determine whether it refreshes your memory, and then I'll ask you if it refreshes your memory. If it does, I'll ask you about it. If it doesn't, then I won't.
Okay, sir.
After reviewing your report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation? After reviewing your report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation with Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022 about statements made by the defendant to him?
Yes.
And could you share with us what the statements were as related by Mr. Whitley back on February 8, 2022?
The statement was...
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, jurors, this isn't offered for the truth that's contained in the statement, simply to show that this information is provided to the police.
The defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
And anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
Objection.
So for the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
Did you interview a person by the name of Anthony Flamate?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke to him, do you recall whether he shared any statements that the defendant made to him?
Objection.
Yes.
And do you recall what those statements were?
I do have a general recollection of what they were, but
I don't want you to guess. Would your report potentially help your memory?
yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Same protocol that I mentioned before. Take a look, see if it refreshes your memory. If it does not, let me know. If it does, I'll then ask you some questions about it. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
After looking at your report, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, it does.
And when you were learning information to shape your investigation, did you consider anything that Anthony Flamati told you?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did he tell you that the defendant told him that helped shape your investigation?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just
Sidebar. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting bad for the Karen Reed defense. You just heard confirmation that police investigators knew Karen and John were in an argument in the moments before Karen allegedly struck John with her car while Karen was drunk driving. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're at Sidebar. Join the towel, friends. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join the chat. What a day. God bless you, Crime Cricket. God bless you, Luisa Ramirez. God bless you, Courtney Myers. God bless every single one of you in the towel chat. Truly, God bless all of you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Sidebar. That was probably in the clip. But we are at Sidebar. We are at Sidebar. Karen Reed is not looking good. The defense is not looking good. I'm going to jump to the other feed to see if we can get jumped ahead. The Sidebar is about to end. The other feed was not doing too hot, ladies and gentlemen, but the Sidebar is about to end. Let me see if I can jump us forward and get us back to the better feed that is a little bit more accurate. Stay with Little Towel. All right, hold on. Should be just a matter of seconds now. I have two feeds. We have backup feeds. This is what you get with Towel Cam. Ladies and gentlemen, should be just a matter of seconds now. Stay with Little Towel. Here we go.
In addition to trying to get or obtain information about statements of the defendant, was there physical evidence that was important?
Yes.
Was there any data evidence that any of the team from the Massachusetts State Police were you aware of them pursuing any data type evidence?
Yes, there was.
Was there some phones involved?
Yes, there were.
What phones did you understand or pursue that you thought might be helpful for your investigation?
For one, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was a device that we were looking into. We also had seized the defendant's phone and were attempting to access that device. There was other digital information that we were seeking as well.
Was the potential data from the defendant's Lexus important to the team of investigators?
Extremely important.
And did any of your team or the team pursue that black box, so-called black box data?
Yes, we did.
You were asked whether you interviewed or present for interviews of Nicole and Brian Albert?
Yes.
And after you spoke to them, including and considering all of the prior information you had, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2024?
There was not.
Relative to the information that could be stored in the computer systems on Alexis, do you know which troopers, or do you know if Trooper Garino was involved in any process regarding that?
Yes, I do know, and yes, he was involved in conducting that portion of the investigation.
As part of the investigation, was it important or was it considered to look at John O'Keefe's phone to see if there was any specific or particular information on it that would be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
What were you looking for? What was the team looking for on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Well, the all-encompassing data includes location of the device. It includes communication, the party's identity with whom an individual could possibly be communicating. In this case, Mr. O'Keefe, his text messages, phone calls, emails, other applications like Signal and WhatsApp could have been also in use.
How about voicemails?
Voicemails, yes.
Did you ever review or consider any of those things that you just mentioned in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of interviewing witnesses, did you, along with Michael Proctor, interview Katie McLaughlin on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was this the very next day?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your investigation and the direction and scope of your investigation, did you consider the interview with her and what she might have told you?
Yes, it was.
And when you were speaking with her the very next day, is there any statements that she attributed to the defendant that you considered in the next days of your investigation?
Yes, there was.
Do you remember what she told you the defendant said that was part of your consideration for your future investigation?
Yes, I hit him.
I'm going to allow it. Remember that the statement is not being offered for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided to the statement.
Did the statement that Katie McLaughlin attributed to the defendant that very next day, January 30th, 2022, did that shape your investigation at all?
It helps attribute to the investigation. Again, all the evidence, all the statements, all the digital, all the circumstantial, all of that information is coupled and then put together, capped off by the defendant's statements herself to form the case.
There were questions about a plow driver by the name of Brian Loughran. When did you first hear or learn of that name?
It was quite some time after the case had made its way through the court system.
When you learned of his name, did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
And before you spoke to him, were there any issues you identified relative to Mr. Loughran before you actually spoke to him?
In regards to him, no, I didn't know him. I've never met him.
Did you, in fact, speak to him and interview him?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview, did anybody attend that interview with you?
Yes.
It was asked whether or not there was a car that was seen. And that was a, what type of car?
Ford Edge.
Was he specifically asked whether or not that was a Ford Edge owned by the Albert family?
In our interview?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but it is along the line of questions that would have been in my report and transcription of the audio recording.
In one last interview, did you speak to Brian Albert Jr.? Or did you consider a report of his interview?
I saw a report and
Did you
considered.
attend that interview?
I did not know.
What did you understand his relevance to be in your investigation?
He was at the home, at his parents' home, when some of his relatives and parents' friends came back to 34 Fairview.
And after you considered that interview, did it change your perspective of knowledge about whether anybody had suggested that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road that night?
No, it did not, no.
When I asked you questions earlier on in the case, days ago now, we went through a number of pieces of evidence that was found at different times at 34 Fairview Road. Do you remember those questions and going through that process?
I do remember, yes.
When we went through that process, were there any items that I did not ask you about?
Yes, there were.
And the items I did not ask you about, were they retrieved or found on different dates?
Yes, they did. They were, yes.
And the items that I did not ask you about on those different dates, do you remember how many different dates other items were found?
I want to say 3 different dates.
And on those other items I didn't ask you about, who recovered those items of evidence from 34 Fairview Road?
Michael Proctor.
Were you with Michael Proctor on any of those 3 dates when he turned in or reported the recovery of other evidence at 34 Fairview Road?
I was not, no.
And do you understand whether anybody was with him on those 3 dates?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
My understanding that nobody else was with him.
And I did not ask you about any of those pieces of evidence?
No, you did not, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked about those 3 pieces of evidence?
Yes, I was.
Were you shown what are now exhibits containing pictures and a photograph of the bags in which those items were bagged?
Yes, I was.
Do you have those physical pieces of evidence?
I do.
Now I'd like to ask you about those 3 pieces of evidence. Was there evidence produced from February 8, 2022?
There was.
Who produced that evidence?
It was Michael Proctor who recovered it.
And you were not there that date when he recovered the items?
I was not, no.
I'd ask you to retrieve 7-13, the items that were found on February 8, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves?
I do.
Okay.
This one's labeled 22-02-184-7-13 as the bag, and this is letter labeled A as in alpha.
Could you again tell us the date that was recovered?
This was recovered on February 8th, 2022. This appears to be a black piece of plastic, same identifying numbers, but this one is labeled with the letter B as in Bravo. This small piece of red plastic is not labeled.
Thank you. You mentioned this was on February 8, 2022. Earlier in, are you done with that package?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you had shared that you went back to 34 Fairview on February 10, 2022.
Yes, I did.
And on that date, you recovered pieces of taillight.
Yes, I did.
At that point, on February 10, 2 days after that February 8th production, was there still any snow on the ground at 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was still snow on the ground. Obviously not in the amount that was there the first day.
The second production from Mr. Proctor, do you know what date that was?
Don't hold me to it. I want to say the 11th of February.
And did you bring 7-14 and 7-15 with you?
Yes, I did.
Could you produce those, please? Let's take one at a time, please.
7-14 and 7-15.
Let's start with 7-14. I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection.
Thank you.
Regarding 7-14, can you show us what Mr. Proctor found on February 11, 2022?
Yes, sir. Appears to be a variety of wax, like stamp bags, as well as plastic containers. And this is consistent with having glass in it, as it was earlier.
Does the packaging, it seems different than the other bags. Is there any reason you know of that the packaging is different?
It appears that these are small fragments of glass, so for safety reasons, it appears that they were placed into a hard containers to prevent injury or maybe possibly losing it.
Could you just hold up a few examples for the jury to see?
Yes. This one here is labeled 7-14, and then A. This here is B. This here is C. And then there's fragments in here.
You don't need to take them out, just describe them generally.
Small pieces of what appears to be glass inside the wax paper.
If you can rebag all that, we'll move to the next item.
Yes, sir. $7.15.
Please, I'd move 715 into evidence.
Mr. Jackson?
No objection. Were 714 and 715 the two separate bags, both found on February 11, 2022?
I can confirm that as soon as I look back at the bag.
Exhibit 130.
Into evidence?
Mr. Jackson?
No objection. Were 714 and 715 the two separate bags, both found on February 11, 2022?
I can confirm that as soon as I look back at the bag.
Exhibit 130.
Yes, February 11th.
If you could open that and show the jury.
Yes, sir. This item is labeled with the same limbs number, 715, and the letter A. This is two pieces of clear plastic that are taped together. The longer one here on the left is labeled H, and the one on the right is labeled F, if my eyes are not failing me. This is a canister labeled debris collection, with the same numerical identifiers.
When would you use a canister as opposed to just putting it in a bag or a plastic bag? Is there a reason it's in a canister?
I do not know the reason behind it. I would strictly be speculating.
Thank you.
This small red piece of plastic is labeled E, as in echo. There are more small pieces of that, similar to that size, that I just showed, but...
Very well. If you can rebag that. You mentioned there was 3 different days where Mr. Proctor found pieces of taillight.
Is labeled
If you could open it, please, for the jury.
Yes, sir. This one's labeled B. Here we have 3 red taillight pieces taped together. Appears to be mechanically fitting, labeled A, C, and D.
Do you typically label items?
No, no.
Do you know where those labels and the taping come from?
I believe that's from the crime lab. They label, identify each item according to their protocols to help them facilitate their portion of the investigation. Small clear piece of plastic labeled E as in echo. Small piece of clear plastic labeled G as in golf. Investigation. Small clear piece of plastic labeled E as in echo. Small piece of clear plastic labeled G as in golf. And another tin canister labeled piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You earlier mentioned that the tow truck brought the defendant's Lexus to the Canton Sallyport. Do you know if there's a video depicting that arrival?
Yes, there is.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of Exhibit 127.
Okay.
Have you seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
What does it depict?
It depicts a tow truck from Diamond Towing arriving at Canton Police Department, followed by my personal pickup truck that we're following the vehicle in.
That video, that's before the video of being in the Sallyport?
Yes, it is.
When you were considering the physical pieces of evidence as part of your investigation, were you considering the weather conditions that night?
Yes.
When you were evaluating pieces of physical evidence that were found at 34 Fairview, were you making any assessment about their location or depth or closeness to the ground when you were evaluating them?
Yes.
And why were you considering the closeness of items to the ground?
Well, common sense will dictate that if a item is found on the grass and there's snow covering it, that it would have to have been placed prior to the snow accumulating. If an item is shoved into the snow, it will be exposed as the snow melts prior to it reaching the ground level.
I'm going to ask you to, with the court's assistant, retrieve Exhibit 85. May I approach?
Yes.
I have to go over and get it.
You don't have it, I'm sorry.
It's just right across the way.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. Sure.
Thank you.
I'll bring it.
You have some questions while we wait?
I can. When you retrieve pieces of taillight on February 3rd, did you consider their location, not only where on the lawn they were, but about the depth of where they were found?
Yes, I did.
And based on the items that you found on February 3rd, how close to the ground were they?
They were on the ground, or in the instance with the hat, it was frozen almost in a solid piece to the grass blades, to the ground.
And was that significant to you, how the hat was found?
Yes, it was.
If I could have 99C. Beneath the hat on the left side next to the ruler, what do you see?
Yellow grass and a leaf, I believe, a brown leaf.
Was that of importance to you?
Yes, it was.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And if you could turn the lights on and take that down, please. Thank you, sir. I'm approaching with exhibit 85. Could you take the item out of the bag, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at the back of the pants, please? As part of your investigation and the significance of the evidence, did you consider any debris on the back of the pants as part of your analysis?
Yes, the grass stains on the left.
Objection.
The appearance of the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the appearance of the staining that's taken place or had taken place on these jeans was significant in the fact that it appears to be green and grass stain.
What did that suggest to you as part of your evaluation of your investigation and the decisions that you made after?
It suggests that Mr. O'Keefe impacted the grass area with his left glute, transferring green staining onto his pants.
Are you, or do you know from your investigation the amount of snow that was on the ground at about 12:32:09 to 12:32:12 on January 29th of 2022?
Yes, based on my investigation and review of video from surveillance footage, it appears to be very little to a coating of snow in some areas.
You could repackage that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Keefe's pants. I have just a few final questions for you, Trooper Buchanan.
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions about interviewing Brian Higgins,
Yes.
and you shared with us that he provided you a number of text messages between him and the defendant.
Yes.
You began to explain that you vet information during your investigation.
Yes, we do.
What did you tell him you were going to do with the messages he was giving you?
I explained to Mr. Higgins that we have in our custody and will eventually get into both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, so that protect his integrity as a law enforcement official. I told him that the information he was providing better be true and accurate, or else he would suffer the consequences of the ulterior.
Did you in fact vet what he gave you?
Yes.
And before you vetted it, did he make any changes, additions, or subtractions from that information?
No, he did not.
And when you vetted that information, was there anything different from the alternative source, that being the defendant's phone, from his phone?
Not that I noticed, no.
Your Honor, that exhibit or that document has been marked for identification. I'd like to introduce it as an exhibit. The identification number is that? My apologies. I'll need to look. I don't know the number offhand.
I think the clerks might have it.
It's marked for identification.
No, it's actually marked. It was EE, now it's.
Oh, it was introduced?
It was.
I didn't realize that this has been introduced as Exhibit 150. As part of your investigation, did you look to see if there was any animus or difficulty between Mr. Higgins and Mr. O'Keefe prior to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes.
Did you look at text message records to see if there was any motive that was evidenced in those text messages for Mr. Higgins to want to murder Mr. O'Keefe?
I did look.
May I approach?
Yes.
I handed you a document. Do you recognize that package of materials?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the extraction printed out from Brian Higgins' phone, dated 2/3, meaning February 3rd, 2022, and it is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Higgins.
Does it extend a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Did you look through those conversations or text messages to identify whether there was any animus or motive?
Yes, I did.
I'd move to introduce those documents as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you find any?
Hold on.
Exhibit 132.
Thank you. Trooper Buchanan, did you find any evidence in the conversation?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Proceed. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. So,
Trooper Buchanan, when you studied the materials, the conversation, communications between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, did you find any evidence shaping your investigation that there was a motive to harm, hurt, or murder Mr. O'Keefe by Mr. Higgins?
No, there was not.
I have no further questions at this time.
okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may.
Sure.
You were just asked about Brian Higgins and your interview with Brian Higgins. Where did that take place?
In Sharon at an attorney's office.
At his lawyer's house, correct?
I'm not sure if he resides there, but it was an office.
With his lawyer present, correct?
Yes.
Did you find that unusual?
Objection.
Sustained.
He wasn't under arrest, correct?
No.
You hadn't read him his rights.
No need to know.
No need to, because he wasn't in custody, correct?
Correct.
He was just a witness in a case that you were investigating.
That's correct.
But he asked that you interview him in his lawyer's presence, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about any evidence of Brian Higgins having a motive to murder John O'Keefe just a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan, right?
Yes.
And you said, no, I didn't find a motive that Brian Higgins would want to murder John O'Keefe. Is that right?
That's right.
What about a motive to confront him? About a girl he was interested in. Did you see that?
I believe the text messages speak for themselves. Everybody heard me read them out loud.
Yep, the text messages do, but I'm asking you. You were just asked about your opinion, whether or not there was a motive that you found for Brian Higgins to want to murder John O'Keefe. I'm asking you a different question. Did you, in your mind, in your opinion, after having read those texts, find a motive for Brian Higgins to perhaps want to confront John O'Keefe because of jealousy?
If you're asking for my opinion is that he would need to confront Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe was not the one pursuing Mr. Higgins. It was your client that was pursuing Mr. Higgins.
Okay, so, well, the text messages, like you said, speak for themselves. You'll agree that it showed that there was a mutual interest, right? It just wasn't one-sided.
At times there was flattering text messages from both sides, but your client reached out to him first.
Right. I mean, somebody's got to reach out, right? Everybody's got to reach out to somebody. First, someone's got to do it first, right?
Well, it depends.
It doesn't mean that there's not mutual affection for one another. Is that right? Or at least perceived mutual affection.
I don't understand the question.
Did you see in those text messages, in your mind, a motive that might lead to jealousy on the part of Brian Higgins?
No, I think Brian Higgins was pretty clear in his request for explanation of what the defendant wanted out of this, and stated that he's friends with Mr. O'Keefe. So he wanted clarity from the defendant about what was going on.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't read it to be that he was jealous as I sit here thinking back on the content.
What about after drinking Jameson and ginger all night long and sending a text that said, well?
Objection.
Might that change things?
I don't know what Mr. Higgins' state of mind was. Well, could mean many different things. They could have had a face-to-face interaction, a look. We'd be strictly speculating what was intended by that, or what was the intent of communication by that text message.
After weeks of communicating with Ms. Reed in a romantic manner, and then seeing her walk in the door with John O'Keefe and sending the text message, well, after having been intoxicated, you see that, detective, as an investigator, as a reasonable, objective investigator, as a possible scenario for Brian Higgins to be jealous about John O'Keefe.
There's a possibility there, but I didn't see it.
Did you explore that possibility when you got all these text messages?
We did not follow up on that aspect based on the totality of the entire investigation.
Did you pull the tape at the waterfall and review the tape as we did here in court?
That happened, yes.
Okay. Did you see on the tape a time just before Brian Higgins left the location where he was confronted by Chris Albert?
Objection.
Change the wording.
Sure. Did you see a circumstance, did you see a situation on that tape where Brian Higgins is standing and Chris Albert physically puts his hand on Brian Higgins' arm, on his left arm?
I don't have a specific memory of that.
You remember a circumstance on that tape where Brian Higgins pulled his arm away and looked past Chris Albert over toward the bar, which is where John O'Keefe was standing. Did you see that?
I do remember you pointing that out, but we couldn't tell him who exactly he was looking at based on the video.
Did you see a circumstance in which Brian Higgins then put his hand on his forehead and began rubbing his forehead like this?
I don't have a memory of that.
Did you see a circumstance in which he then motioned over toward that side of the bar with his left hand?
That I remember, yes.
Did that seem realistic to you? Let me ask it a different way. Did that seem to you as a reasonable interpretation? Hey, come on outside. Or come here.
Very reasonable, since they've been invited to 34 Fairview.
Did it look, in your opinion, that was just a, hey, let's go together? Or did it look more to you like, hey, come outside? Or let's step outside?
The totality of the investigation, the fact that when they stepped outside, there was no confrontation and they were invited to the address. Again, totality of the investigation suggests otherwise.
Let's talk about that totality of the investigation. You're aware that Brian Higgins left first. He was the first to arrive at 34 Fairview, even before Brian Albert.
I am, yes.
And you're also aware that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were among the last to arrive. So they didn't step outside together, right?
They didn't step outside, but once he was invited, according to your narrative, wouldn't they have a discussion outside where he was invited to come out?
So, Mr. Jackson, I just want to ask you, how much longer do you think?
Not long. I can finish this up if you give me probably 10 minutes.
All right. Jurors are saying yes. Is it okay with all the jurors? We usually break at 4.
I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to stop now, but I think I can get it finished.
I'd like to finish with this witness and not have to bring it back again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the accommodation. You're aware that, according to the tape, John O'Keefe left about 10 minutes after Brian Higgins, or so.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. You would agree, as a homicide investigator, not every death starts off as an intended murder, correct?
I will agree to that.
Sometimes a fight could go wrong, and you intend to fight and duke it out. Something goes wrong, something goes south, someone dies, correct?
Objection.
Is that something that you, it's beyond the scope, so move along.
You were asked on redirect examination about taillight pieces that were found by the CERT team. I want to ask you real quick about that. Your testimony was you recall that the CERT team found a large piece of red taillight material during their initial search. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. Did the CERT, you had a debriefing with the CERT team, correct?
Not the CERT team. I had a debrief with the members of our unit at the Canton PD conference room. I do not have a memory of the CERT team being there.
Do you recall ever being told or informed that the CERT team actually recovered maybe 5 or 6 pieces, maybe 7 pieces of small plastic material in addition to the shoe? As opposed to a large piece of red taillight?
The memory that stands out to me that I have is that there was a large piece of plastic recovered. It wasn't a shard. It was significant enough that, shown on the photograph taken by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And do you recall that the CERT team, or were you ever informed that the CERT team found those, according to the CERT team, within inches of one another, within about a 2-foot square radius?
I don't have a memory of where they found them exactly. I wasn't there.
Okay. You were asked about the taillight. You were shown a photograph of the taillight where almost the entirety of that lens material is missing. It's gone, correct?
Yes.
And you remember talking to Jen McCabe originally, interviewing her within days of this incident happening, correct?
It was the 29th we interviewed.
As a matter of fact, the day.
That day, yes.
Do you remember her saying that the taillight was cracked/broken?
She communicated that over the phone to Michael Proctor, which was then documented later on in the interview report from earlier.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was documented within the interview report.
Okay. And in that interview report, it doesn't say the entire lens cap of that taillight is gone, correct?
Correct. The report does not say that, no.
And she didn't describe that, did she?
I don't know what she described to Michael Proctor over the phone.
You pulled out a pair of jeans belonging to Mr. O'Keefe just a second ago.
Yes.
And you noted that on his, what would be his left rear pocket, there was a stain.
Yes.
You said that was an apparent grass stain, and it was green.
Based on my observation here holding them, that's what it appeared, yes. Maybe dirt, maybe other substances.
That was my question. Did you seek to analyze what that discoloration was from? Or have caused that to be analyzed by the crime lab or anybody else?
The genes were processed. I don't know what their protocol is to analyze it. They process those genes. There's pieces missing from cuttings and stuff like
Understood. That. So as you sit here, you have no evidence at all that those are grass stains, correct?
Strictly my experience of knowing grass stains and observing it.
Could be dirt.
Could be.
Could be oil or grease.
I don't know about that, but
they look brown. Stains look brown, doesn't it?
There's different parts of the stain. Some has brown, some has green, different parts of it.
Could you get, in your experience, stains on the back of pants from being dragged?
I've never dragged anybody, so from my experience, I can't tell you.
I didn't ask if you've ever dragged anybody. You've never murdered anybody either, but you're a homicide investigator, right? Did you get those stains from being dragged? It's just a common sense question.
My common sense dictates that it was not a drag, a mark, because it would have linear characterizations, and it would be both buttocks that are engaged in contact with the ground while being dragged.
What if he was being dragged and he had something in his pocket, or being dragged at an ankle? Being dragged through a crease spot that was only on the left. What about all those possibilities?
Again, my opinion, common sense dictates it was not the case.
But you certainly didn't take any action to investigate forensically what those stains actually were.
I did not know.
By the way, can you lose a shoe from being dragged?
It depends. I guess you can, depending on how loose it is.
You said that there was no information that you had regarding Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe having any animosity toward each other prior to January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
But you did, now let's talk about on January 29th, 2022. In your experience, does drinking alcohol increase a likelihood or increase the possibility of getting into an altercation?
I would say, in my experience, in my opinion, the alcohol could become a social lubricant and exacerbate emotions. But to speak in a definitive form here, I can't.
You've heard of beer muscles. That's a common phrase, right?
Never heard that before, no.
Beer guts? You ever heard that one?
I've heard of beer gut, but not beer guts.
Having the guts to walk up to someone you might not otherwise walk up to in a bar because you've had too much to drink. Is that what beer muscles could mean?
I would say maybe liquid courage.
Even better. What does liquid courage mean?
Giving you courage that truly shouldn't be there.
That you might not otherwise have if you weren't drinking.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we wrap this up, Mr. Jackson?
I'm trying, Judge. I won't be much longer. You had evidence that Brian Higgins had been drinking most of the afternoon and evening that night, or most of the night, that evening and night, at the time that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walked into the waterfall, correct?
I had information that Brian Higgins had returned from a police officer's funeral and then went to Waterfall after he changed clothes and took a shower.
Went to the hillside before he went to Waterfall and started drinking there, correct?
I don't have an independent memory of that, no.
But you did, at the time, you didn't pull the tape at Gesundheit. At the time, you didn't pull the tape at CPD that we saw with Brian Higgins on the phone at 1:30 in the morning, correct? You didn't have that information.
I'm sorry, can you give me a reference when
Sure.
at the time?
At the beginning of your investigation, January 29th and probably the next, let's call it a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
You did not have that information, correct?
No, we did not.
And you didn't seek that information from CPD at that time.
No, I had no information that he went there.
Okay, and you didn't extract his phone, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination, did you have any evidence that John actually went into the home? Did you ever interview Trooper Guarino during the course of your investigation at any time?
Interview him?
Talk
No.
to him about his extraction of John O'Keefe's phone and any of the data that came off of his phone?
No.
You did not realize that Trooper Guarino had information that John O'Keefe took 36 steps covering a distance of some 84 feet that would have placed Mr. O'Keefe inside the residence at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Did you have any information from Trooper Guarino about steps that were logged on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not.
Is that it, Mr. Jackson? You said finally, that's what I'm wondering.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap this up. I only have a couple more things, but I may be able to finish it with one question. As you sit here now, are you aware of whether or not there's evidence that John O'Keefe, the phone describes John O'Keefe's phone taking 36 steps, covering a distance of about 84 feet at 12:32 and 16 seconds on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you aware of that?
I am not, Your Honor.
Okay, the answer is...
The answer was?
No, I'm not aware of that.
All right.
All right.
Jurors, I appreciate you staying late, so Trooper Lieutenant, you do not have to return.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So,
Thank you.
folks, those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Please rise for the jury.
So it's
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we stay. We monitor. It's tormenting, but I will let you know when the sidebar is done for the day. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I will pop back up on your screen. Give me a second. We'll see if there's... I can't imagine the lawyers have anything else to say, but I, as a towel, will be with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will monitor together, and we will see how the day plays out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if there's anything else that occurs, you will see it on Towel Stream. And how do we even recap that, Towel friends? Yes, Yuri is done. It's over after so many hours. Yuri Buchanan it's over. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we may be done for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I am a towel. Let me bring that screen up with the actual towel on the screen. I'm waiting for court to go out of session so I can confirm that we are done. If that is the case, we'll be back, of course, at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. Court will go into session at 9. But either way, little towels, let us do our recap. Oh, look how happy Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and little Chewbacca are, and Towel's dad. Oh, Towel's dad, who passed away overnight from cancer. God bless Frederick Ellis. Thank you so much, Towel friends, for helping me honor my father during today's stream. I can't tell you how much that meant to little Towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, that's me, my dad over my face. Little Towel is going to stay with you, friends. You know what we're going to do today? We're going to do our recap in honor of Towel's dad and Crime Cricket's mom, dear Crime Cricket, who his mom passed away this weekend. So, folks, if you are in the chat and you haven't had an opportunity to express condolences and warm compassion and fluffy embrace to our lovely towel friend, Crime Cricket, please do so. Crime Cricket is so wonderful. Such a dedicated supporter of this stream, just so selfless in so many ways. And it's not me that makes this stream, although I do my best to help you all. It's you all and the way you engage with each other and the connections you've made and the ethos that you bring forward. It's something very special, and it means a lot to Little Towel. Yes, and truly you all reflect the very best. Not just, I think, of what a stream can be, but maybe of what this world can be if it were defined by only people who acted from a place of noble intent and goodness. And what a world that would be, Towel friends. Now, we are waiting here. We're trying to see what exactly is going on at this protracted sidebar. I'm keeping an eye on the world going by my window. I don't expect very much else to happen, but we're going to keep an eye. The towel fan is still up. I'm going to actually refresh that one to make it easier for us to watch. But also, ladies and gentlemen, Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are there protecting us, making sure we don't have to watch the fan. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be with you. And we're going to do our recap as soon as court is actually done, because there's a sidebar. This protracted sidebar is probably about the testimony of John O'Keefe's niece and nephew. Now, listen, folks. There might not actually be court for the first hour and a half tomorrow because there's no coverage, okay, when the niece and nephew are testifying, and we are going to abide by that. John DePetro will be in the courtroom, folks, and we will keep an eye on what John DePetro has to say, but we're going to abide by the court's media officer. Monty, God bless you. Thank you so much. We're going to abide by the court's media order, and we are not going to be reporting on anything that we're not supposed to. Oh, God bless you, Pamela, and Dixie Doodles, and LR, and Bossy Texas Chick, and Elevate the Process, dear friend. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's been so good to have spent some time with you today. It meant so much to Little Towel. We are now watching live. The court is still in session. If you're wondering what are we doing, we are watching, waiting for this sidebar. It is a sidebar to end, ladies and gentlemen. And so I have I have the fan up. It is spinning behind Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Even the Karen cam has not ended for the day, ladies and gentlemen, but I will be the one to tell you. I will let you know if indeed we are done, and you may be watching and saying, how is it possible that this is still going after all this time? Well, I don't really have an answer for you on that one, ladies and gentlemen. All I can really tell you is that as soon as court is done for the day and we are ready to go home, most likely it'll just be Judge Cannoni saying, okay, we're ready to go, but we must nonetheless stay and watch. Yes, we are at a protracted sidebar. I repeat, I'm looking at the fan spinning, and I'm thinking to myself, what has it become? What have I become as a towel where we are watching protracted sidebars at the end of 16-hour cross where Alan Jackson went absolutely nowhere? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we did take a towel poll. Oh, God bless you, Dewdrops. You're still here, and my thoughts have been with your cousin all day, and God bless your family. I hope everything works out, and you're such a noble person to have immediately gone to help your family, Dewdrops. God bless you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Karen Reed's lawyer from the first trial, the juror from the first trial, Victoria George, not in court again. She dropped off David Yanetti's website. Yes, and we'll see what Tell may have to take some days. We'll figure out exactly what's going on and how what we'll do and how everything will line up, Towel friends, and we'll do our best to keep things going. But yes, Towel will prioritize. That's very important. His family and those that are close to him. And ladies and gentlemen, remember, we are still not done. We are in sidebar right now, ladies and gentlemen. The sidebar is still going. It is an extremely long sidebar to end the day. Yes, somehow. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're about to get ready to end. Stay with Little Towel. All we need to do is get to the end of this section, and then we're done. Ladies and gentlemen, it should be any second now. We can do our recap. I know you all enjoy the recaps, and trust me, you did not miss anything today. Mandy, I'll be happy to show you the court order regarding the children. You can also find it on my X feed. I believe it was released sometime in the past 3 to 4 days, Thursday afternoon, I want to say. I will bring it up during the recap, though. Let us just see what's going to happen when Judge Cannoni comes out of sidebar. I repeat, we are waiting to come out of sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Should be in the next, I'd say, 20 to 15 seconds now, folks, just so stay with Little Towel. We are about to wrap up Monday. There was not a lot that happened, but Alan Jackson certainly didn't make any friends on the jury. And by the way, folks, if you're new to Towel Stream, don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel because we are on a mission today. We were so close. We were so close to getting to 1,000 subscribers. We are at 973. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's been such an honor to spend the day with you. We broke all sorts of Towel Stream records, and now all we're doing is waiting for the very end of the day. Yes, we have the most up-to-date feed on Towel Stream that I could find, and even though I would like to go drive around and get a drink and just kind of mull things over, listen to music, and think about life, we're going to do our recap towel friends. Our towel friends around the world who didn't want to watch Alan Jackson bloviate for 6 to 8 hours deserve our recap. And that is what we were going to do, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, looks like we're done. Court's out of session, ladies and gentlemen. That means we can do our towel-based recap. All of you have wanted to do it. I want to do it, and we together shall do exactly that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are towels. Now listen, there's a few things that I want to do here first. One, Reporter Towel Christina, from what I understand, Reporter Towel Christina has provided us an update about specifically Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, you're going to see a little bit of a recursive towel there for a second, so let's just cover it up. Now, you may have noticed, folks, I don't know if you noticed this, but at the end of yesterday's stream, before we do our recap, Christina let us know, the venerated, wonderful Christina Towel let us know, folks, that there was a problem, that as you saw, Alan Jackson had deployed his darkest strategy yet. He didn't just rely on the Chewbacca defense or the Stay Puft Marshmallow defense. No, Alan Jackson deployed the Wiccans. Ladies and gentlemen, he deployed the Wiccans, and Alan Jackson somehow, some way, in doing so, got the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca involved in a very intense situation. Now, you may say, ladies and gentlemen, I could hang around a cauldron with some witches. I don't think that would be too much of a problem. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is true that for most people, it is not too much of an issue. And I will show you, ladies and gentlemen, our Reporter Towel Christina. By the way, there's not much of an update today. Nothing really happened other than Yuri Buchanan absolutely dominating Alan Jackson, and then Alan Jackson upsetting the entire courthouse by not ending on time and then proceeding to go way overtime in a way that was completely gratuitous and inappropriate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we have to give Reporter Towel Christina her due is I don't know if you have followed this stream, but Reporter Towel Christina has a way of getting exclusive updates on Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And on a day like today, ladies and gentlemen, where so many of us have gone through ups and downs, and we got through Alan Jackson's 16-hour cross, I think there is no better way to end the day than what I'm about to show you. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Reporter Towel Christina has two very important updates. One, listen, I'm absolutely shocked by this, but Alan Jackson missed this during his cross today, okay? We may actually have to put this in the update. I don't know how to tell you this, folks. We may have to put this in the update. This was an incredible find by Christina Towel, and this is just the first image, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want you to prepare yourselves for this. Oh, I can't take that call right now, but I will in a second. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually my grandma who I'm going to call as soon as we are done with the stream. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you this because Christina Towel put a lot of effort into finding this. Do you know who was at the scene that night, ladies and gentlemen, at the Canton PD? I don't know how Alan Jackson missed this, ladies and gentlemen. If Alan Jackson had any semblance of integrity, he would have shown the jury the actual culprit who was on that video. Ladies and gentlemen, you knew it was coming. How did he miss it? Ladies and gentlemen, so LR, Chewbacca is a dog named Chloe in a wig that Alan Jackson has blamed for John O'Keefe's death. And the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, Alan Jackson brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man during cross as a question and asked someone if someone in a jacket looked like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man because the jacket was puffy. Now, listen, I agree, Yuri did excellent, but ladies and gentlemen, how did Alan Jackson miss this? How is it possible? Mandy Strong, I am absolutely humbled by your marriage proposal. I think Little Towel needs, there's a lot of things going on in Little Towel's life. I don't think marriage is per se something I can take on in the short term, but we can talk about all sorts of things. I'm not making any commitments. I'm afraid of commitment. I'm a towel. Oh, yeah, so Eva, I was explaining it a little bit. Alan Jackson brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and furthermore, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you that Chewbacca was in the parking lot. I don't know how Christina Towell found this. I will never in a million years be able to understand Christina Towell's investigative skills. But ladies and gentlemen, it was clearly Chewbacca. This proves it. It's the smoking gun. It was Chewbacca. There's no debate. We can't have a discussion about this. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Chewbacca. Now, Christina said there's even more images. Let's see. I think I did get some of them. They take a little while to load, Christina Towell. But you know what, lady, Mr. and Mrs. Towell? Oh, no, I'm going to end up with a Towell-themed wedding. Christina Towell, for now, this is the update that people want to see. They wanted to know if Alan Jackson somehow missed Chewbacca in the parking lot. But there it is. It's proof positive. That, ladies and gentlemen, all Alan Jackson had to do was ask the witness one question. Did you notice the Chewbacca in the parking lot in the still image? The witness would have been like, what are you talking about? And then Alan could have been like, sir, he could have been like, Miss Elizabeth Little, please stand up. She would have stood up. And then Alan would have been like, is that not a picture of Chewbacca in the parking lot with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? And then, oh, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for indulging a little. Yes, we've had our first proposal on Towel Stream. I'm a little overwhelmed. Oh, okay, dear friends, let's do our recap. We've been waiting for it. It has been quite a day, but we must do the recap for the Towel Friends. All right, let's do it. And then, Towel Friends, we will say our wonderful goodbyes, and then I'll rest my voice again and see you bright and early. We hit 7.1 thousand people on the X stream. We hit almost 400 on the YouTube stream at one point. We are getting close to our Towel subscriber goal of 1,000. If you are new to this feed and want to subscribe and like, God bless you, and please consider doing so. Little Towel would appreciate it. All right, Towel Friends, let's do our recap. It's what you've all wanted to see. It's what we're here for. It's how we be little towels. I'm blushing. Yes, I'm afraid of commitment. I'm a towel. I don't know what to do. Oh, dear goodness. Towel Friends. Towel Friends. There we go. We will do our recap. Oh, you've even got Towel to smile after a long day. There you go. Everybody wins. Where do we even start this day? What did we actually accomplish? I don't think we accomplished much of anything. I think Hank Brennan arriving was one of the highlights of the day. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. There was very little to talk about. All right, let's see. Here we go. Going into the recap. All right, let me breathe here. Let me get my towel self-collected. Get ready. If you want to be in the recap, now's the time to comment. I'm a little towel. Hello, Towel Friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. It's just about 4:30 p.m. on May 12, 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, I have wonderful news. Alan Jackson finally ended his 14-hour cross. Yes, Alan Jackson spoke for 14 hours without saying much of anything, and it's finally over. Ladies and gentlemen, my word, Hank Brennan managed to say more in 2 hours on redirect than Alan Jackson said in 14 hours. The entire American trial-watching public began to lose their minds, ladies and gentlemen. I am surprised that half of us are still going, if not for Alan Jackson somehow bringing up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and potentially trying to blame a dog named Chloe in a wig who looks like Chewbacca. I don't think any of us would have made it through the trial. But ladies and gentlemen, we got through day 14. It's finally over. Now, if you're just getting caught up, we're going to take a look. There wasn't much of anything that happened. Alan Jackson went in circles for hours. At one point, it was even reported, ladies and gentlemen, that Alan Jackson pulled up this screenshot and told, I'm being sardonic. Alan Jackson did not actually bring this screenshot up, but he may as well have. He spent hours on this screenshot, and one of the reporter towels in Towel Stream named Christina indicated Chewbacca may have even been in the parking lot that Alan Jackson was talking about while making no sense. Yes, it may well be a record for one of the longest cross-examinations, the most gratuitous, the most bloviator-based, the most nonsensical-based cross-examination any of the towels have ever seen, ladies and gentlemen. My word, I cannot put it into words, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's take a look at Hank Brennan's arrival today at court. That'll show up on your screen right below the wonderful towel comments. Now, oh, hold on. I was yelling during the video, so I'm going to turn the volume down. Apparently, Towel likes to yell. That does not surprise me, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Oh, there's Hank Brennan walking into court, strolling like a Hank Brennan. Yes, Hank Brennan is a verb now, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan is a verb. You can walk cool, calm, confident, and collected and become a Hank Brennan. God bless you, Drew Drops. You even joined in the recap. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed also arrived in court. That was not really as important, but we can take a look at it. Very little really happened. I think Karen walked up behind her lawyers. We'll take a look. Yes, there's Karen. Or there are her lawyers. Where's Karen? Please play the. There's Karen. Walking slowly like a Karen. I don't know if a Karen is a verb. We're not using it pejoratively. She is just a Karen. Not that kind of Karen. She's literally named Karen Reed, ladies and gentlemen. What do you want from me? Not that much happened today. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, we eventually came into session, and one of the first things that we saw was that there was 3 motions submitted. One, the Aruba incident. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching Towel Stream, you know the Aruba incident is a huge deal because Karen Reed on December 31st, 2021, just a few weeks before John's death, saw John hug a family friend named Marietta Sullivan in the hallway of a resort. Karen then, a few days later, on January 5th, apologized to Marietta Sullivan's sister, Laura Sullivan, and said that Karen just mistook John hugging his dear family friend who called John Godfather in the hallway. And Karen tried to pay for the woman's room and things like that. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks later, on January 12th, 2022, Karen Reed started up an affair with John's friend and lied to John's friend. Said to John's friend that John had cheated on Karen in Aruba on December 31st, when John had done no such thing and Karen had previously admitted that. And ladies and gentlemen, John's friend ended that affair after he realized Karen was only using John's friend to torment John as John and Karen's relationship broke down. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why this motion to bring in the Aruba incident was such a big deal. Let's take a look at how it went.
Quickly on these, I've had a chance to read them. So, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you. Let's today focus on the Bowden ones. We can focus on the other one later.
My motion memorandum on Bowden just iterates my objections continuously at sidebar that not all evidence is admissible, characterization of evidence is not admissible, and the defense should have the ability and intention to follow up with substantive proof if they're going to act.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. So I will follow up here. We'll do this first, actually. So the Aruba motion did not actually get argued. Judge Cannoni delayed it a little bit, but I can show you the Aruba motion, ladies and gentlemen, because we have it saved. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know where we can find it. Now, the Aruba motion in particular has to do with, as I just explained, the information about coming in as to the incident on December 31st, 2021. Now, the motion that you just heard argued related to Karen Reed attempting to get around Judge Cannoni's prior ruling on not raising a third-party culprit. We're going to see Reed eventually, Hank Brennan wins that motion, Reed loses after a voir dire later in the day. But first, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a look from venerated reporter towel Christina Rex, who is not venerated reporter towel Christina. These are two different people. Christina Rex, of course, is a venerated reporter towel for WBZ, who also goes to New England Law. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, there you can see the motion from the Commonwealth to introduce evidence of the Aruba trip. And for those of you who might just be tuning in and not familiar with what this means, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch during this recap just to explain to those who are looking forward to what could be coming in during this week just how bad the Aruba trip is for Karen. But before we do that, let's go right into that, because the Aruba trip was one of the biggest moments of we'll pause. The Aruba trip was a big moment of the day, but let's jump forward to the Bowden motion, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it a little bit earlier before we talked about the Aruba motion, which we're going to close the recap with. Let's watch what happened after the voir dire when Alan Jackson and Hank Brennan's dueling motions on the Bowden information was ruled on. Alan Jackson loses.
So, Mr. Jackson, I've considered your argument, and this is simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony.
Even for the singular request that I made a sidebar.
Even for that, so.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Alan Jackson lost his motion. Now, we are going to look, we did just look at the Aruba motion, and ladies and gentlemen, the Aruba motion, all it says, Hank Brennan had initially called Laura and Marietta Sullivan on his witness list, but wasn't going to bring up the Aruba incident in his case in chief. He announced this previously. However, the defense opened the door yesterday by trying to present Karen's text to Higgins out of context, and the defense tried to make it look like Karen was being honest about John cheating on December 31st when John never cheated in Aruba. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan has now motioned the court to bring in the Aruba incident to counter what the defense tried to present yesterday. And we are going to watch, ladies and gentlemen, because I will say not very much happened. Ladies and gentlemen, not very much happened during the rest of the day. So we're going to close on the Aruba motion. But there was one incident, there was one important moment that did happen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got testimony from a state police officer, and there's going to be more information coming from Ring. But let's listen to this testimony. This is testimony from a state police officer. I think it was on Hank Brennan's redirect after Alan Jackson's cross finally ended, where Hank Brennan elicited testimony that Karen Reed was on her laptop in the operative hours between 2 and 4 p.m. on 1/29/2022. Now, why is that relevant? Well, here's why. Ladies and gentlemen, there were 18 Ring videos on John O'Keefe's home system between 12:37 a.m. when Karen got back to John's house after allegedly striking John at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds, and then driving back to John's house. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there are 17 missing Ring videos between 12:37 a.m. and 5:08 a.m. that day, okay? Only one video was left at 5:08 a.m. of Karen staging a bump into John's car to create pretextual and false reasonable doubt about why Karen's taillight was broken when it was clearly broken before Karen got to John's house at 12:37 a.m., etc. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's another Ring video deleted beyond those 17 damning videos that would have been devastating to Karen's defense. And that video was deleted after 12 p.m. It was a video of Karen and her parents after Karen was sent to the hospital after confessing at the scene to hitting John with her car, and then her parents sent her to the hospital for making threats of self-harm, where her blood was taken at 9:03 or 9:06 a.m., and then the blood results came back at 9:53 a.m. with Karen having a .093, which was above the limit, legal limit even after 9 a.m., and a retrograde blood alcohol level. Serum conversion indicated Karen's BAC conservatively at the time around when she struck John was 0.14 to 0.28, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit. Karen made threats of self-harm. Her parents had her sectioned. As I mentioned, she leaves the hospital after noontime, goes with her father, her brother Nathan, and her sister-in-law, who's Caitlin Bordeaux, all on the state's witness list. They go back to John's house. They collect the murder weapon, the alleged murder weapon, and they bring it back to Karen's parents' house in Dighton. Now, listen, the key thing is there's a video there missing of Karen and her brother and her father and her sister-in-law leaving John's home with that SUV. Now, that means the deletions probably occurred in the window between when Karen got back to Dighton in a blizzard with her father and brother and sister-in-law around 2 p.m. and when the state police arrived at Karen's home to serve a warrant on her phone and her car and collect the car with the broken taillight at 4:12 p.m. that day. Now listen to this testimony where you are going to hear a state police sergeant talk about how when he came to conduct those search warrants on the phone and the car and talk to Karen, she was casually, stoically sitting on her laptop. Let's listen, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels. It was an important moment.
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the...
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it right there. You heard it. Karen was on her laptop. That was the window. The Ring experts are on the state's witness list and expected. The Ring records, keeper of records, not an expert, a Ring keeper of records is on the state's witness list. Didn't testify during the first trial. What do those records show? They're more detailed than you would get in a police investigation, because once you subpoena Ring to bring documents to a trial, it's a more stringent form of court order. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what surprises are coming yet? And then, ladies and gentlemen, here was the confirmation that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe got into an argument, and the state police were aware of it in the moments before John's death.
Jurors, this is an offer for the truth that's contained in the statement, simply to show that this information is provided to the police.
The defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
In anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
So for the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was one of the big moments. And now, folks, we must watch the Aruba incident. You saw the motion. I'm going to bring it up on your screen. Or I already brought it up on your screen earlier. I will share the motion as well on my Twitter feed once we're done with the day. The Aruba motion. And you might be saying, okay, the Aruba motion, why is this such a big deal? Why is everyone freaking out about Aruba coming in when Hank Brennan didn't initially want to play or bring up Aruba? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Reed defense walked right into it. And we, to close our recap, are going to look at why that Aruba testimony, which Hank Brennan has now motioned to bring in, and which that motion will be approved. It was approved during the first trial. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the testimony from Marietta Sullivan. Let's take a moment, by the way, to note that today's stream is in honor of my dear father, Frederick Ellis, who passed away overnight from cancer, as well as Crime Cricket's mother, who passed away this weekend. So we'll speak more about that at the end of the recap, but that just went past the Twitter thread, and I saw that there was hundreds of you who left supportive comments, even David Yannetti himself, who I think might have either worked with my dad or my mom or both, in the Middlesex DA's office so many years ago. Even David Yannetti had words of condolences for Little Towel. And I'll tell you, folks, if that doesn't bring a tear to your eye, a showing that all of the sides of this case, in some sense, have universal humanity and compassion, I don't know what will, folks. I don't know what will. I didn't know it would take Little Towel's father passing for people on all sides to show that, but Towel is, I suppose, pleased in a bittersweet way that you all took that time to do that, and that it was this moment that brought so many of your so much of your shared humanity out. That has a very profound impact on Little Towel. But let us continue. We're going to watch the build-up, folks. We're going to watch the testimony that we know is coming from Marietta Sullivan, now that Hank Brennan has submitted his motion. And this was the testimony from the first trial, May 22nd, 2024. Let's watch it, towel friends. This is the end of the recap. We know it's going to be bad for Karen and Hank Brennan with the bombshell motion. It hasn't been ruled on to bring in this testimony for the retrial. Karen Reed's own doing. Let's watch it together. My name's GrantSmithEllis. This is the part of the recap for day 14 because of Hank Brennan's motion to bring in this testimony. This is the Marietta Sullivan testifying during Karen's first trial. Hank Brennan wants to bring in this testimony for the second trial, and it's bad news bears for Karen Reed.
So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right. So folks, I'm going to say again that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar. Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar. When I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure. She's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification of anybody?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, can you describe them?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
objection.
I don't know what this is.
All right, now, folks, there is one more part of this. The Aruba motion actually has a second component because, if you remember, if you just heard that testimony, Karen never followed up with Marietta Sullivan or apologized to her. Well, folks, listen to what we're about to hear. We're going to get an extended towel recap on day 14 because of Hank Brennan's Aruba motion. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we aren't just because in Hank Brennan's motion, he noticed that he noticed the defense and told Judge Cannone he wants to call 4 witnesses or so about the Aruba incident. Who's the second witness? Laura Sullivan. Karen never apologized to Marietta Sullivan about mistaking John hugging Marietta and lying about John cheating, but operatively, as to what the lie told to Higgins a few weeks later on January 5th, 2022, we're about to hear while still in Aruba, Karen told Laura Sullivan that John never cheated on her. Karen just mistook John hugging Marietta and just went off for no reason. Ladies and gentlemen, that proves that Karen lied to Higgins on January 12th. And folks, by the way, just before we go into this recap, did you know that the reason why Karen Reed, I think, started that affair on January 12th, 2022, is that was the anniversary of Kaylee and KF and PF's father, Steve, his passing. John adopted his double orphan niece and nephew after John's dear sister Kristen passed away from a medical condition in November of 2013. And then Steve, John's brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, passed away from a medical condition in January of 2022. And that situation led John to adopt KF and PF. And every year on January 12th, the family honors the anniversary of Steve's passing. And I think that day Karen was jealous that John was paying attention to someone other than her. So Karen lied about this Aruba situation, said John cheated on her to try to bait John's friend Brian Higgins into an affair, until Higgins realized what Karen was doing, just using Higgins to emotionally hurt John as the relationship ended, and cut it off. And ladies and gentlemen, Laura Sullivan's testimony is what ties it all together. Let's listen. My name's GrantSmithEllis, extended day 14 recap, and we're here to watch it.
Area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
Oh, and by the way, this isn't part of the Day 14 recap. This is only part of the Day 14 recap to the extent that Hank Brennan filed the Aruba motion. And this is a preview of the testimony we're going to see when that motion is allowed.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said...
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area?
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
This is subject to our objection.
Yes. Yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day, no.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that day?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel that we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there. At least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection. No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you? Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes.
And the person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
He was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the cabanas on that day that you?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out through the cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the cabana situation or the cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
And so following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw them?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. We had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel, and he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. They ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So, the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th.
So there you go, folks. 7 days before Karen lied to Higgins. You heard it from Laura Sullivan herself. The Aruba testimony. Folks, it's coming in. That was your day 14, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, and retrial recap. But more so, it was a preview. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I have to say goodbye to the towel friends, but let's end this clip. Follow along every day. We're almost at 1,000 towel subscribers on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Warms little towel's heart. Today's stream was in honor of my late father, Frederick Ellis, who passed away overnight from cancer. And Crime Cricket, the dear honorary towel, Crime Cricket's mother, who passed away this weekend. Dear towel friends, say a prayer, keep a thought. However it is you express your compassion for all of us in the towel universe. And thank you for watching this recap. All right, towel friends, we did our recap, and now I get to do my favorite part of the day. I get to scroll back through all of your comments. Oh, yes, there is nothing that makes little towel quite as happy. And you know what we'll do? Towel friends, I will even come back up on the screen. There's me next to my dad. And you know what, folks? Look at this. We will, to end the stream, we, next to Justice for John O'Keefe, will be Towel's dad, linking Justice for John O'Keefe and Towel. There's Towel's dad. Thank you, LR. Yes, Dixie Doodles, don't worry. I have the notification from Grandma on my phone, so I can't miss it. I wiped away every other notification, so I'll call that. I will call my grandma, my Nana, as soon as I get off stream. But I must, oh, God bless you, Seasons. I must do what is important to Towel, and you know what that means. We're scrolling from the bottom. Rest in peace, Frederick Ellis, says Mandy. You raised a good son. God bless you, dear friend. Paisley Park. Oh, it's so wonderful to see you. God bless you, friend. Seasons. LR, both of you contributed so wonderful. LR, it was great to welcome you to the honorary towel fold. Mandy Strong, my dear friend, we had our first proposal on Towel Stream, and you made Towel blush. Good for you. Elevate the Process, my dear, dear friend, as soon as I saw your name pop up, Towel was embraced in a fluffy solace. Dixie Doodles, dear friend, God bless you. I saw you pop up over on Twitter, and every time you comment, my day gets brighter. Claudia Montano, God bless you, dear friend. It was great to see you. I'm so glad we got a chance to interact. Oh, Kat, it was great to see you, Kat. I was so pleased when your name popped up. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Oh, Sunken Grave, my dear friend. I'm glad you enjoyed your nap. You didn't miss very much. It was more of a preview of what's to come. But my word, Sunken Grave, it was great to see you, dear friend. Francesca, God bless you for stopping by. And the wonderful Dewdrops, who is already in bed. Rest well, dear friend, and say hello to your girls for me. MJ Baker, I'm so glad we got to see each other, dear friend. Hello, I hope you've been well. I'm not going to miss a single person. Oh, Carolyn Phillips, thank you so much for all your wonderful comments. They were so meaningful, and they touched Little Towel's heart. Oh, Mike, I saw you in there. God bless you, and thank you for your kind words and your condolences throughout the stream. I saw them all. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you all were being so kind to each other. Colorbox, God bless you, dear friend, for telling people or asking people to like the stream. We'll do that final reminder at the end. But yes, best chat ever, says Claudia Montano, and I agree. You all are such wonderful towel friends. Means so much to me. Oh, wow, as I scroll through, just so many. Suzanne, dear friend, it was great to see you earlier. Thank you so much for chatting with your towel friends. Artworks, too. God bless you, dear friend. It always means so much to me when you show up in Today of All Days. And don't worry, friends, if you don't hear your name, it's not because you didn't get in the comments. It's because the comment stream can only save so many comments as I scroll back. That just shows how much compassion and, oh, Crime Cricket, God bless you. I know you're going to hear this if you watch it back. You enjoy your rest, my dear friend, and God bless your mother and your family. Thank you for sharing that with us. And Crime Cricket, we need to talk more, dear friend. I can sense a very special vibe with you, and I would like to talk with you more. Oh, goodness, towel friends. As I scroll back, I'm just reminded of just the strength of the towel fibers that unite this universe. Allie 90211, God bless you, dear friend. You are such an incredible and wonderful towel supporter. Carrie Gold, Wicked Uma and Carrie Gold. So Wicked Uma first, all of your wonderful contributions and comments, they do not go unnoticed. You are a wonderful part of the towel universe. Angela Powell, dear friend, how could I forget your wonderful Yuri American flag emojis. Yuri Buchanan, the Yankee white clearance holding former Marine who served on Marine One at the Presidential Helicopter Squadron in Quantico and served this nation valiantly. A true American patriot. Oh, God bless you, Carrie Gold, as well. You are one of the most devout and dedicated commentators. Truly, I appreciate every single time you pop up and everything you have to say. Christina, dear towel friend, God bless you for sticking around. You are one of the best, most venerated reporter towels. LA Connection, I love your username, dear friend. I hope you enjoyed watching with us. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Also, Ange Whittick, I saw was around earlier. Ange Whittick, dear friend, God bless you and enjoy the rest of your day. I always appreciate your insights. Chair Bear 56, I appreciate you so much. It's always wonderful to see your emojis. They're so bright, colorful, and wonderful. Eva, God bless you, my dear friend. You're such an incredible towel, super towel, and supporter. It's so wonderful to have you around in the chat. Monty, my dear towel friend, all of your contributions are so appreciated, and you have so many witty contributions to make at that. I truly love seeing your name pop up. Now I'm going to take a look at every single, this is something I haven't done. I'm going to load up all the super stickers and chats to make sure I like them all. So first of all, Eva, I forgot to click like on your super sticker, so I can't actually reply to the super chat, but I have the ability to like it, and I did just that. All right, now let me go through each one. Hold on. So, Merv P, God bless you, dear friend. You started the train today, and thank you. Christina, Eva, God bless you, friend. I just gave you a super like. Val, thank you for gifting those memberships. Paula, God bless you, dear friend. Monty, I saw your super chat. That was so kind. Mandy Strong, I saw your super chat come in. Lynn Hennis, I'm so grateful you joined as a super towel. Allie90211, I saw that super chat come in. God bless you. Melanie, you as well. Truly, God bless. And Jill from Australia, I loved that super chat. It was the greatest thing I've ever seen. Oh my word, the stickers, ladies and gentlemen, they made Little Towels so happy. Dewdrops joined in with a super sticker as well. I love Dewdrops, and I love Dewdrops' stickers. Mandy Strong jumped in again. Thank you so much for your second super sticker. I hope you enjoyed the explanation of towel. Crime Cricket left a super chat saying, in honor of Grant's dad and my mom, and for all those who have lost a loved one, God bless us, towels. That brings tears to Little Towel's eyes. I pride myself on being a resolute, stoic towel, but that is one of the most touching messages I've heard. It's a very special thing to meet someone like Crime Cricket, and I think the world sometimes forgets about how wonderful people like that can be. So take a moment to appreciate how wonderful those words were, and let's read Crime Cricket's words one more time. In honor of Grant's dad and my mom, and for all those who have lost a loved one, God bless us, towels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I think that was one of the most touching things I've read. Claire, thank you so much for your kind words, and welcome to the honorary towel fold. We're so grateful. Taylor, it's so wonderful to see you pop up. Thank you for your condolences, dear friend. Heartstar, thank you so much. It's great to see you as well, and thank you for your condolences. Lisa, I really appreciate you all, and Colleen Henry and both of you and your wishes for rest. I promise I will. DJ, God bless you, dear friend. Thank you so much for your condolences. And Jack 65, thank you as well. Welcome to the honorary towel fold, and it was good to see you. Tom Grist, thank you. God bless you, dear friend. I appreciate it, and your condolences and kind words. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, so many of you popped in right at the end there. That made me such an honored towel. Deaf Otter, God bless you. I was thinking of you the other night as I laid my head down to bed, and I was saying, sometimes I go through all those comments and people who haven't talked in a while I don't say thank you to. Deaf Otter, friends, is a true super towel. Deaf Otter keeps an eye on this chat. I hope you all take an opportunity when you hear this just to say thank you to Deaf Otter for all they do to help out and monitor this channel. Just so much time and effort and dedication, and it doesn't go unnoticed by Little Towel. God bless you, Deaf Otter. It means so much to me. Oh, 252 likes. God bless you, Lisa. Mandy Strong says my dad would be very proud of my resilience. Well, thank you. That means so much. I have a dryer filled with towels, says Mandy Strong, and she will smile as she folds them with love and joy. Well, that is so precious. And ladies and gentlemen, Mike also says thank you for soldiering through for a heavy heart, as does DJ. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate all of your kind words. Macy, it was great to see you pop up, and thank you for the kind words at the end. Oh, Francis Frutrell, Francis Futrell, I even saw you pop up, my dear friend. Every time I see tomato plants, I think of those 200 tomato plants you donated that became honorary towels as you were helping out people around you. Oh, Colleen Henry, God bless you. Oh, Deaf Otter, I got Deaf Otter to say, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the compassionate towel spirit. Yes, don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's do a final check. Maybe it's destined for tomorrow. Yes, we're at 975, so maybe by tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have our 1,000 subscriber moment. But for this moment, ladies and gentlemen, for this moment, let me end as we always do on 3 important points. Number 1, that was actually my first point. You can support this stream. It's a public information service. Just by subscribing or liking the video while it's live or even afterwards, that helps Little Towel, it helps this stream, and it's wonderful. But also, how long have we been going for today? Almost 10 hours. Oh, dear goodness. Almost 10 hours, ladies and gentlemen. That means I can also tell you this, Towel friends. This is a public information service. Some of you were just flooding the chat with support and it overwhelmed Little Towel. But this is a public information service, and if you don't want to go through the YouTube or you want to support Towel, some of you sent, and I'm going to go through my phone, but some of you, the donation I saw from Courtney Myers earlier, God bless you, dear friend. There are ways to support the Towel stream directly. I'll post them in the chat. They will definitely help Little Towel out. God knows what's going to come up this month, but I'll make it through, Little Towels. I will make it through. And this is a public information. Yes, during work you can definitely put them in. Oh, Jeff Otter says we're the best chat fellow towels. Yes, I'm wearing a Boston Red Sox hat indeed. But yes, before I forget, this is a public information service. It's rooted in Lord Reed's vision to educate, inform, and entertain the public. I use professional broadcasting software. I often do this at a loss. All of your support is so appreciated. It means so much to Little Towel. I dropped the information in the chat. Please don't donate if you've already donated. Please don't put yourself in a difficult position. But all of your support means so much, and know that it reduces my anxiety, and I don't worry where my next meal is going to come from. And although I would love to wander the countryside in a robe preaching morality, I don't think that's the best idea. We can figure out a better way for Little Towel to thrive. Yes, I've worked hard, I know, but I have to do the close. And then the most important part of the closing, the third part. Those 2 parts aren't that important, although I do want you to support Towel Channel. It means a lot. No, ladies and gentlemen, we close by talking about what this channel is all about. If you really want to thank Little Towel, if you benefited from this stream, if you learned something, take that knowledge, take that fundamental ethos of compassion, and go out there and do small acts of service for the people around you. Smile at a neighbor. Go visit a family member. Call someone you haven't talked to in a while. Do an act of kindness. Give away a tomato plant. Look for reasons to help and be a beacon of light in a world defined by self-interest and greed. There is nothing that will make me feel like I am living up to my eudaimonia in the Greek or my summum bonum in the Latin as a towel, which is my greatest good, than if you go out and through 6 degrees of authentic separation, not 6 degrees of Chewbacca, but 6 degrees of authentic separation, and inspire those around you to do small acts of service from a place of authentic compassion and love, unconditional love for others around you, then that will make this world a better place. I think we'll actually bring about a new epoch, a digital epoch, an epoch rooted in the water bearer, carrying a jug and a towel that is defined by universal love, toleration, small acts of service, and compassion for one another. And let that be our legacy. Let us uplift the standards and cogency of public discourse. Let's ward off the usurpation of our representative form of government, be it in the judicial, legislative, executive branch, or otherwise. And let's teach people that kindness in another way is possible. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, God bless all of you. I absolutely will take a look at some of those movie recommendations, even though I haven't seen Fever Pitch. And what better way to end than by saying, my name's GrantSmithEllis. Today's stream was in honor of my father, who passed overnight, Frederick Ellis. May God rest his soul. Thank you all for allowing me so many hours to honor my father and mention him so much today. It meant a lot to me. I hope I am living up to what he would have wanted me to be. And ladies and gentlemen, I also want to dedicate today's stream to Crime Cricket's mom and Crime Cricket, both of Crime Cricket, who's a wonderful towel, and I appreciate the opportunity to have been able to do that. H, Sheffield Towel, my friend, you knew if you popped up I was going to have to say hello. We're keeping an eye on the blades. God bless you, dear friend. I'll absolutely take a look at that short that you linked in the comments when I get a chance. And my dear friend H, Sheffield Towels United. God bless you, friend. And as I mentioned, my name is GrantSmithEllis. Let's end this for Monday. We'll be back together tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Get some rest. Who will the next witness be? We don't know. But, folks, get some rest. I'm going to get some rest as well. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. God bless. I will see you all very, very soon. Literally, we will see each other in just over 14 hours and 6 minutes. All right, YouTube friends, after I shut the X stream off, you know you get a few extra seconds because you all deserve it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Lisa, I appreciate you so much. H, that's wonderful news. The Blades, the Sheffield United Blades have won the second leg. They are on to Wembley. It is 5-0. That's the kind of news I needed, H. It was a tough day for Little Towel. God bless you for sharing that with us. Jude, hello, dear friend. I'm so glad you popped up there at the end so I got to say hello. But yes, Sheffield Towel, God bless you, dear friend. You celebrate that well-earned road to Wembley. The Towel friends will be behind the Blades. Promotion is in sight. Take Wembley by peaceful storm and bring the Towels. Hugs, everyone. Deb H., thank you for popping in at the end. And yes, folks, Little Towel must now go compose himself, get ready for tomorrow, do the recap of today, and then somehow get some rest. So until we see each other again, God bless you, YouTube friends. I'll see you tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning. It's Towel bedtime, and God bless my father, Frederick Ellis, and Crime Cricket's mom. Bye, friends. You really helped Little Towel today, by the way. I mean that. It helped me a lot, and I appreciate every minute of it for you being here and talking through and just being around. Made a difference in Little Towel's life, and I hope all of you know that.